The young lady tried to convey to Vance that self-sacrifice was not a mandatory condition, hoping for his understanding. The guy, however, did not object. He sincerely wanted to undergo the ritual of reincarnation with her, of his own free will. In the spacious estate, they tried unsuccessfully to stop Lloyd, who refused to obey. The servants begged him to leave small errands for them, but the young man knew that these reports were intended for his mother. He wanted to deliver them himself, as he was going to visit her. A whole millennium has passed since the rebirth, and the new life has been going on for 8 years already. He, once known as a Knight Protector of the Celestial Empire, now known as Lloyd, resides in this manor. The boy approached the door, knocked, and opened it, asked for forgiveness for the intrusion. He was greeted by Mulia herself, his adoptive mother and the head of the Count's house, who possessed the magic of seduction and love. The boy was slightly embarrassed. The woman immediately apologized for accidentally manifesting her magic. Due to the strength of her magical power, she unwittingly activates enchanting magic. As expected of Lloyd, he successfully repelled her influence. He apologized for the accidental misbehavior, to which the girl replied that he should not worry about it. Even though his magic was colorless and transparent, it was enough to neutralize Mulia's magic. She felt that she was still far from being an ideal mother, since she was making the boy worry. Lloyd assured her that this was not the case at all, and expressed his sincere gratitude for her taking his commoner from the shelter, adding that he was ready to do anything for her. These words touched his mother, and she hugged him tightly, finding them too flattering. The boy joked that he would suffocate from the hugs. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl who opened the door noisily and asked irritably what they were doing there. She was unhappy that she had held back, knowing that Mom was tired and wanted to give her a rest. Kanan had healing magic. The girl burst into tears because Mulia spoiled only Lloyd. She apologized and said that she had just gotten free and could now spend time with her, calling her to her. Kanan happily threw herself into her mother's arms. The boy was amazed at how much she loved her mother. However, with the guy himself, everything was not so simple. The girl, without breaking away from the embrace, turned to Lloyd. Marietta made tea and asked him to drink it. He thanked her for his concern. Mulia suggested that her daughter call him not by his name, but address him as brother. She reported that if something happens that makes the girl want to call him that, she will do exactly as her mother asked. The girl thought that Lloyd was already a good guy, but the girl had one thing. Having magic, he never showed it. Mulia thought about it, and it was true. His magic was transparent, and Kanan did not know what color it was. Because of this, it was not clear what attribute it belonged to. He was asked what color magic is, and asked to show it next time. He promised to do it when the opportunity arises. Lloyd wanted to be friends with Kanan. The girl was jealous of her mother and would never give her to the boy. He didn't know how to get close to her. Lloyd went to have tea with Marietta. He was asked to be careful. In the summer house, the boy enjoyed tea brewed from the leaves of the spring harvest of the Saventia. He expressed gratitude to Marietta for her consistently excellent tea. She noted that he knew how to praise a person. Marietta was not only the head maid, but also a mentor to Lloyd and his sister. Sincerely finding her tea delicious, Lloyd invited Marietta to join him. However, considering this inappropriate, she wanted to refuse. But Lloyd hinted that in a casual conversation over a cup of tea, he could learn a lot from her. Housemaid lost, he even handled her refusal. Well, the boy just wanted her to have a rest too. Lloyd held a sugar stick in his hand, which was a special product from the Empire. The tea leaves imported from the Holy Empire were especially pleasing with the spring aroma of young grass. This scent greatly enhanced the refreshing taste, giving Marietta the true pleasure of being able to enjoy products from different countries. The flourishing trade was made possible by the anti-war barrier erected 1,000 years ago, ending a decades-long war between 7 nations. Memories of those distant times came flooding back to Lloyd. In the midst of the war, as a knight of the Celestial Empire, he met the Empress of Time, Alsmeria Rune Metia. Her greatness and very existence filled him with pride and a sense of duty. In order to end the war, Alsmeria took a desperate step. Putting her life on the line, she erected an anti-war barrier over 7 states. However, this dangerous magic significantly shortened her lifespan. They decided to be reborn through the reincarnation ritual, to see a world without wars. After his rebirth, Lloyd was found and adopted by Countess Mulia, beginning his new life. However, he does not stop searching for Alzmeria, dreaming of sharing this world with her. Lloyd's thoughts were interrupted by Marietta's call. Noticing the thoughtful expression on his face, the girl realized that he was worried about Kanan. He was looking for a way to befriend her. The maid suggested talking to the girl in the reception area, believing that it will be easier for them to find a common language alone and it will be more effective. Lloyd gladly accepted her advice, thanking her for the valuable idea. Meeting at the door, the boys simultaneously reached for the handle, which caused confusion among them. Kanan looked at him with embarrassment, and Lloyd quickly apologized. He opened the door for her and invited her to come in. The girl stuttered as she thanked him and rushed forward. But when Lloyd took her hand, Kanan blushed and asked him not to go so far. The guy immediately apologized. She was surprised by his excessive politeness, because she could do the basic things herself. Lloyd remembered how Alzmeria often got angry about this too. He was disappointed, realizing that he had failed. Kanan was aware of her rudeness, but she was irritated that her mother had no time for her because of the visitors. Lloyd looked at the girl with understanding. He asked her if she loved her mother very much, to which she replied in the affirmative, and asked him the same question. Their conversation was interrupted by a man entering the room. Victor Roswald, the eldest of the family of Viscounts, serving Mulia, stood before them and was delighted. Seeing Canon, Lloyd said hello, but seems like the guy ignored the adopted children. Canon was also happy to see him, but said that she had already greeted Victor and wanted to leave them alone. The guy said he came to talk about her magic. Kanan was surprised and froze, not understanding what he meant. As the daughter of Countess Mulia, she is of course possessed an outstanding magical talent. Since Victor also belonged to a house devoted to the Countess, he wanted to see her strength. Despite the fact that the color of her eyes and hair was different from her mother's, this did not cancel her status as the heiress of the Count's house. Kanan didn't know what to answer. She didn't like Victor's words. He, on the contrary, waited for her reaction, hoping that the plan would work. Lloyd understood that Kanan did not have to give in to provocations. However, it was clear from her expression that she was ready to fight. Kanan said that she understood him and asked how exactly to show her his strength. Victor suggested changing the place, explaining that it would be uncomfortable for them here. In the county of Fiale, a test of magical power has long been used to assess strength. This is exactly what Victor was going to do. He asked her not to worry, because this is just a normal test, and they will not fight seriously, but simply demonstrate their strength. The only thing what bothered him was Lloyd's presence. Victor didn't understand how the boy had ended up next to him. Lloyd replied that he saw no reason to leave them alone, since this was a test, not a duel. Victor believed that having no drop of Earl blood, Lloyd has nothing to do with this matter. However, he decided to leave it, asking not to interfere. Lloyd understood that Victor was thirsty for Kanan's attention. Besides, he brought her into the forest, far from home. Sooner or later, Victor would do something. He will conduct a test of magical power, and if he wins, he will have a request for Kanan. She did not understand why this is, because initially they agreed to just look at her strength. To evaluate magical power, a standard is needed, because Victor wants to understand is she actually superior to him. Kanan got angry and said that he doesn't like people who do that. Victor was just amused by this. Her sembla, whatever she said didn't matter. Everything had already been decided. He was eager to see her magical power with his own eyes and jaded. Victor used magic and summoned an evil spirit, directing it at Kanan. She didn't expect that, and without knowing what to do, she screamed in fear, covering herself with her hands. However, Lloyd took the blow, stopping the attack. Kanan opened her eyes and saw a boy in front of her, who was outraged by the fact that the evil spirit was released without warning. This, according to Victor himself, was contrary to the beliefs of the aristocrats. Lloyd was furious. Victor was scared at first, but then laughing, he reminded that the boy shouldn't bother them. Not only that Lloyd became attached, and also provided unsolicited support. But the boy thought otherwise, since it was a hidden attack, and such a fight could not be called fair. If the fight takes place using such tricks, he will break the rules and protect Kanan. He did all this for his precious family. Kanan looked at her brother in amazement. Lloyd's words only made Victor laugh. And he realized something. He felt that the boy only has weak magical powers and did not see a single color around him. This amused Victor. He didn't see them as a family, since they picked up some kid from the street and made him their son. Kanan couldn't stand such impudence. She stood up for her brother, demanding that Victor stop insulting him. Lloyd was surprised that she stood up for him. Victor was seething with anger, because these kids, who imagined themselves to be the counts, the family did whatever they wanted. They weren't even related by blood, it was just a gathering of people playing at being a family. At that moment, the magic device in his hand suddenly started working. The guy was stunned. The thing began to pump power out of him. The artifact is out of control, and he could no longer restrain the evil spirit. Spirits of different colors of magic soared into the sky. Lloyd turned to his sister and asked her for help, begging her to believe in him for just a moment. Kanan wanted to object, but he reminded her that her healing magic, although it had different artifacts, was useless against the evil spirit. He would be unbearable if she suffered, and he suggested fighting shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly the girl felt a change. Her magic changed color. Victor asked what they were whispering about, deciding that they are making fun of him, and rushed into the attack. Kanan managed to create a fire shield, protecting herself and her brother, which puzzled the guy. He didn't understand where she got other magic besides healing. The girl herself was in shock, realizing that this was her brother's power. Victor, although no less surprised, was not at all going to give up. He was sure that his wind would disperse this weak fire, and continued to attack Kanan, who deftly dodged. He thought she was just being evasive, but then he realized that the girl was blunting all his damage with an air shield. Everything that was happening seemed crazy to him, because nothing was visible, and several attributes. But Victor was wrong. Lloyd was colorless, so he could change his magic. The boy warned that the next one would be an earth spirit that would come out from underground, and you need to first dodge it and then suppress it. She obediently agreed. Kanan was amazed. Her brother knew where the attack would come from. She wanted to understand how he knew, but the boy asked her to calm down and trust the flow that would protect her. Kanan took a stance and began to work magic. Unexpectedly for herself, she soared upward. Victor looked at her in amazement, but he was not going to give up. He still had strength left. The boy sent both dark and water spirits at the same time, but the girl repelled the attack from both sides. Victor's strength was exhausted, and he fell to the ground without strength. Kanan and Lloyd came to him and told him it was over. The guy was in despair. After all, the father promised that the power he gave would help defeat the girl. Victor, in a rage, pulled out a knife and rushed at the boy. The sister only managed to scream his name. The young man was also beside himself with rage. Such actions did not correspond to the knightly code. Lloyd was determined to defeat him and had no plans to forgive such underhanded tactics. The guy noticed every movement of the enemy's muscles, heard the crunch of bones, saw as the blade of the dagger flashed menacingly. Thanks to this, he could foresee the trajectory of the attack and estimate the power that was put into it. Now he knew how to stop an attack with minimal effort, using the first defensive technique. Lloyd dodged so quickly that Victor didn't even have time to blink, and then using the technique, he struck him in the back. He fell to the ground, unable to utter a word. In the guy's eyes, the enemy seemed like a real monster. After the fight, he noticed that Victor still managed to hit him with a dagger, leaving a small scratch on his face. At this time, his sister ran to him as fast as she could. He calmed her down, saying that it was just a scratch. Kanan couldn't hold back her tears. It was unbearably painful for her to see her brother being harmed. Out of the corner of his eye, Lloyd saw her healing his wound. Even after a hard fight, she found the strength to use her magic for him. In his eyes, she was a real angel. She heard these thoughts and was very embarrassed. The girl was completely absorbed in the battle and did not notice how she began to read his thoughts. He apologized for what happened. It wasn't a coincidence. She had a feeling that their powers had merged together, and she wanted to understand what it meant. Lloyd explained that through magical induction, he had connected their hearts, allowing them to communicate telepathically. Kanan was amazed, but did not understand how this was possible. It turned out that he had made a protective contract during the fight. Because of her faith in him, he was able to release her power and combine it with his own, and this connection has continued to this day. Lloyd thanked his sister for fighting alongside him and promised to always protect her. Kanan also vowed to help him if he was in danger. The boy remembered the fallen Victor and turned to him. They still had to deal with him, but first they needed to return to the mansion. At home, the boys told Marietta what had happened, and she breathed a sigh of relief that everything had worked out. Now it was necessary to report everything to Mulia and to move Victor from the forest to the main residence. The Countess wanted to meet Viscount Roswald in person, and the boys needed to return to their rooms. Lloyd asked permission to go with her. Marietta invited him to sit at the table and remove the tablecloth, under which a magic circle was drawn. If you put power into it, you could hear sounds from the next room. The boy thought it was eavesdropping, but the room was set up to watch the head of the house's office. Perhaps it was too early for him to know everything, but he was the person Mulia had brought to their house. Lloyd understood perfectly well what the head of the Earl's house was doing. The Viscount reported that he had completed the monthly tax collection report and handed over the necessary papers to the Countess. Having studied the documents, one could notice that the Roswald house, among all the other three, had expanded its territory the most. After the report, the man was about to leave, but the girl asked him to stay and tell her something else. He asked her in confusion what she meant. Mulia found out that despite the increase in territory and population, the amount of tax revenue remained the same. The Viscount was shocked that Mulia had conducted her investigation without trusting him. She demanded to know why he had not reported an increase in tax revenues. Since ancient times, the Count's family took an oath to the Celestial Empire, pledging together with the Viscounts to protect and maintain peace on the land entrusted to them. The slightest false report led to the loss of trust in the Empire. He had a secret plan to seize power in the Count's house, but he needed something. It was a fait accompli that the Count's court had been brought down by his efforts. In his thirst for power, he did not hesitate to use his own son. The realization of his son's failure was a blow to him. Mulia reproached him for the inadmissibility of involving children in dangerous games, to which he sharply objected, not understanding her words. The Viscount did not understand her hints, assuming that his offspring was simply overexcited in anticipation of his future inheritance. The man countered that Kanan, who possessed healing magic, was ill-suited for battle, and Victor was probably trying to prove it to her by rushing into battle. He acknowledged his son's mistake, but stressed that Mulia and Kanan would need protection, and no one but them, pure-blooded aristocrats, could do it better than mercenaries of unknown origin. The girl, however, said that her daughter possessed light magic and would soon gain the strength to protect herself. Protection, or the ability to protect, it was not important. The main thing was that the aristocrats fought for their honor and the well-being of their subjects. Kanan and Lloyd have enough qualities to inherit this will. Today, this has become obvious after the defeat of Victor, who must undergo retraining. She has submitted Roswald's fate to the imperial court for consideration. Having said this, she asked him to leave, but he froze in place, realizing the gravity of his situation and the coming consequences. In a rage, he rushed to her table, accusing her of arrogance and of having only become head of the family because of the death of an ancestor. Mulia looked at him silently, showing no reaction. He suddenly calmed down, not understanding the reason for her silent gaze. A chilling horror seized the man, and he realized the true state of affairs. This coldness came from the colossal difference in their strength. He was just a bug in her hands. She only had to breathe on him to make him lose consciousness. Marietta, meeting her mistress, opened the door to the room and praised Mulia for her ability to pacify. The girl turned to Lloyd to clarify whether he had heard everything that was happening in the next room. The Countess said that she brought the boy to her house to protect Kanan. Without telling him about it, she tried to create the impression of a good mother. Listening to the conversation from the room, he felt proud of her. He realized that there were many who did not like his presence in the county. Lloyd wanted to be there, wanting to protect the house, to protect Kanan until she grew up, and when she was strong enough, he could protect his mother. Despite her strength, he will try his best to become as strong as her. Mulia froze when she heard this. She asked him not to worry about her, assuring him that she had enough strength to stand up for herself, but from his concern for her happiness, tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Even Marietta couldn't hold back her tears. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door, and Kanan herself appeared on the threshold. Mom asked her forgiveness for the troubles she had caused her. The girl threw herself into his arms, joyfully saying that she was not scared at all, because her brother had saved her. Mulia called Lloyd over to hug him too. Marietta asked to ignore her and go to her mother, but the Countess called her too. She was embarrassed and agreed only with her permission. Kanan expressed her wish that they would become closer from now on. Everyone was happy with the situation and that the girl had finally become friends with her brother. Mulia suggested that her daughter take a bath with Lloyd. Hearing this, he became a little embarrassed, and now they were in the bathroom. Remembering his mother's words, Lloyd began to think about going to wash himself. At that moment, Marietta quietly approached from behind and asked if he was ready, which made him flinch, and he asked her not to sneak up on him like that again. The girl apologized, explaining that she was worried about his well-being. The boy looked at her in surprise, realizing that she seemed somehow different, not the same. As always, noticing the blush on his face, she decided that he had a fever, and touched him with her forehead, which greatly embarrassed Lloyd, and he pulled away, assuring that he was okay. Marietta assumed that his head was just overheated, and offered to follow her. The boy found it difficult to resist the flow. At this point, Mulia asked if her son had arrived, and the girl confirmed that he was already here. Kanan, while she was soaping her hair, her mother asked if her brother was standing behind her, and she confirmed this. He offered to leave himself if she was uncomfortable. The girl asked permission to wash Lloyd's back, and her mother agreed, asking in return, will she allow him to wash his hair, since she hasn't done it for a long time. Mulia finished washing her daughter, and she thanked her for her care. Now it was Lloyd's turn, who was desperately awaiting his fate. His sister called him to her. She approached him and asked where he would like her to start. He seemed speechless, as if an angel stood before him, but having collected my thoughts, suggested starting with hands. She agreed. Conan rubbed his hands diligently and smiled secretly. When he asked her what made her so happy, she replied that she was holding a person's hands in hers, who defended her. He was shocked by her words. She distracted him by asking if it was pinching him. Mulia watched in amazement as her daughter had fun and finally got along with her brother. Marietta knew that the girl had been worried about this all the time, and rejoiced with her. Having finished washing Lloyd, the girl heard words of gratitude. Now it was Mom's turn. She came up to him with shower gel, remembering how long has it been since they were in the bathroom together, and didn't believe that it would happen again. The boy was very embarrassed. She reassured him, asking him not to worry and apologizing for the fact that it was her whim, thanking him for his consent. Mulia soaping him, I noticed that Lloyd's hair, like Kanan's, had grown longer, and her bangs were getting into her eyes. She tried to remove it, planning to cut it later, and in the meantime the boy sat in silence, holding his breath from embarrassment. The Countess could not understand why he was so obedient today, and decided that he was just a sweetheart. He sank down onto the bed in his room with a feeling of relief, knowing that the nightmare he had experienced was behind him, and that now Lloyd could relax a little. Suddenly he remembered something. In the forest where Kanan was undergoing a magical test, a powerful energy was felt deep in the forest. Lloyd assumed that a magical creature lived nearby, and his search for it in the book led to a curious discovery. The illustration depicted an ancient god, the guardian of the mountain forest, also known as the Cat King or Bastet. Lloyd could not believe that this mythical creature could be in the area. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of a maid, who announced that dinner was ready. Leaving his book, Lloyd went to the table. The four of them happily shared the meal. During the meal, the boy got dirty with sauce, and Kanan carefully wiped his lips. Lloyd was grateful for her concern. Marietta had her place taken away. It was hard for her to accept, but she has other ways to take care of him. Fruit sauces with a slight sourness did not drown out the delicate taste of white fish, but rather emphasized it wonderfully. Culinary skills have stepped far ahead compared to what they were 1,000 years ago. Mulia, watching her son, noted that while eating, his face becomes serious and adult. Kanan, lightly touching his shoulders, said that she would eat half the portion, although she did not want to at all. The boy objected, saying that you shouldn't force yourself when you have no appetite. They finally found a common language, and he could support her like that. She brought a piece to her mouth and, wincing, began to chew. The girl could not hide her disgust as she ate this dish. Kanan showed off the plate, announcing that she had finished half of it. And since Lloyd ate part of her, next time she will eat something he doesn't like. Mulia and Marietta, watching this scene, could not hold back their tears. The maid promised to talk to the chief chef and ask him to cook simpler dishes. A sadness gripped the young man's heart when he realized that his serene happiness could not last forever. He was tormented by the desire to know if Alzmiria had been reborn in this world, and make sure does it exist here. The only person, the one he could turn to for help, was Countess Mulia. He met his mother by chance, and she immediately understood that he had something important to talk to her about. She suggested that they talk in her office before going to bed about everything that was bothering him. After changing her clothes, Mulia jokingly blocked his vision with her hands. He expressed regret for distracting her. Opening his eyelids, he was slightly surprised, although the girl expected a greater reaction from him, knowing his sensitivity. She felt grateful for Conan's protection. The business with Viscount Roswald required her presence at home. Mulia apologized for everything that had happened. Lloyd assured his mother that she had nothing to apologize for. It was his duty to protect his sister, and he was protecting her not because someone else said so, but because he wanted to. The pleasant words caused her surprise and joyful gratitude. It seemed to her that Lloyd wanted to discuss something important. The delay until night did not matter, and she waited attentively for what he would say. He said that he was obsessed with the idea of finding one person, no matter what, and always pursued this goal. The Countess, sensing her son's distress, offered her help. She asked the name of the man being sought, and he was already prepared to answer. Suddenly his throat felt like it was bound by countless chains, and an unknown fear seized him, depriving him of the ability to speak. He couldn't pronounce the name. Perhaps it was the price he paid for the ritual of rebirth. Perhaps it was a curse or some kind of rule. Lloyd could not talk about his past life. Realizing that spoken language was not available, he decided to write the name and hurried to get some paper. But all attempts were in vain. He could not write a single letter. Then he remembered the history books where this name could be mentioned. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his head, threatening to tear him apart from the inside. A wave of despair washed over Lloyda, and tears involuntarily flowed from her eyes. Mother, hugging him, tried to calm him down. She whispered that he shouldn't blame himself, and shouldn't force himself to do something that hurts. And the boy, in turn, apologized for his weakness. She was touched by the words he once spoke. That there was no need for apologies, he said that the Countess could always remain his mother. In her arms, Lloyd gradually came to his senses. She stopped using magic, wanting him to relax a little. Lloyd thanked her, admiring her power. He asked if there was a way to find a person about whom one must neither speak nor write, and received an affirmative answer. The sky was clear today, and that might have helped, but there was one hitch. She asked him to wait and left the room for a while. The Countess said that a magic book was kept somewhere in the mansion. Lloyd's despair was great. He believed that the knight, unable to pronounce the name of his beloved mistress, is not worthy of life. But despite everything, he had high hopes for this book. He felt sorry for her, having to wander the streets at such a late hour, especially considering her already busy schedule. She tried to reassure him, assuring him that walking with him was not a burden for her, and offered to hold his hand so that he would not trip and fall. Lloyd showed interest in the ancient book she was holding. Mulia shared information that the book was given to her by her father. She did not know the author or the time of its creation, but for the Fiali family, the book was of great value, and the magic contained in it could be used. They came to a huge magic circle. The boy assumed it was his mother's creation, but she hadn't even touched it. If you asked a question to the heavens, you could get an answer from the stars. This is the kind of magical ritual that was used by the heavenly inhabitants in the distant past. The starry firmament enveloped the earth like a soft blanket. High in the sky, not only were the twinkling stars revealed, but something greater was also accessible through the power of the magic circle. First of all, it was necessary to identify the seeker and use his blood. He volunteered his, believing that a small wound will heal quickly. Having decided on the seeker's blood, they moved on to choosing a target. While the Countess was casting a spell, Lloyd needed to focus on the image of this person. She called upon the source of all life, seeking the knowledge imprinted in the stars. Her gentle voice and final touch floated up in the young man's memory. Mulia's mana was running low, and she couldn't figure out why. Lloyd was determined to find her, even if the gods themselves were against it. A bright star flashed in the sky, and its light pointed to the person he was looking for. This light confirmed his presence in this world. Lloyd could not hold back his tears, realizing that they were reborn at the same time. However, the star very soon disappeared, and its light faded. The young man froze in a daze, refusing to accept what he saw. Mulia tried to calm him down, explaining that she hadn't disappeared. What had just happened had shown them that the man had simply split. In other words, it split into 6 separate parts, and the one Lloyd was looking for was actually 6 different people. It didn't matter to him at all how, but he had to find Alzmiria at any cost. The year was 1014 in the Celestial Empire. On the mainland, 7 powers were fighting tirelessly for supremacy. Vance Shutararu knelt down and reported his arrival to his mistress. Alzmeria, who dreamed of a world free of strife, asked him about his views on the possibility of transforming the world if all wars ceased. The young man apologized for his impudence and admitted that he had no clear idea of the future to answer. Her Highness assured him that everything was in order. She revealed herself and declared that since he was unable to imagine such a future, she, as his mistress, would open this world to him. Vance gazed in amazement at her magnificence. He first saw the Alzmerian Heavenly Empress Runa Mitia, and only 4 years later she activated the Heavenly Barrier. Sparing no effort, he rushed towards her, dreaming of making it in time. But halfway there he met Fried. A dark look of concern was frozen on his face, and he asked if he was going to see Her Majesty, and received an affirmative answer. Anger filled him because Vance hadn't stopped her, and because he did not disclose the true nature of the truce barrier. The method of ending all wars involved the death of his mistress, which plunged him into despair. He felt he should have known about everything. After the barrier was installed, the lady felt bad. She gave her life to achieve the future she wanted. The guy still had questions for him. Vance, as the man responsible for the Empress's safety, demanded immediate answers from him. He said that he would let him pass only over his dead body if he refused to answer. Fried drew his sword, pointing it at the boy, but his hand was shaking. The young man declared his intention to shift the burden of protecting the future ruler onto the shoulders of his friend. Take care, a knight. They were connected by years of life and training together. Fried was tormented by the sadness of not being able to fight his comrade for the last time. However, the young man remained adamant, emphasizing everyone's respect for Fried and left. Fried, in turn, always considered Vance stronger. The young man entering the mistress's chambers was shocked by her condition. She had hoped that erecting the barrier would allow her to remain the Heavenly Empress for a while longer, but now she felt useless. The young man, overcome with impotence, I couldn't find the words. Her efforts led to the other rulers agreeing to a truce. He learned that a prophecy had been made that the girl's life would last until the 7 emperors had decided on a place for negotiations. Is tormented by the question of whether something can be changed. She said that she only has a few hours left, and then her body will soon disappear. The guy can hardly hold back tears. She realizes that 4 years have passed. And time flew by quickly, not only for her, but also for Vance himself. Alzmeria understands that setting up a barrier of reconciliation will not end the feud. That what has been accumulating for years will not disappear overnight, and this causes her deep regret. Her voice still sounds clear, but any seeing her in such a state would not be able to hold back his tears. She wonders if he himself will cry. The guy shakes his head with firm confidence, adding that she knows the reason perfectly well. The lady is surprised by his answer. She realized the meaning of his words and sharply demanded that such liberties be stopped, emphasizing that she had given no such orders. Vance countered that as long as Her Majesty lived, his life belonged entirely to her, and reminded him of his oath given 4 years ago. Since that memorable day, he had changed, remembering it with a joyful smile. Tears were running down Alzmeria's cheeks. She considered him not just a fool, but one that could not be found in the entire empire. He dreamed of seeing the world with her, even if it took 100, 200, or even 1,000 years. The lady asked why he was telling her such things. She was convinced that he would not reveal the reason to her until the very end, but he only assured her that for the two of them, this is not the end yet. 1,000 years later, Vance was reborn, and using magical power, went in search of Alzmeria. Light broken into 6 parts, announced that her soul is also fragmented. He couldn't afford to back down, he had to find her at any cost. Even if to do this, he has to find all 6 of those who contain fragments of the mistress's soul. Looking at the beast's cat, Lloyd grinned, confident in the outcome of the battle. The beast furiously rushed to attack from above, but the boy used his first technique in time. Like a bird flying above a storm, he easily dodged the attack, leaving the enraged predator behind. However, the beast quickly realized what was happening and turned sharply and rushed into battle again. Lloyd proved elusive, and all the enraged creature managed to do was smash the trees behind which the young man was cleverly hiding. He was inspired by the progress of the battle. When the thick curtain of dust raised during the fight settled, visibility was restored, and, seeing what awaited him ahead, he froze in amazement. It turned out that the beast was cunning and lured him into a trap. Before Lloyd could come to his senses, the enemy crept up from behind. A huge paw almost caught up with him. It seemed that the blow had reached its target after all, because a silhouette appeared before the creature's eyes, twisted in unbearable pain. However, the vision quickly dissipated. For this trick, Lloyd resorted to his second technique. Using shadow armor that imitated the appearance of a knight in armor, he instantly moved behind his opponent. There was always a way out for him. He landed softly right on the back of the furry beast, which turned out to be Bastet. It was an absolute victory, and the beast could only meow pitifully. The creature admitted that it had had hope to feast on the boy today, and expressed dissatisfaction with being used all this time. He was curious how long he would have to stay there, to which Lloyd replied that he had always wanted to ride him. Bastet noted how much the boy had grown compared to what he was 8 years ago, and did not understand what he found so attractive in constant walks in the forest. The young man, as he had 8 years ago, repeated his desire to befriend him. Confused, Bastet changed the subject, asking did he bring the cat powder wine he asked for, and did he have anything to say. Lloyd said that tomorrow he would be going to the world-famous College of Magic to take the exam. The entrance exams had already been passed, and he would be accepted as a regular escort. Bastet knew that the carefree days were over. This was the last day he could freely express his thoughts, and he would miss Lloyd even if that feeling was forgotten in a few days. Unexpectedly for Bastet, the young man offered to go with him. After the announcement of an imminent separation, such an offer came as a surprise. The guy seemed strange and powerful at the same time. Bastet would agree to accompany him if Lloyd revealed his true nature. The guy was a little behind schedule and was putting off some of his work until breakfast time. The maid greeted him. His eyes widened as he caught the familiar scent of soup, and he headed to the kitchen to check his suspicions. There he saw Kanon busy preparing food. The girl immediately offered him to try her creation. Lloyd could not refuse, and gratefully began tasting the soup. He praised her excellent food, noting the rich flavor and the perfect combination of meat and vegetables. The girl thanked him for the compliment. Lloyd asked if there was anything else he could do, and she told him to get ready and wait. Beaming with happiness, she set a sumptuous breakfast table and suggested prayer. Lloyd and Kanon were already ready to leave. Marietta asked them to be careful on the road. The servants could not hold back their tears at the thought of them leaving, but they promised to return together. Marietta and everyone else will be looking forward to their return. Kanon couldn't hold back her tears, confessed her love, and thanked him for his care. The maid ran up to hug the girl, and in the meantime, the girl approached the guy. She carefully straightened his tie, slightly embarrassing him, and reminded that the collar should always be straight, as this is a sign of a gentleman. He promised to do his best not to disgrace the Fiali family. The sister suddenly became curious to know something. Kanon asked him where he got such a huge cat from, and he replied that it was his friend, the king of cats, Bastet. He could deliver them faster than any carriage. The boy sat on the cat and grabbed his fur tightly. The girl was amazed by what was happening. Everyone said goodbye to them, and then they went to the School of Magic. Arriving at the destination, Bastet landed. Lloyd asked if she could get off on her own, to which he answered affirmatively. However, when she started to descend, she couldn't hold on and fell down. Luckily, her brother managed to catch her at the very last moment, which was a complete surprise to her. He asked if she was okay, but she just covered her face with her hands, saying that everything is bad. The people watching them thought that this nobleman from the Heavenly Empire could be relied upon. Some even speculated that they were in a romantic relationship. Bastet, noticing something interesting, approached Lloyd and asked if he was going to intervene immediately upon their arrival. He turned to assess the situation. It turned out that the princess of the evil empire, Aurelis Grandshark, demanded that the passage be cleared for her, since the dragon of another girl was too big and was preventing her from passing. The daughter of the Holy Empire, Eliza Rosenkranz, insisted on the unconditional submission of those around her. She did not want to enter into absurd disputes that went against divine commandments. In the midst of the people, the Princess of the Beast Empire stood out. Powerful magic emanated from the Dragon Princess, although there was a human princess, but the Demon Princess was nowhere to be seen. These two countries have historically had a difficult relationship that has lasted for millennia. In a world where different nations strive for unity, only their union is constantly thwarted. The conflict between them risks becoming an international problem. Aurelius, confident in her strength, suggested ending the feud once and for all to avoid future clashes. Eliza objected, noting that Aurelius had not changed at all since their last meeting, and reminded her that she had already given her a lesson, because dark magic was no match for her light miracles. She expressed bewilderment as to why she even entered the School of Magic since she was only 13 years old and it was too early. In response, Aurelius retorted that Eliza herself looked like a 10-year-old child, like a little princess of the Sacred Empire. The princess's patience ran out, and they went on the offensive, starting to cast a spell. But at the moment when, thanks to the streams of magic, the girls were supposed to soar upward, they suddenly began to fall, wondering about the reason for the failure. It turned out that their magic was powerless. Kanan assumed that this was her brother's doing, and looked at him. Lloyd tried to explain that his intentions were purely peaceful. He was only trying to settle the quarrel that had arisen. The sister was amazed at the effectiveness of his magical abilities at such a significant distance, admitting that she had not even realized what had happened at first. Before the two could cast their spells, Lloyd managed to neutralize their actions by using the sound reflection suppression in the surrounding area. It seems that they managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. Eliza asked to be allowed to apologize, since it was she who first brought up the subject of age. Although she was older than Aurelius, she was still too young to enter school. The girl was impressed by her own innocence. She also hoped to resolve this conflict someday, but there was one obstacle. Some intruder interfered with their plans, and this turn of events did not make her happy. However, at the moment, it didn't matter much to her, as she was confident that she would become the most powerful in time. The students gathered in the assembly hall and listened attentively to the speech of the deputy director. She announced that there were special situations related to age restrictions for certain candidates. However, these candidates passed the exam according to the same criteria as everyone else. For representatives of the imperial families of all countries, with one exception, a minimum passing score is required. This is because imperial families have the ability to hide their true capabilities. The next test for members of the imperial families will be conducted separately, on an individual basis. The first test to take place in the Crystal Colosseum is the Mana test. 5 volunteers will have to step forward and touch a magical device that measures this stat. The deputy director finished her speech with a serious expression on her face and wished all participants success in the upcoming tests. Lloyd must complete all the quests at all costs. In this place where so many people with powerful mana have gathered, there is a chance to find information about Elsmeria. Kanan bid farewell to her brother, promising to do her best to get into the same class as him. Since they were together before the exam, she wants to continue on this path. During his on the way, the girl unexpectedly ran into a young man who, holding her back, he asked her to be more attentive. She blushed and stuttered an apology. The lady standing behind her harshly demanded that Kanan take her hands off Mr. Gerdo, but he calmed her down by saying that everything is okay. Admitting that he was captivated by her beauty and he couldn't help himself, the young man asked her name. The girl called herself Kanan the Fearless. The guy replied that it was a beautiful name. He introduced himself as Gerdo Krauser, the 3rd son of the Marquis of the Evil Empire. He assumed that the boys were from the Sky Empire, and asked what position the Dauntless family occupied. Kanan told him about her Count origin, which caused Gerdo to burst into laughter. He assured her that he had guessed it right away, noticing her nervousness, and added that aristocrats are also not strangers to relaxation. Lloyd noticed a change in Gerdo's behavior after learning of Kanan's lower status. Gerdo apologized for her companion's excessive directness and harshness. He introduced Verona and then Baglas, explaining that their behavior was dictated solely by loyalty to him, and that all 3 planned to enroll in this school. Baglas doubted his magical abilities and was afraid of failure. Gerdo encouraged him not to lose heart, assuring him that he had nothing to worry about in terms of mana. Suddenly, Gerdo knelt down and admiringly declared Kanan the Fearless a magnificent girl, which left everyone amazed. He invited her to dine with him, insisting on her presence alone. Stunned, Kanan didn't know what to answer and turned to her brother for advice. But he didn't have time to say anything because Gerdo interrupted him. He stated in a sharp manner that he did not recall addressing Lloyd and expressed curiosity as to whether in their country it was permissible for lower-ranking individuals to express their views to those of higher rank. Kanan tried to explain that it was his brother, but Gerdo, pulling her by the arm, claimed that all satellites tend to interfere in other people's affairs and they need to move, since his time is extremely valuable. Lloyd blocked his sister's path and emphasized that he, Lloyd the Fearless, as well as her brother. Regarding his words, he confirmed them. Although they obey and respect the marquises of their country, it is very problematic for them to carry out orders from marquises from a foreign state. Gerdo was dissatisfied with his answer, and asked again if the young man really believed that the marquises from the Evil Empire were lower in rank than the counts from the Heavenly Empire. The Heavenly Empire currently has no emperor. Due to this fact, the Heavenly Empire can be considered inferior to the Evil Empire. The young man said goodbye, and, accompanied by his companions, headed away, expressing hope for a quick meeting and wishing Kanan to successfully pass the test. As soon as they left the room, the girl made a displeased face and muttered that Gerdo was an unbearable bore. She was filled with anger and confusion at their behavior. At first, they showed kindness, and then began to insult her brother. Kanan wanted to teach him a lesson, because for her, Lloyd was the best in the entire Sky Empire and on Earth. No matter who comes to this academy, Lloyd, as her brother and protector, is obligated to protect her until his last breath. For Kanan, this is not just a family bond, but an unbreakable duty. The first test was behind them, and the friends united to celebrate it with a small celebration at a picnic. Kanan wondered if their mother had ever gone through a similar ordeal. Lloyd suggested that it was more likely that if they were going through it, she had gone through it at some point. Now the girl is determined to succeed in the upcoming exam, because their mother also overcame all these difficulties. Mulia originally attended an academy for young aristocrats in the Celestial Empire. She was the most talented student there, but she had to return to her family estate to take the throne. With only a year left to graduate, she received excellent recommendations at the age of 15, and was accepted into a world-famous magic school. Kanan suddenly remembered the recent incident that had caused her to become angry. This was completely unacceptable to her. Even though her brother's mana was colorless and invisible, it was impossible to quibble over it like Gerdo had done, claiming that he had no mana at all. Lloyd tried to calm his sister down. As expected, the Marquis's mana was impressive and burned brightly, which the young man himself agreed with. Gerdo was so self-satisfied that he himself was burning like fire, perhaps even stronger than fire from the feeling of superiority that filled him. Verona specialized in poisons, and Bargas specialized in earth magic, and perhaps he was equal to the Marquis, and maybe even superior to him. But apparently the guy had fallen on hard times. Kanan believed that Lloyd's magic was much more powerful and pure than the others. Hearing this, Lloyd became embarrassed and blushed. He noticed that these compliments applied equally to her. The girl, hearing this, froze and blushed noticeably. She asked if he meant her magical abilities, and thanked her for the high assessment. Her talent was obvious, because she already understood the essence of magic and knew how to control it, although she herself did not expect what she was capable of. During the test, she used magic to cause a crack in the glass surface, and this came as a complete surprise to her. Instructor Letitia Primrose, who was supervising the exam, personally witnessed everything that happened. Number 999 was Kanan Furls, who had a rare affinity for light magic. She was confident in her power and even managed to damage a magic device. Next was number 1000. It was Lloyd Furls. The instructor was confused at first, as she could not immediately determine his magical potential and the type of magic he was predisposed to. However, everything became clear when the young man demonstrated all his mana. Letitia was shocked to realize how much power Lloyd had and that how skillfully he hid it. The guy apologized for the inconvenience. The stunned girl did not immediately find what to answer. Lloyd asked her to keep the incident a secret, if possible. She remained silent, asking him to move on. In this group of people, only he and his sister understood the full extent of what had happened, but the question of his true identity remained unanswered. Suddenly, Yuyuka Senpai crept up behind the thoughtful Letitia and asked what had caught her attention. The girl shuddered slightly in surprise. The instructor asked what she was doing there. Yuyuka Amanagi, the rector of the research institute, needed an assistant urgently and wanted to choose one from among the applicants. Letitia objected, explaining that this is unacceptable. The rector's documents contained information about unusual manifestations of mana in applicants. First an amber shade, and then something completely different. The rector was inclined to believe that this information was true. Yuyuki asked Letitia, who was deep in thought, if she had ever felt anything like that. Judging from the preliminary data on the students, they could only make superficial assessments, but this power clearly stood out from the crowd. Examinee number 1000, Lloyd Furls, possessed colorless mana as expected. The girl was delighted, realizing that colorless mana could take on any hue, like a certain person she knew. The instructor asked her to stop as the magical device was quickly beginning to deteriorate. She held her breath, anticipating the strength Lloyd would display in today's exam. The examiner Seiba Mitsurugi met the last two participants. He explained that the essence of the test was a battle of illusions, which required sending projections into the battle arena. In simple terms, you need to create a double of yourself and send it to fight your opponent. First, you need to use the magic circle to move the double to the arena, and then depending on the points received, the participants will be able to enter the school. They should take places according to the assigned numbers. Kanan was the first to pass, leaving Lloyd behind and expressing hope for a quick meeting with her brother on the other side. Seiba, touched by their relationship, confessed that he also has a sister, and it was nice to see brother and sister getting along with each other. He wished that they would never quarrel. Lloyd thanked him for the kind words, and the examiner asked him to stand in the teleportation circle. He obediently did so, understanding that although it was an illusion, he could not relax and needed to maintain concentration. He found himself in the middle of an open wasteland. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, belonging to his opponent. It was Gyurdo, for whom Lloyd would be a starting point. The boy apologized for the wait. The Marquis stated that there was a spark between him and Kanan, and it must be fate. Besides, he had a great opportunity to defeat Lloyd. Gyurdo is confident that he will fall in this wasteland, and all this for the sake of his future with Kanan, without the interference of her brother. Furls admitted that he noticed the confidence in the young man, but stressed that he did not intend to give him the victory in this fight just like that. This made the Marquis laugh, convinced that his opponent had no mana. He asked how he was going to win. Even if Lloyd had some fighting skills, the arena was all about magic power. Gyurdo was absolutely sure that there was no place for such non-entities as his opponent among worthy magicians. And he doesn't have a single chance. He, raising 3 fingers, declared that he will bring down his power on him 3 times. Considering it impolite to end the fight with 1 blow, he planned to demonstratively burn the guy's projection within 3 moves. The enemy began to cast a spell. Directing using mana, a fiery shot from his index finger hit the target. The red-hot bullet rushed towards Lloyd, who remained motionless. The blow caused an explosion of flames where the young count stood. Gyurdo was overjoyed, knowing that this would cause irreparable damage. When the fire cleared, he saw the count, unharmed, in the same place thanks to the protective ring. Lloyd wondered what kind of blow it was and whether it was a warm-up, noting that the flame was quite bright. The enemy was shocked and unable to believe what was happening, because he used a powerful spell borrowed from the archdemon, and didn't understand how he stayed alive. Lloyd explained that, although the spell was borrowed by Gyurdo, it was used by a projection, and the mana affinity was dependent on the real body. The enemy, having fallen into a rage, threw all caution to the wind and intended to wipe the guy out at any cost, immediately starting to cast a new spell. With the help of a spell, he summoned 2 fire spirits that looked like newts. Having given the order, the magician made them separate. Each spirit split in 2, and the new entity attacked Lloyd from behind. They would pursue him until his flesh was reduced to ash, leaving him without any hope of escape. Lloyd used the technique of substitution, hiding from sight. His only weapon was the will to win. He knew that by provoking the spirits, he would force them to destroy each other. The explosion of magic sent a cloud of smoke and flames into the air, forcing Gyurdo to shield his face. He realized that the boy had destroyed the creatures he had summoned. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared behind the enemy and advised to always protect your rear. Gyurdo froze in horror. Frightened by the enemy's sudden appearance, he jumped back and asked what he had done to his spirits. Lloyd ignored the question. suggesting that they end the fight. The guy thought that the enemy might want to continue. The Marquis was in a panic and could not answer, only slowly retreated. He realized that retreat was impossible, and there was another reason why he could not afford to run. As the eldest brother, Lloyd couldn't understand what it was like to be the youngest in the family. Lloyd's magical energy began to change rapidly. Lloyd, wary, noticed how Gyardo's flame had taken on a black hue. It was the mana of darkness. Gyardo prayed to the archdemon of flame, asking him to cleanse everything with the fire of justice. He created a massive ball of unholy flame from his mana, preparing to strike his third blow. Lloyd was well aware that defeat was unacceptable for his opponent, since he himself was in a similar situation. The opponent's third attack was heading straight for him, and to avoid a collision, Lloyd parried it with his own third move. He called upon the archdemon of flame, whispering a spell. Lloyd asked the demon to hear his call and grant him power similar to light reflected in the surface of water. Gyardo watched in amazement as this happened, not understanding how this was possible, since he had not made any agreements with the archdemon, but he could still use its power. The first defensive technique created a shield around the caster, the second around the protected object. The third technique, the most difficult, turned the enemy's magical attack against him. Lloyd's attack was devastating, and Gyardo could only try to dodge. Unable to withstand the colossal pressure, he lost his balance and, breaking through the rocks, flew far back. On the one hand, he specialized in defense, using a minimum of mana. On the other hand, Gyardo constantly cast powerful spells. However, this was a battle of illusions, and the more mana they spent, the more difficult it became to maintain the illusory world. Suddenly, everything around disappeared and the teleportation began. Lloyd assumed that the exam was over. The boy looked around in confusion, not understanding where he had been transported. He had simply not been returned to his own body. All 6 princesses of the Empire stood before him. He was confused, trying to comprehend what was happening. Something was happening behind him. And he turned to see. Suddenly he was bound by many chains, which were tightening more and more. He had not forgotten the feeling of helplessness he had experienced when he had tried to tell about Elsmeria. When he woke up, he saw a tearful Kanan, desperately trying to bring him back to his senses. He called her name, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Before returning, he definitely felt the presence of his mistress. It looks like it really was Elsmeria, and the decision to enroll here was the right one. Deep in his thoughts, he suddenly realized that Conan was still nearby. The girl was clearly nervous. She quickly explained that she had become scared when she thought that something happened to him in the battle, although she is confident in her brother's strength and superiority. In tears, the sister apologized for her unnecessary anxiety. Lloyd reminded himself that his mission here was not only a personal one, but also the belief this girl had in him. He had to do everything he could to never see her cry again. From this moment on, he will become her support and protector until her last days. Kanan eagerly awaited her brother's return here, confident of his success. The young man thanked her for her faith and expressed his joy at their upcoming stay together, unaware that 2 girls were watching their conversation. One of them waited curiously for their conversation to end, while the other noted their mutual understanding, although she was not entirely sure of it. They were Yuzuri Hatilfa and Kuzuno Hatilfa, princesses of the Beast Empire. Lloyd and Kanan, noticing the princesses, wondered about the purpose of their visit. In response, the princesses jokingly called them a couple in love, causing confusion among the young people. Kanan introduced herself and her brother. Both parties were happy to meet. Kuzunoha, without embarrassment, noted that they were twins, although they did not look very similar, for which she received a remark from her sister. Then the princesses introduced themselves and said that they were twins. Kuzunoha emphasized that she was born first and therefore older. But this did not matter much. She hugged her sister tightly, calling her her best friend. The 2 princesses then ran up to Kanan and hugged her, expressing their joy that she understood them and was their classmate. Kanan was slightly confused. The Tilfs explained that they too had entered a special faculty and had come to meet their future classmates. Lloyd was surprised at the prospect of studying in the same class with royalty. He was alarmed that the princesses were moving so freely without guards. Looking around, he noticed a beast man watching from a raised platform. While not feeling any hostility from the princesses, Lloyd felt pressure from his bodyguard. In order to protect himself and his sister, the young man temporarily blocked his magic using defensive technique number 2, creating a protective curtain around them. The beastmen immediately tensed up. The princesses noted a strong animal smell coming from him, accessible only to their sense of smell. The boy assumed that they were talking about Bastida. The boy explained that this special scent came from Bastite, a cat that lived in the forest near the Fialesi estate in the Sky Empire. He asked the cat to be their transport and bring them here. The girls wondered if it was true that the cat lived in the Sky Empire. The Tilfs knew that this was unlikely, because no one had ever made a contract with a person from the Sky Empire and tamed him. The cat would hardly allow himself to be caught so easily. Sensing something unusual, they approached Lloyd. After sniffing, they declared that the boy did not smell of lies, and suggested that he had used some tricks to tame Bastet. The princesses also caught the scent of catnip and began to lick their lips, but Rokon pulled them away from the stunned Lloyd. Still confused, the boy suggested that it was most likely the smell of the silver wine he had given the cat. Kuzunoha asked the escort not to worry, as they would definitely not get drunk from the smell alone, and silver wine would not have such a strong effect. Rokon apologized for causing unnecessary concern. Yuzuriha had not tried the wine yet due to its alcohol content, but she found the smell pleasant. The Beastman asked her to avoid talking about alcohol since she was from the Beast Empire, even though their father drinks wine all the time. Kuzunoha tried to get Lloyd to agree by approaching him, and then the two ran away while Rokon tried to stop them. He apologized to the Count for his rude behavior, noting that Lloyd was an unusual warrior and that, as a fellow bodyguard, he was pleased to meet him, and the boy reciprocated. The girls found out everything they wanted about Bastida, and they had nothing more to do and could leave. The Tilfs, holding hands, waved goodbye to the boys. It was time for Cannon and Lloyd to return home, but on the way, they met an examiner and an instructor. Letitia and Siba greeted them and told them that they had been waiting for them, and also congratulated them on successfully passing the entrance exams. Kanan learned her final grade, which was 9th place overall. Her mana affinity was rated A+, and her illusion combat score was 125 points, which guaranteed her a place on the enrollment list, even taking into account the heirs of the royal families. The girl expressed gratitude for the high grade, which she felt she did not fully deserve. Lloyd also had a recorded A+ mana affinity. However, the head of the Amanagi Research Institute suggested that they remeasure. It was up to Lloyd to decide, and no one could insist. If he agreed, he had to be careful. Letitia interrupted Siba's speech, delicately pointing out the deviation from the main topic. The examiner, realizing this, returned to discussing the points received in the illusion battle. He said the deputy director in charge of student entrance exams this year was inviting Lloyd to a private meeting. The girl began the conversation by discussing Lloyd's entrance exam results, noting that he had the best score for his mana reserve and combat with illusions. Of particular interest was his colorless mana, making him a valuable subject for scientific research. The girl asked permission to thank him on behalf of the principal for choosing their school. The deputy principal was reminded of important information that she had to tell Lloyd. The girl stood up and approached them, saying that she had a personal request for the guy. First, she asked if it was possible to exclude his results from the overall leaderboard. The young man agreed, provided that it would not affect his personal result. She then apologized, explaining that there were obstacles to awarding rankings to the 6 imperial princesses. For this reason, Lloydu could not be ranked higher than 7th. All the imperial princesses will be trained in a separate department. That is, they will be in the same class with him. She moved on to the second request. The deputy requested that a safe environment be created for the princesses to learn. Although the 7 empires had formed an alliance and promised to establish peace, it was only an agreement between states. The school had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of countries. Lloyd remembered the 2 princesses who had already had a quarrel upon their arrival at the school. The guy understood her concerns perfectly and assured her that he would do everything possible to ensure safety in the classroom. On the way back, an unexpected meeting awaited him. It was their mother, Mulia, who also did not expect to see them at school. Not knowing how to get out of it, she lied, saying that she was Mu's temporary instructor. The boys did not believe such an obvious lie, because their real mother was standing in front of them. They asked what she was doing there. She apologized for not telling them about it earlier, but nevertheless confirmed that she really was a temporary instructor. Mulia said that she had once studied within these walls, turning to old acquaintances with whom she had become friends during her studies. She managed to negotiate a temporary return to the school. She was offered a position as an assistant professor in a special department where her children were to study. In order to pull off such an adventure, the Countess had to work hard in the capital and prepare in secret. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the state of affairs in the estate. Lloyd understood the reason for her recent secrecy, and Kanan considered her action reckless. Despite everything, she loved this side of her mother and hugged her tightly, hoping for her brother's support. The guy was happy and completely agreed with his sister because she was their mother. Malia, touched by the children's love, could not hold back her tears. She wanted to throw herself into their arms, but remembered that within the walls of the school, she was supposed to be an impartial teacher, not a mother. No, she was their teacher. She should have addressed them as Lady Cannon and Mr. Lloyd, although it sounded unusual. The Countess asked them to listen to her carefully, because from that day on they were school pupils and first they needed to straighten their ties. They had been standing in the hallway for too long, and it was time to head to the dorm and catch up. The family was on the Magic School Island, in the western part of the Noble's residential area, in room 21. Kanan asked if they could access housing themed to the different countries of the garden. Mulia confirmed, explaining that it was made to match the climate of each country. Housing in the style of the Sky Empire was too expensive. Lloyd noticed a shadow watching them from behind a column and looked back, but his mother interrupted him, telling him that they had arrived. The Fiale family was met by two maids who introduced themselves as Soel and Cosette, who were now to serve them. The young man was surprised by the presence of servants here too, and asked if they were students of the magic school. It turned out that they were second-year students studying on scholarship and working part-time as maids to pay for their studies. They had completed their training during spring break, so they had no problems fulfilling their duties. As they were about to prepare dinner, the maids were stopped by Kanan, who, having expressed her love for cooking, asked to be taken along. Soel and Cosette were touched by her spontaneity. Lloyd was pleased, knowing that his little angel, as always, had instantly won over the upperclassmen. He asked Malia for permission to explore the area with Tito. Having received consent, but with a request to be careful, Lloyd, having borrowed the cat, flew away, realizing that there was a place for Bastet here. The place was truly impressive, and even for him, there was room to roam. During the flight, Lloyd noticed something interesting. He looked at the girl, who seemed to him to be an escort from the Heavenly Empire, whom he had already met. Upon landing, they were greeted by a girl as honored guests. It was Claudine, who was accompanying Princess Eliza. Lloyd also introduced himself. He asked the purpose of her visit, to which Claudine replied that she would like to talk to him about something important. The guy asked if she knew about his and his sister's admission to a special faculty and received confirmation. Claudina said that the imperial princesses and their retinue form a special faculty. In such a faculty, outsiders would be superfluous. Eliza tried to get the highest score, but she could not, and was disappointed. Even Runea, the dragon princess who was considered the favorite to become the leader, refused to represent the first years. She stated that there was a more worthy contender. Lloyd realized that the results above 7th place were not made public, meaning that there was a student at the top who was not a princess. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about this, which upset Claudine. Aurelia, known as the Princess of Evil, also aimed to take first place in the exam. After completing it, she met with the other princesses and shared important information. She expressed her desire to fight a worthy candidate, which Runea informed Claudine of. In fact, Lady Eliza did not dislike Aurelia, they simply had different points of view on many issues. All this was instructed to convey to Lloyd. The girl said that in 3 days there would be an initiation ceremony, and tomorrow the students of the faculty would have a lesson, which the Princess of Evil would attend. The guy listened attentively. Claudine asked him to be careful, and left after conveying this news. As soon as dawn broke, his sister, full of joy, woke up her sleeping brother with a greeting. Lloyd didn't understand why Kanan had come to him. As far as he remembered, he had been guarding her peace, and apparently she had taken advantage of his short sleep. He carefully got up from the couch, trying not to wake her, to go out into the fresh air. When Kanan woke up, she was surprised to find that Lloyd was not there and realized that she had accidentally fallen asleep with him. At that time, he was collecting ice water from the well and dousing himself with it from head to toe. During this procedure, the maids, hanging out the laundry, involuntarily saw the guy and were embarrassed. They immediately apologized to the gentleman, explaining that they were not peeping, and it happened by accident. Lloyd was as embarrassed as they were, and asked for forgiveness for appearing in such a state, but they replied that they saw nothing reprehensible and handed him a towel. At that moment, Mulia herself approached. Taking a towel, she began to dry his head, reminding him that despite the fact that he was already an adult, he still hardened himself with cold water, risking getting sick. Lloyd explained that without it he would not be able to harden himself, and asked her to move away a little so that she would not get wet. It was already late, and the Countess was wet. Then the son noticed that he was already dry and offered her to cover herself with a towel, for which she thanked him. Kanan and Lloyd headed towards the school. The girl felt tense because of the large number of guards around, but the boy understood the reason. This was because 6 princesses from different countries gathered in one place to attend a lesson. Lloyd looked around to see if the evil princess had appeared, but she had not. The instructor and examiner were already there and greeted everyone who had gathered. Siba Mitsurugi taught martial arts, and Letitia Primrose taught magic theory. Eliza asked Aurelia to lower her hands to show respect to the teachers, even if she is a princess. Aurelia replied that representatives of different countries had gathered here and demanded that they watch their manners and not speak to her so frivolously. For Eliza, building relationships based on mutual respect was more important for her country. Aurelia agreed, but added that this was only relevant for Eliza's country. For her, as a representative of the empire, honor was above all else, and she would not agree to study with her unless it was agreed upon in advance. She turned to Runea for support of her words. The princess of the Dragon Empire asked to repeat what was said, as she had not yet woken up. The princess, dissatisfied with the answer, asked again what she meant. Runea replied that she fell asleep because of her annoying chatter. She recalled that yesterday she had made it clear that when measuring mana, there was a student who had achieved a high ranking, but she could only sense a small portion of his mana. Runea demanded that the ranking be made public, including that student. The girl intervened, explaining that it was impolite to call a person that way. It was Suseri Hoshiruki, the princess of the Human Empire, who couldn't allow other students to be treated like that. She added that even if you were a princess, it didn't mean you had to treat others like objects. Kuzunoha noticed that Suseri was starting to act like a class representative. Yuzuriha knew that there would be another boy and girl elected to the class committee, but her thoughts were preoccupied with what role the human princess would take. Hearing her words, she turned around and said that she had warned them the day before about her unwillingness to give in to their cheap provocations. The Princess of Evil demanded that these intrigues be stopped and addressed the teachers with a question. She asked to explain why the results of mana level measurements were hidden from them. Aurelia felt that this fact was causing discontent among others, and they also wanted to know the reason for such secrecy. Unexpectedly, she approached Lloyd Fiolesu, a member of the Count family of the Heavenly Empire, asking for his opinion on the matter. Lloyd realized that the girl had most likely guessed about his first place, and it worried him. She knew about him, and about his victory over Gerdo in a duel. As far as she knew, he had entered a normal department, but she didn't particularly care about Gerdo. However, as the Princess of the Empire of Darkness, whose nobles were losing to the nobles of another country, she had to abide by certain principles. Eliza tried to stop her. Aurelia reminded that they had different heavenly agreements, and the Princess of Light could not object. Understanding that she was right, nearly a millennium ago, in an effort to establish peace through the creation of a barrier of reconciliation, the emperors agreed that each power would be free to pursue its own national ideals. This agreement went down in history as the Treaty of Heaven. In the Empire of Darkness, the cornerstone was the idea that a duel was permissible if dictated by a code of honor. Runea explained that this was because they were a people who were unable to judge an individual's strength outside of confrontation, while dragons could only judge strength by observation. The Dark Princess emphasized that this was because the Heavenly Treaty of the Dragon Empire condemned any form of combat. Aurelia, turning to Lloyd, declared that she alone of those present was allowed to enter the battle. Full of determination, she challenged the young man to a duel. Having learned that the young man was not a blood member of the Fiale family, but merely their companion, the girl, despite attempts to stop her, continued her speech, removing the ring from her finger and explained that it was a family jewel, passed down from generation to generation. According to the heavenly agreement, after defeating Lloyd, he will become her subject. Eliza asked if the girl herself remembered this, knowing the consequences. After all, using this agreement, she also binds herself, although she already knew it. Having finished her explanations, she began to implement her plan and invited everyone to follow her into the arena. The second arena of illusions gathered all the participants. Seba asked the Count if he would mind if he limited himself to a sword in the duel. The answer was negative, but not without doubt. Lloyd was reluctant to use weapons against the Imperial Princess, but his mentor interrupted him, stressing that even the thought of sparing the Princess of the Evil Empire was unacceptable. Defeat would result in slavery and ruin his life. After examining his sword, he put it back into its sheath, declaring his intention to do everything possible to avoid regrets in the future. Kane and Mulia were extremely worried about him, praying for his victory. In response, Lloyd thanked them for their support. He headed towards the magic circle, and the teleportation began. The arrival location was completely different from the examination site. Aurelius explained that it was Pandemonium, a place reminiscent of a similar one from her country. She informed that observers could not see them. Lloyd asked for time to explain if she had any doubts about the honesty of the results. She asked to be heard. The princess's expression darkened, and she admitted her haste. Lloyd, struck by her appearance, realized that her previous self-confidence was only a mask. The princess believed that Runea would take first place, as did many others. However, she was the one who questioned the results. Alaria didn't want to give in to Eliza, or any other princess. She was certainly looked down upon because of her young age, but she hoped that sooner or later Runea would acknowledge her power. Now she is confronted by a rival, possibly superior in strength, and this is not a representative of the royal family of another country, but the bodyguard of the Countess. Since the girl left her native lands, she has not yet had time to experience the vastness of the world, and the first to open it to her was Lloyd. Demonstrating her abilities, the princess, with a question in her gaze, asked if he intended to continue showing her the beauties of this world. In the third arena, everyone was waiting for the fight to begin, and Letitia was deep in sad thoughts, worried about Lloyd. She realized the limitlessness of his powers, and, as a teacher, felt the need to stop the conflict. Eliza approached her, offering to look at the situation from a different angle, since there was nothing they could do right now. The teacher barely had time to open her mouth to answer when something happened. The fight had already begun, and Kanan, without realizing it, wondered what was going on. At that moment, she noticed Aurelia's eye, but Mulia, sensing danger, closed her daughter's eyes. With the help of the Crimson Gaze, she recreated a time prison shrouded in crimson mist. The Countess explained that this was her unique ability to control the mind. Apparently, it dawned on her that she intended to make Lloyd her slave. Their fight was watched through a screen, and it became clear to everyone that the princess was not going to drag out the battle, but was trying to end it with one decisive blow. Lloyd Fialas was admirable simply because he had accepted the challenge to a duel and had not left the battlefield. She almost felt sorry for ending things this way, but she had no other choice and continued to attack the young man. However, Lloyd easily avoided her attack and moved behind her. The girl, not realizing how it happened, froze and only turned to look at him. Everyone present noticed how he deftly dodged the spell and took a more advantageous position. In addition, the absence of a weapon in his hands attracted attention, which caused surprise and bewilderment, since it remained unclear how he avoided harm after the effect of the evil eye. Everyone was amazed by Lloyd's ability to resist the effect of her gaze. The Dragon Princess, who was watching their fight, was genuinely worried about the outcome of the duel. Aurelius turned out to be much more powerful than it seemed at first glance. However, the young man was also full of riddles, and the princess could not understand how he managed to resist the power of her gaze. Even if Lloyd had not looked into his eyes, he would still have been influenced by it, and direct eye contact seemed like inevitable defeat. The Count explained that direct gaze was debilitating, but that forcing the body to move on its own might help. Using the #1 defensive style, he used the mindless repetition technique. Even if his mind was empty, his heart would still be tugging at his strings. In order to move, even without his own will, he gave himself an order in advance through magic. Instead of resisting the evil eye, the young man could avoid it altogether. Aurelius was shocked to hear this and froze with her mouth open, realizing that he had guessed her plan. Without taking his eyes off her, in the face of her evil eye and the force she had used to reach him, he stood firm, like a branch bending in a strong wind but not breaking. He held firm without even laying a finger on her. In her confusion, Aurelius realized that even in the heat of battle, Lloyd retained respect for her. Annoyed by her own impotence, she declared that since he had withstood her curse, the battle could be considered over in his favor. However, she would not give up until she had brought him to his knees. The princess began her transformation, and Lloyd watched in bewilderment, not knowing what was coming. As long as she stood before him, everything else lost its meaning for her. He assisted her in opening the gates and arrived at her castle, or rather allowed her to enter his own castle. The girl almost completed the transformation, warning that it could turn into a minor nuisance for him. For her, it was an unshakable opportunity to get him into her power by any means. The princess's transformation was complete, and her face lit up with an anticipatory smile. With the blood dust, Aurelius created twin blades that emitted scarlet flowers. She was delighted and longed for him to draw his sword quickly. Thanks to the #1 defensive style, his gaze could capture the flow of magic, and after analyzing the situation, he completed the analysis. He realized that the attack coming from her right hand would be lightning fast. In response, the boy decided to create one-day wings that would disappear into the cloudless blue sky using his mana. Lloyd knew that if the vampire's ability was to absorb mana, he would need to create a large target to drain it from. She didn't have time to comprehend what was happening and exclaimed in bewilderment, while he went on the offensive from the left flank. Thanks to the protective ring, the young man had no trouble repelling her onslaught. Aurelius, frightened and bewildered by this turn of events, saw how the battlefield was strewn with her own crystals. Her fangs simply couldn't penetrate. The girl's unique ability was to draw out mana to create crystal flowers, and now they were just uselessly frozen in the air. Susuri, watching the fight, did not notice that Lloyd created any kind of barrier, but she felt the presence of something that replaced it. In the area where the crystal flowers were located, she could clearly feel his mana. The princess was trying to find a way out of the situation in a hurry, realizing that there was none. The horror of what was happening weakened her vigilance, and the enemy was inexorably approaching. She closed her eyes, ready for defeat, tears already gathering in the corners of her eyes. Noticing this, Lloyd froze in surprise and reached for the sword, but stopped his hand. Instead, he hugged her carefully and sank to the ground. They were silent for a while. Lloyd spoke first, apologizing. Aurelius was surprised at first, but then her anger quickly returned. Pushing him away, she asked him irritably why he hadn't used his sword. He wanted to explain that it was all because of her desperate expression. But the princess interrupted, asking if he considered her weak and therefore stopped the fight. At that moment, memories from his past life flooded in. He remembered Alsmeria's words that she had to change his worldview, even if it meant confronting him. His thoughts were interrupted by the princess's question about his opinion of her possible reaction to the unsheathing of his sword. He stared at her, aware that neither her appearance nor her voice matched his memories, but for some reason he could not look away. Now he had to come face to face with the woman standing in front of him. The girl felt his strength, exceeding her expectations, but something inside pushed her not to retreat. Lloyd was the one who gave her this chance. The thick fog coming from her made him cover his face with his hand. She was the first princess of the Grand Shark dynasty, Aurelius Grand Shark, and she stood here, risking her own life. The young man understood that she was an imperial princess, but at the same time she took him, a knight, seriously. In that case, for the sake of pride, he would answer with everything he had. The guy introduced himself as Lloyd Fiale from the Count's family of the Sky Empire. Drawing his sword, he moved towards her, swearing to use his blade to resist her with all his might. As a child, Aurelius was taught that she was the hope for the future generation of the Grand Shark family. The woman asked her not to forget about this, and the girl obediently agreed. When Eliza was still very young, she was introduced to the Princess of Darkness and asked to greet her, but that girl, embarrassed, only furtively watched her from behind her mother's back. The Princess of Darkness was almost the same age as Eliza, and was the first to passionately want to make friends with her, and spend time together. The girl ran up to her mother, who was about to tell her something important. Mother declared that Aurelis should under no circumstances give in to the Princess of Light, Eliza. This was her direct duty as the princess of her state. This news stunned Aurelis. She froze in place, realizing that this would become her life's goal. Everyone around her kept telling her that she was strong and that she had to be the best, and the girl agreed with everything with a smile. They had no right to lose, they had to be first. The princess had to rule over everyone. Aurelis was no longer a child, and the need to treat others with condescension was gone. In order to enter the prestigious academy, she studied hard day and night to finally become equal to the Princess of Light. However, despite all their efforts, Eliza and Runea did not see her as a worthy competitor and neglected her. To everyone, she was just an ordinary imperial princess, no different from the others. And one more irritating fact did not give her peace. All attention was riveted to one person. This person was Lloyd, just an escort from the Sky Empire. And Aurelis had many questions about what was special about him. The Empire of Heaven put an end to the strife, but the Emperor who created the Barrier of Peace remained a mystery, dissolving into the abyss of time without a trace. His very existence haunted the Princess of Darkness, and she could not understand why. As a representative of the Dark Empire, she was used to evaluating people only in battle. The evil princess believes that by defeating Lloyd Fialis and earning Princess Eliza's recognition, she will finally achieve her desired goal. She will reveal her true nature. In the deep red fog, the world will soon wither and die. Just by touching this fog, the magic filled with its illusions will flow into it. Lloyd was extremely wary, sensing the approach of something familiar. Suddenly, Aurelis informed him that he was within the walls of her castle. She longed for the young man to dance until the moon rose in this illusory sky, and the crimson mist, like a mirror, reflected her true essence. Lloyd stopped, amazed at her power. She was barely visible through the thick fog, and he realized that this time she was not using the eye effect, but something else. As multiple silhouettes appeared around him, surrounding him from all sides, he realized that she was using the skill of creating visual illusions. He tried to react, but to no avail, as she was depriving him of the ability to see reality. Aurelis was sure that if the situation did not change, he would never be able to impress her, no matter how hard he tried. The princess felt sincere gratitude to Lloyd because, thanks to him, she felt her strength again, and this filled her with incredible pleasure. The boy was at the limit of his abilities. Despite the fact that she seemed to be everywhere at once, he could not hit the target, but only broke her reflections. He was desperately trying to find her true location. Suddenly, the voice of the Princess of Evil came from behind him, whispering to him how he was feeling. Beads of sweat ran down his face from surprise and horror. Frightened by the approaching danger, he retreated abruptly. A blow from such a close range would be disastrous. Using the #1 defense technique, he drew his sword in a move that pierced the heavens. The clearing fog showed that he had missed again and had only broken the mirror. Lloyd was confused, not understanding how this could have happened. It turned out that she had activated her second magical eye in advance. It had never occurred to him that this was possible, since usually only one eye could be kept active. If Lloyd saw her other eye and didn't have time to use the mindless repetition, then disaster would be inevitable. Aurelis, wasting no time, activated the time prison, shrouded in crimson fog. In an instant she was there, their faces dangerously close. Her gaze was directed straight into his eyes, and she used a crimson gaze. Lloyd could not take his eyes off him and froze, as if paralyzed, realizing what was happening and his own helplessness before her. As he fell inexorably lower and lower, losing altitude and strength, the feeling of absolute hopelessness gripped him more and more deeply, enveloping his mind in a fog of despair. And at that moment, suddenly and brightly, a painfully familiar voice flashed in his mind, asking the same agonizing question: would he really lose, despite everything? With that voice, a dear memory surfaced of how she, with genuine faith in his strength, said that he must become the strongest wizard in the entire space of the 7 empires. With a warm, almost maternal smile on her face, she said that if he was the shield of the Celestial Empire, then it was her sincere wish to see him as her personal strongest knight, capable of protecting everything that was dear to her. She also added, with quiet confidence, that he, with tenacity and will, could always rise and soar higher than before. She was convinced that with his beautiful, rare, and colorless magic, which had a unique nature, they could, acting together, change the established course of the world. It was at that moment that it dawned on him that he had once sworn to himself to become stronger than anyone else in history. Once again fired with inner determination, he rushed into battle without hesitation, determined not to let anything in the world interfere with the realization of his Empress's cherished dream. He used a technique called moon reflection, a skill from the third defensive style that resembled a clear moon perfectly reflected in the surface of calm water. She froze in complete shock, unable to comprehend how he was able to use her own skill in battle and reproduce it so accurately. Immediately after, he activated Shadow Armor, a skill of the second defensive style, in which the shadow acted as an exact reflection of the figure of a knight clad in full battle armor. This unexpected move caught her completely off guard. Instead of retreating and regrouping, she furiously attacked him with a crimson mist of illusions. But he, possessing a cool head, skillfully repelled her attack with a precise movement of his sword. In response, she, overcome with rage, shouted with fury that her patience had reached its limit and there was no more restraint left. He instantly switched to activating the first defensive style, Floating Leaf, allowing him to glide across the battlefield lightly and gracefully, like a leaf carried by a swift current of water. But she, without weakening her onslaught, continued to attack fiercely, determined to get him at any cost. She simply could not allow herself to lose this important battle, for with tears shining in her eyes, she reminded herself that she was the princess of the evil empire and wore that title with pride. As they watched the battle unfold, they were deeply shocked and could not believe how incredibly strong she had become during this time. They were seriously afraid that if things continued at this rate, her magical energy would soon be completely exhausted. With a glimmer of hope in her eyes, one of them said that this was not the end yet, and as long as she did not lose her fangs, the fight would continue until the very end. He lifted his glasses and watched in amazement as she displayed her power, while she, feeling proud of her brother, carefully wiped away the tears that had appeared on her face. The third one, however, admiringly called this battle truly beautiful. In the heat of the exciting battle, they moved like a perfectly coordinated dancing couple, creating a breathtaking spectacle of unimaginable grace, strength, and synchronicity on the battlefield. And although she spent colossal amounts of magical energy, in the midst of this intense battle, she did not stop rapidly growing and developing, surpassing herself. If he had completely dodged her attacks, not allowing a single spark of her magic to reach him, her powers would have long since been exhausted. But since that didn't happen, she could still continue her battle dance. Whispering softly that a bird trapped in a cage made of its own blood would be unable to fly, she locked him inside a scarlet, bloody cage that engulfed everything around him. With complete, unshakable confidence in her voice, she said that he would never be able to get out of this impregnable magical castle of hers. He asked if she was afraid that by continuing to attack so desperately, she would reach her limit in order to block his movements, but she, with icy calm, replied that she did not, and could not have any limit, and if she had his magic, she would never look so pitiful. She waved her elegant fan and activated the powerful skill, Constriction, and the cage that was created began to rapidly shrink and shrink, squeezing him tighter and tighter, as if wanting to wipe him off the face of the earth. With a commanding and decisive gesture, she proclaimed at the top of her voice, "These are her true fangs, with which she is ready to destroy everything in her path." However, despite her fang's ability being activated, he dodged, completely avoiding her attack, leaving her in shock. She asked if it was a defensive technique, and he confirmed it. At that moment, memories surfaced in his mind, how she dreamed of a world without conflicts and wanted to test the ability of magic to stop them, realizing the contradiction of her words. He thought with annoyance, if he had this magic, he would be strong enough. Bitter thoughts of protecting her overwhelmed him. Despite the futility of his defensive skills, he was adamant. He would continue to use this magic even through the centuries. In his heart, there was a yearning to see her again, and to do so, he used the fourth defensive style, Unique Color, which unfolded like a vast, wide-spreading sky. This great defensive technique was only available to select bloodlines, and he had mastered it. She was left perplexed, completely unable to understand how he was able to use it. She asked why he hadn't destroyed her defenses much earlier if he could use such magic, to which he replied that it was because she was quite powerful, which embarrassed her, after which she yelled at him not to act like an idiot because she thought he didn't have to be serious with her. But he said no way. He admitted that he had been deliberately disrespectful, but still pointed his sword at her and used many techniques to defeat her, including defensive moves, because he was sure that he would lose if he did not use them. This moved her to tears. In response, she furiously exclaimed that she would fight to the very end, and immediately rushed forward to attack. Falling into his arms, she took his hand and asked for forgiveness. As she disappeared, she acknowledged his victory. The teleportation began, and he again experienced the same feeling as when he first arrived here. Suddenly, her silhouette flashed in his eyes, saying that he did not expect to meet in such a place and that perhaps this was their destiny. Noticing him, the girls let out joyful cries and rushed towards him, while that voice continued to echo in his thoughts. She smiled as she noted that, despite the mere minutes of fighting, it felt like an eternity had passed. While he was still trying to comprehend the source of the mysterious voice, she asked him to say at least a word, and asked if this meant he didn't want to communicate with losers. He immediately denied it. She reminded him that the winner of the illusion fight could order the loser to perform one action, and he had the right to do so. He was about to refuse, saying that he had done many disrespectful things, when she, embarrassed but louder, declared that she, as the loser, had to give him what he deserved. He then kindly asked her that they study under the same teachers from now on, adding that he wanted them to improve their skills together and build peaceful relationships with everyone else. His warm smile and words about wanting to be friends left her confused and speechless. She objected, saying that it was her place to ask for such a thing, but he rejected this, noting that he would rather make his own request. Then, addressing her as Her Majesty the Princess of Evil, he emphasized that her desperate battle had been entirely worth it. She addressed him as Master, but he corrected her, saying that he did not belong to such an honorable title. To this, she said with a smile that she would continue to call him that until she could one day hold victory over him. Then his friends, emerging from nowhere, grabbed him and indignantly asked if such a request was enough, reminding him that he should be ruder to her. The princess angrily objected that he would never do such a thing. From above, through binoculars, she kept a watchful eye on him and said how charming he was. At the same time, from the observation tower of the 9th Research Institute located in the World Magic Academy, in deep silence and concentrated solitude, she carefully analyzed every moment of the duel she saw. Opening his personal profile, she carefully studied all the available data, amazed that he was a new student who possessed unusual magic and, more importantly, used a unique defensive technique. Far from ordinary, his technique was comparable to the ancient Barrier of Truce, the embodiment of true defense, available only to the greatest wizards. Yet he was surprisingly modest in his pursuit of equality with the rest. She was absolutely certain that he was the same Knight Guardian of White Silver, the legendary Divine Protector. This knight, the owner of the strongest shield, had protected the Celestial Empire from all threats for centuries. She assumed that the lack of mention of him was because he considered his exploits to be purely personal. She dreamed of a wizard who could change the world, the Empress who created the Barrier of Truce, and her bodyguard. So she continued to research their power, making sure that he possessed exactly that power. With one precise movement of her hand, she activated his holographic image. Grabbing the hologram's face, she whispered softly, asking who he was. Shyly approaching, she admitted that she wanted him to be hers and would not let the princesses steal him. With a mad gleam in her eyes, she grabbed him and whispered that she had to make him want to belong to her. She was torn between two extremes. On the one hand, a frantic desire to appropriate him for herself. On the other, a desire to destroy him completely. With a smile, she carefully brought the spoon to his lips, gently asking him to open his mouth to eat. He tried to convey that he could feed himself, but she sharply objected, saying that he was too exhausted after the battle. Remembering how the princesses had swarmed him, she finally enjoyed some privacy with him. She recalled that it was only because of her persuasion that the princesses had decided to make him class monitor. Then he added that the vice principal had also asked him to take care of the princesses, and they had not only agreed to shake hands, but had also acknowledged him, which was indeed a great honor. With sadness in her voice, she asked her brother not to forget her, to which he immediately replied that he had no intention of doing so. Their attention was drawn to Her Highness, who noticed their presence. He then explained that his sister had prepared dinner for them, and since they were very tired, They decided to eat and then go home, to which she, surprised, asked if his little sister prepared home-cooked dinner herself. The little sister replied that cooking was one of her hobbies, and hoped that one day she would be able to bring candy. She was surprised by her words about candy, and asked if she could cook it herself. She praised her admiringly, noting her excellent grades and undoubted talent, to which she sheepishly asked him to stop such praise. Standing behind her brother, she happily added that she owed all her knowledge and magical abilities to him. She smiled, replying that it meant she was proud of her brother, because he was truly magnificent, and she herself was impressed by the duel, to which her brother loudly declared that it was a great honor for her. He put his hand on his heart and continued that the opportunity to study in the same department with her filled his heart with joy. She, slightly embarrassed, admitted that she was not sure that she was good enough for him to think of her that way. In response to her sister's question about the reason for her visit, she timidly stated her request. Reminding her that her bodyguards were waiting outside, she asked to be escorted like a princess. Firmly and decisively, she announced that she was going to meet the demon princess. When they arrived, she showed them the home of the demon empire, namely the 21st Noble Residence, located in the western part of the island of the Magic Academy, famous for its strict architecture. Almost immediately, 2 imperial guards came out from the shadowy gate and solemnly announced that Her Highness the Princess deigned to request an audience with the demon princess. They moved slowly but surely through the forest, and suddenly the little sister sneezed. The brother immediately asked if everything was okay, noticing the noticeable cold in the air. Her Highness, after some thought, remarked that it must be her magic. He then asked the princess how often she visited the demon princess, and she briefly replied that they were old friends. She added that because of their status as princesses, they both had no friends their own age, so they quickly found common ground. While the adults exchanged angry, arrogant glances during the meeting of the 2 empires, human and demonic, they played with each other alone like children. She also happily recalled how her friend had even helped her sneak out of the mansion, to which the guard awkwardly replied that it was the first time he had heard something like that. Then the princess added that she was still a prankster. The princess sadly assumed that she was feeling constrained, and thought that perhaps joining the academy would bring relief to both of them, but she still continued to worry about her. He instantly recalled how he had once seen her lonely silhouette, watching from afar through the light curtains, and then the piercing thought came to him that the demon princess probably experienced the same aching loneliness in her life. The princess turned around and sincerely thanked the headman and his little sister for their consent. The little sister enthusiastically replied that she herself could not wait for the upcoming meeting. Her brother, in turn, noted that everything, of course, depended on the princess's well-being, but it would be really great to meet everyone who sincerely worries about her. The princess repeated to the guards that they should not let them through, to which she replied that she was sure that they were obliged, and Her Highness would certainly be glad to see them. The guard, standing at the massive gate, sternly declared that the lady was not expecting anyone. He noted with some regret that they were sorry for having traveled so long, but firmly demanded that they return immediately. Then they stood before the guard of the demon princess. He was filled with great determination. She reminded him that it was not up to him to make the decision, since the lady had already given her permission, so the gates should be open, but the guard categorically objected, stating that they were not obliged to obey. She bowed, apologizing to her mistress, and made it clear that they urgently needed to speak with him alone, without prying ears. Just as the guard was about to express his indignation at their words, the princess, calling for calm, decisively stated, "If these are the laws of the demon empire, they are powerless to change anything, and there is absolutely no need to worry." She merely told them to watch, but the guard, furious at her carelessness, retorted that their conflict was not a performance at all. And then, flexing his fists, he said that since they would have witnesses, it would be better to sort it out right away. Then his partner, calling his behavior unacceptable, drew her weapon and said that she would fix it. The village chief remarked that this was a real battle, not like a battle of illusions, and neither of them could be allowed to suffer. While the princess also realized that at least one of them was definitely not just threatening, but was serious, and she did not want to show any disrespect for the princess's compassion with this conversation. The battle erupted, and deadly attacks rained down continuously, one after another. He mastered the demonic sword art and the thunder path of the 7 blades technique, while she countered with the demonic art of the dark daz and the shadow path of the revolving wheel. Neither of the combatants gave in, and the fierce battle quickly gained momentum. The traveler watched every movement in confusion, noticing the slow, almost ghostly cutting of the air, and planned to immediately step between them at the very moment when a new illusion appeared, to stop the fight. With perfect timing, he resolutely stepped between them, and the only thing left for him to do was instantly recreate their complex magic, and then completely disable both techniques. While she was confusedly trying to comprehend how he had managed to single-handedly repel their most complex techniques, he stood menacingly in front of her and indignantly asked how he dared to interfere in their fight. Without lowering his angry gaze, he stated that he was aware of the lady's visit to Her Highness, but it was extremely suspicious that a knight of the Heavenly Empire suddenly needed to appear here. In response, the princess stood in front of him and explained that he was a village chief, and perhaps they had not witnessed his duel, so they probably did not know. She emphasized that absolutely all the princesses who were there confirmed his skill. Then the guard grinned, and said that his mistress, however, would not recognize his merits. Then the princess and the headman suddenly noticed that the guard reminded them of someone. And at that moment he realized who exactly and what he stood for. The elder realized that he would have to fight for the princess, who was so concerned about her friend. Meanwhile, the guard directly stated that from now on, the conversation would be conducted exclusively with him. He replied that he would talk to him as the class leader, and the guard suggested that they get straight to the point. The guard, while attacking, directly stated that he believed that the lady had no need to attend classes and demanded that she leave. The class president, jumping back, replied that he had come believing that Her Highness the Demon Princess would want to attend and hoped that she would enjoy school life. The angry guard asked him if he had imagined it too beautifully. He added that he had seen what happened when princesses from all over the world had gathered there, and all they did was argue. As he attacked, he cried out that their mistress had absolutely no reason to go to such a lousy place. The village chief, who had been carefully watching his opponent's every move, was considering how dangerous the blade's touch was, and his previous thoughts about a power fight now seemed wrong, because the enemy was clearly not just hacking madly, but was acting with some tactics. Analyzing the progress of the battle, he realized that the longer it lasted, the more the remaining magic power filled the field, as if creating a mountain of swords. He needed to defeat the enemy before he literally had nowhere to stand. The guard, continuing his attack, said that he had heard about the possibility of studying with professors at home, and then the demon princess would not have to deal with everyone else. With that, he ended their conversation. He used the demonic sword art, Thunderpath's 7 blades. Jumping back, the village chief prepared for his first swing of the 7 blades attack to be the strongest, planning to defend against it. The village chief activated the Ring of Protection and prepared to take the remaining 6 blows. He realized that if he couldn't compensate for their power, he would have no room to maneuver, and directly parrying the attacks would be fraught with serious consequences. In his defense, the chief noted that although the class had not yet united like the continent of 1,000 years ago, conflicts had ceased thanks to a general desire for peace, even if it seemed presumptuous. The world had changed, and people were capable of change as long as faith remained. That was why he was determined to protect both the demon princess's school life and her personal interests. The sword pierced him, and the confused guard could not understand why he did not dodge. The last attack turned out to be fatal for him. He then used the second defensive style, Phantom Dark Armor, and instantly reflected the knight's image with his shadow, wrapping himself in his armor. The defender asked in confusion how he had copied himself, to which the village chief replied that they were both defenders. He added that their job is to protect, but that doesn't mean they should lock a person in a safe world. He emphasized that they must protect him in the world he wanted to see. He also added that he should think of Her Highness the Demon Princess more than anyone else, and asked what kind of world his princess wanted to see. The guard was flooded with memories of how he had always heard only about prohibitions against going out. Suddenly realizing this, he did not understand how he became the same as those idiots, and when exactly he turned into one of them. The class leader assured that he would do everything possible to make her feel at ease in the classroom, and the mistress would help him. Besides, the demon princess had a guard. She put her hand on her heart, and declared that they could fully count on her as the princess's friend. The guard then replied that the human empire and the demon empire had their own history, and he knew it well. He added that if he needed to bring the lady to meet the princess, he would first want to make sure of the truth of their intentions. Bowing his head, the guard admitted that he had shown disrespect to the princess and her friend. The guard added that it was his decision alone, and the lady had asked them to see the guests off when they arrived. The village chief thanked the guard with a smile for overcoming him. The guard awkwardly apologized for attacking him, and the village chief replied that it was nothing serious and that he understood their desire to take care of Her Highness. The guard suggested that the princess might still be in her chambers, and they would have to wait a little. The princess replied that there was no problem, they were ready to wait until she woke up. Opening the gates, they announced that they would escort them to Her Imperial Highness. They moved towards the demon princess's chambers. As they approached, he felt the demon princess's magic making it colder. When they got there, they were asked to go inside. Just as she woke up, she was pulling herself up, sleepily rubbing her eyes, when her childhood friend gently noted that she was already awake. Smiling, the demon princess noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, and that her friend had grown much taller, to which her friend responded by saying that the princess had grown older. Suddenly, the demon princess's gaze fell on the stranger, and her friend explained that he was their classmate. The demon princess greeted him and, comparing his magic to a very large river, praised it as very clear and pleasant, which surprised the class representative, because she could see colorless magic. After that, he, kneeling down, introduced himself and reported that he had come as the class representative. She awkwardly asked her friend to talk to the headman alone, embarrassing her. The friend agreed and told him that they would go out for a while, because she needed to talk to someone. Then another one came up and whispered in his ear that he shouldn't cross the line while they were alone, but, catching the princess's cold gaze, she quickly joked that she wanted to relieve the tension. Left alone, they sank into silence, until the silence was broken by the mistress's slight cough. Alarmed, he immediately assumed that she was still ill, but she reassured him with a smile, explaining that she had simply relaxed a little. After asking her not to tell her friend, she shared that she was terribly worried about her, and therefore the cough was not due to illness. Then she suggested that such a powerful person as he could have been infected with something similar. He realized that the cold he had felt before entering was a leak of familiar magical power. He had astonished her with his ease of understanding by stating that the princess's magic was so strong that it was literally overflowing. The princess replied that she had control over her magic, but was still afraid that her presence would cause them inconvenience in this situation. The headman responded by emphasizing that her true desire was to attend classes. He went on to say that he knew they barely knew each other, and that his behavior was overconfident, but he had seen the desire to get out from behind the curtain closer than anyone else. Apologizing for his rudeness, he asked her to put her hand through the curtain, adding that he wanted to help her. She hesitated and asked him if she would hurt him, but he calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about. Then she tried to reach out with trembling hands. Stopping, she gently asked him not to exhaust himself. He thought about how the princess had seen through his magic at first glance and turned to him with the hope that he could change something. Deciding that if nothing worked, she would definitely give up, he gently touched her hand. He used the ability Magic Cycle, which acts as a container and prevents excess magic from spreading. He felt like he was overflowing with very strong magic. It was as if he was in the snowy mountains. A cutting cold power filled him, leaving him wondering, how could she endure something so huge alone? He tried not to lose sight of her flow of energy. Suddenly, the lady who was waiting for her friend felt how her magical power changed, becoming noticeably warmer. Then the headman's sister, smiling, assured her, everything is fine because her brother is there. Touching her palm, the princess noticed that the flow had become softer and the magic more stable. Putting on the glove, the elder explained. He had directed her excess magic onto himself and helped her entirely. He added that if the flow stopped again, he would help again, and now she would not have to worry and go outside calmly. Confused, the princess asked if she would be able to make friends with everyone when she did not even get to the meeting, to which the headman replied that tomorrow there would be an entrance ceremony, and she would have a great chance to do so. She thanked the elder warmly and sincerely. Meanwhile, behind the door, the guard listened attentively to their conversation, inaudibly, and now, walking around the entrance ceremony, her brother noticed that there were fewer people than at the exam, but still quite a lot. Then his little sister, embarrassed, suggested that they stick together so as not to get lost, when suddenly someone called out to him from the crowd. It was the princess from his duel, dressed in a charmingly beautiful dress, who noticed him. After spinning around, she said that she had decided to change her style of clothing a little, and asked how he liked it, to which he replied that it looked grown up and suited her very well. Another princess came up and, while sipping her drink, quietly remarked that the adults were too depraved and that she looked ugly. Then she turned and asked sarcastically why she was not sleeping if she was so obedient, adding that staying up late was not conducive to growth. She responded by stating that princesses are required to be presentable, and her presence is mandatory, and then she thoughtfully glanced to the side. She asked to be called to the performance, after which she hurried home. The lady curiously asked what she wanted from him, and she replied that she simply wanted to congratulate the winner of the recent duel. While they were enthusiastically discussing the battle, the brother and sister's attention suddenly turned to someone else. It was the demon princess and her friend. The village chief and his sister were pleasantly surprised to see them together, and she happily reported that her friend had gotten much better thanks to them visiting her. Then another princess, surprised by what she heard, intervened in their conversation and said that if she had known, she would certainly have gone with him. The lady indignantly replied that she had called her first, but she had refused, and at that moment, someone else touched him on the back. It was the princess's sisters who offered him some exquisite meat dishes from the Beast Empire. Then the lady noted in confusion that too many people had gathered around him, and they would not be able to calmly conduct a social conversation. Pulling her gently by the sleeve, she asked her friend if she could look around a bit. Her friend replied that there were people around and she would go with her, but the demon princess assured her that it was not necessary, because she was being watched and she could be alone without any problem. After apologizing for disturbing him, she quickly left. The guard timidly approached and asked to speak about the lady in private, explaining that it was inconvenient in the presence of the princesses. He told his sister that he would speak with her later, while the princess's sisters continued to actively discuss how he had gained more friends after the battles. Stepping out onto the balcony, he began by expressing gratitude for what the village chief had done, as the lady had become stable after that. The village chief, in turn, responded that he was glad to help, and asked with surprise if such magical power really belonged to the demon princess alone. He continued that when he was overwhelmed by her magic, he felt like the cold power of the blizzard that had fallen upon her was capable of suppressing the princess's inherent tenderness, and he asked if the guard knew about it. He replied that as a guard of the Demon Empire, he was not allowed to reveal certain things, so he could not tell everything, but he could imagine how hard it must be for the mistress to live with such power. He continued that she would be locked away even outside, building walls and trying not to go too deep and not to get attached to anything. And yet if she came out what she wanted to, there were some things she might like, and she might get hurt because of it, so he had to try harder to keep him away from her. Leaning against the railing, he admitted dejectedly he still didn't know what to do. He added sadly that he wanted the princess to smile. But quietly, off to the side, the demon princess herself was listening to their conversation. She mentally apologized to her friend for distancing herself from her again. Looking at the happy, lively guys, she felt distantly superfluous. Clenching her hands into fists, she thought gloomily that even if she got out, nothing would change, and she understood this perfectly well. Even though she could control the power now, everything could happen again, when suddenly someone approached her, worriedly asking if she was okay. She quietly asked if she was afraid of crowded places. Then the princess, turning sharply, asked who she was. The guard stopped her, demanding her name. Suddenly, she turned around instantly, and her piercing gaze confused the questioner. Leaving the guard, she instantly moved to the demon princess. She asked if she wanted to be alone, even though princesses were not allowed to go far from their bodyguards, and if that would mean the prince would come to save her. Suddenly, the village chief felt a strong sense of anxiety due to the colossal magical energy that suddenly flared up and then died down. At this crucial moment, the demon princess's friend and bodyguard rushed in like a whirlwind. She screamed that the demon princess had disappeared, leaving them in deep shock. The guard angrily asked how they could have missed her, and his partner replied that she had been blinded by a spell. She was unprepared for an attack on academy grounds, and it was her fault. The class representative then revealed that he had analyzed the demon princess's mana during her visit, and he could track her by the faint trace she left behind, and once he knew her location, he would contact her telepathically. He continued that he and the teachers would then immediately go to his aid, and asked that his little sister be taken care of until then. The worried guard briefly agreed, watching him hurriedly leave, urging him not to waste a minute. They stood in the archaeological area of the abandoned research institute, assuming that the building was unused and the kidnapper had probably been transported here by teleportation magic. He let her know their location and felt that he had sensed something else besides the demon princess's mana. Last time he had already noticed the foreign energy in the princess's body, but now its presence was much stronger. After some time, they finally came across the demon princess, completely encased in sharp ice spikes. He was dumbfounded, not understanding whether this was the true form of her tormentor. The guard, agreeing, added that without a doubt it was so, and although he himself saw him for the first time, it was the evil demon Kilzen Frost Ash. The demon looked at the guard, noticing that it brought back memories. Calling him an insolent brat who had already stood up to him, he instantly swung his skeletal arm, delivering a piercing attack. He was overwhelmed by youthful memories of how he had initially despised the princess, who had everything one could dream of. But after her next words about forbidding him to leave the house, he suddenly understood everything. He realized that the little princess was actually lonely and had nothing. Then he wanted to give her something. At night, passing by in silence, he suddenly heard a conversation. Kijin was resting in the princess's body, and she would have to sacrifice herself to save the countries from disaster. There was no other way out. Then he decided, if you are destined to lose something, then it is better not to have it from the very beginning. And yet he longed to be close. But the closer he was, the more he realized that if the princess's indomitable power got out of control, others would suffer, and she herself most of all. He noticed that the princess, having learned to control her own powers and even having made friends, still could not tell them about her torments, and he, understanding this perfectly, wondered why he could do nothing. Then, frozen by the blow, an abrupt voice quietly reminded him that he had promised to protect her. With bitter tears in his eyes, he begged to save the princess. The lady picked him up, ordered him to be taken care of, and with a stern look declared that she would now speak. She rushed to the attack, drawing her sword and, rushing forward, shouted, asking her friend to respond. As she continued her attack, she desperately called out to her childhood friend. Suddenly, someone grabbed her sword and asked her gloomily if she was the princess of the human empire. The princess, as if transformed, called her behavior ridiculous, declared that she was a fake princess who was only imitating her brother and was unable to understand the true feelings of a little girl. At that moment, she too was pierced from behind by a demon. She whispered softly that she wanted to help so badly, even though she knew that someone like her would never be a true friend to the princess. He instantly caught her as she fell to the ground and began to heal her wounds with magic. The demon said that Yasya resided in her heart, and the ice only penetrated her body, and the stronger their sense of duty, the deeper their bodies and souls would freeze. The courage of the demon princess, the feelings of the guard, and the bonds of a friend only pushed them deeper and deeper. He looked at the demon boldly, declaring that he would not allow him to trample them like that. Then the demon angrily began to attack, raging with anger that before he could escape, someone was already standing in his way. With his wounded comrades in both hands, he activated a ring of protection against the demon, which attracted its attention. The demon countered, stating that he could not fight and protect everyone at the same time. He fought back desperately, using Fire Snap. Suddenly a familiar voice asked him what was going on, noting that this was completely unlike him. He suddenly appeared in front of him, as if he had appeared out of thin air. He said that when he left the courtroom, he was curious about what was going on, and he didn't care at all what was going on here, but he answered the demon. If he decided to freeze, he would not allow him to do so. Then he threw a cheeky question at the demon, whether he considered himself the god of the demon empire, and proudly added that their empire already had a god, and that was himself. He told the village chief that they would burn him to the ground. Then the village chief warned that Her Highness the Princess was inside him and they had to be extremely careful, to which he replied that he knew about it, and they just had to completely destroy the monster. Instantly entering the battle, he began with a powerful attack. Summon Flame Spirit. He shouted menacingly into the attack, ordering the spirit to seize the demon. As soon as the demon stopped, he signaled his partner to begin. Using the flame spear, he commanded it to use its magic and create a perfect moon reflection. Their deadly strike landed right on the demon's neck, causing it to burst into flames and smoke. But the demon broke free from its bonds, and he instantly realized that their attack had not worked. Then the demon menacingly declared that he was no ordinary demon, but an ancient inhabitant of the heart, and if he were gone, the princess would be gone too. He smiled brazenly and suggested that they try to kill him. Then he wondered if there was any point in such an attack, and that Her Highness should suppress this demon herself. But first she should wake up. But the headman grimly noted that her mind was currently under the control of the demon, wondering how they could wake her up. Her image loomed before him, asking why he needed magic if he had not grasped its true meaning, for without it, perfection was unattainable. He replied that his magic was made to protect her, and he had never thought otherwise, not understanding why she would say that. With tears in his eyes, he said that he wanted to protect her, and then she, lowering herself, said sadly that this was the problem. She looked sadly and turned around and said that he didn't realize and that she was capable of protecting herself, when he was only thinking about protecting her. At the most crucial moment, he was unable to create a barrier. However, she was able to create one because she was trying to protect everyone. She created the strongest, shining barrier, the reconciliation barrier, designed to unwaveringly protect everyone. Remembering the demon's words that the more you want to protect people, the weaker you become, he loudly objected. He was convinced that the more people he wanted to protect, the stronger he would be. So using the true barrier magic of the fourth defensive style, he used the ability Unique Color. The demon couldn't believe that the boy was going to use this technique to try to expel him from the princess's body. Confused about this monstrous power, he suddenly screamed from the unbearable, scorching heat. It began to break into pieces, crumbling into pieces, and then the boy, jumping high up to the very heart, desperately tried to get it. He intercepted her with a magic cycle, but immediately fell. He desperately screamed at the princess to hold on, trying to reach her. As if in a deep sleep, the princess found herself trapped in the icy depths of the demon's heart. She warmly and with a smile announced that the food was ready, urging everyone to eat quickly, and wishing them a pleasant appetite. But everyone just refused, saying that they were busy, leaving her alone in an awkward, oppressive silence. She thought with genuine sadness that she had tried so desperately, but by the time they were free, they would have already melted. Suddenly, some unknown voice from nowhere loudly said that at least the rice would not melt, and then she looked around in confusion, fearfully asking who it was. Standing behind her and gently touching her shoulders, as if someone invisible, the voice clearly whispered back that she was her true strength. Every day the voice became louder and more insistent. In bitter tears, the little princess addressed the voice, saying that she hated it, that it was all her fault, and that it was her fault that everyone had mercilessly abandoned her, that she did not need such a damned power. With disdain, the voice declared that her meaning was in his existence, and that everything had been predetermined from the very beginning, even before her appearance, when their souls were inextricably intertwined. The voice added that she was its vessel, and by dedicating her life to something, she found meaning in it. Sharing her life with a demon god, she expected everything to be fine, thought a lot about the future and the people she would meet. However, all of this was sacrificed once again, and she thought it would be better to just disappear than throw away her life. Drowning in the impenetrable darkness, she wondered what else she could do. Suddenly, an old book caught her attention, and she vividly remembered how she used to read many love stories with rapture. They were filled with what she was refusing, and even if it was someone else's happiness, she wanted to receive it. Falling deeper into darkness, she wanted to hear words of recognition, like for example, about the princess locked in the tower. Lost in thoughts about a fairy tale where a prince saves a princess, she suddenly heard someone calling. That same strange voice that always calmed her, even in fear, now belonged to a demon who tempted her to surrender to him. Standing before her, she said sharply that she tried to drug her with ice shackles. Then the demon anxiously asked why she opened her eyes, to which the princess strictly ordered not to contradict her, and in response, the demon furiously screamed that she had no future. The princess responded by saying that none of them knew their future. She then abruptly hugged the demon, and quietly whispered that this was why she desperately wanted to know what awaited her. She jumped up, determined to get out of the cage. Then he deftly picked up the princess, covering her with his jacket. Falling into his arms, she quietly whispered that she had heard his voice. She thanked him in tears for giving her his hand. Now she can control the power, and even if the demon cannot be destroyed, she will continue to live with him, because she is no longer afraid of him. When he came to, he immediately called out to the princess. Then the princess, sitting in front of him, with tears in her eyes, asked for forgiveness for always causing trouble, and sincerely thanked him for having to endure so much, touching the guard to deep tears. After which the princess, gracefully approaching her friend, said that as friends they should not worry about her, but if they were friends, then she should rely on her more. Then, sadly hanging her head, the lady replied that she had no idea what she had been feeling all this time, guiltily asking if she had earned the right to be near her. The princess said that she was glad that she thought so, and sincerely apologized for pushing her away. Taking her hand, she continued that she was glad that she had opened up to her, but she wished that she would do the same, offering to chat sometimes, reminding her that they were now in the same class. After which the princess, wiping away her tears, sobbed, and they hugged each other. Having handed over his clothes, he awkwardly, with a slight blush, offered the princess to take them. To her sincere gratitude, he turned away in embarrassment, quietly saying that he was not at all worthy of gratitude. She awkwardly apologized to the headman for ruining his day, and he replied with a smile, "The main thing is that no one was hurt." Meanwhile, the guard was already sure that the princess's heart would be able to contain its demon, but did not understand the situation with the theft. Having apologized for his indiscreet question, the headman asked the princess if she remembered the one who kidnapped her. But suddenly something caused unbearable pain, and the princess immediately closed herself off, begging for forgiveness and saying that she could not remember anything at all, while feeling a piercing, strong pain in her head. Even though he didn't know why he was in the middle of these events, he knew for sure that the culprit was in the academy. The brother and sister noticed that they arrived first, right after yesterday's events. The sound of heels caught his attention, and turning around, he saw his mother, who threw herself into his arms. She thanked God fervently that he was safe and could heroically protect everyone. She sincerely praised him, calling him her clever boy, and tenderly said that she knew better than anyone how incredibly strong he was, even though he was still her little child to her, and imploringly asked him not to risk his life like that again. He thought that he was different now and shouldn't make his loved ones worry, and he apologized to her. Then she asked him if something was bothering him, and he agreed, saying that he needed to find out something. He thought that the kidnappers knew about the state secret of the Demon Empire, and most likely the enemy is well informed about the situation in each country. He did not think that it would end here, and one of the princesses could become the next victim. After listening to him, she couldn't believe what she heard. Sitting down next to him, she promised that she would do everything possible to help at school, and so he didn't have to worry about anything, because providing them with a carefree school life is her duty as an adult, and his mother, so he needs to rest, and he briefly thanked her. The little sister asked him if he was okay, and if he was definitely not tired after yesterday. He smiled and asked her not to worry, saying that her healing magic had worked well and he didn't want her to worry. He also shared that he was more worried about the demon princess, because after everything that had happened, she might close herself off again. Holding onto her elegant hat, the demon princess appeared, radiant and jubilant, shouting loudly that she was the first. Suddenly their gazes met with lightning speed. Embarrassed, she covered herself with her hat, embarrassed by his presence, and the headman replied that she had also come early. She, smiling, replied that she had been waiting for this moment so long that her legs had brought her, and in fact she wanted to come with her friend, but she had training. He said he was glad to hear it, and asked if she was in pain anywhere. She took his hand and reminded him that yesterday he had assured her that she could always rely on him in difficult times. Intertwining her fingers with his, she greeted him tenderly again, playfully asking for his love and favor, which made him feel embarrassed. The little sister stood in front of her brother and said that if he needed a healer, she would be happy to help, and it was nice to meet her. The princess took her hand and said that she understood her, and added shyly that she had long dreamed of talking to someone about love. Suddenly, the princess of the Sacred Empire entered the room with her guards and, after introducing herself, noted that the demon princess was not at the meetings, and this was their first meeting, after which she asked why she left yesterday's banquet. The headman thought that the princess of the Sacred Empire suspected something, but she said that she would not ask and would pretend that she had not noticed anything, and having blessed her, she reminded that from today on they would study together. The demon princess took her hand, thanked her, and asked if she could befriend the other princesses. Then the Holy Empire princess turned away and said that it would be great if all the princesses were like her. Then the princess's sister rushed in and loudly asked if she was talking about them. Noticing the demon princess, they immediately pounced on her, actively sniffing and vying with each other to ask her name and why her unique scent had changed so much. Then the demon princess awkwardly asked if she smelled strange, and they laughed and said no. The village chief assumed that the demon god's power was now being restrained by something. They explained that they meant that she was much better now, asking her to refrain from formalities. Then one of the sisters, sniffing again, suggested that she smelled a little like a prefect. Suddenly, another princess joined them. The demon princess thought she had fit in by meeting another princess, until the class leader who was watching them noticed that she had become friends with everyone too quickly. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to a teacher who was about to sneak into the room. The teacher said that he was carrying their important documents and asked the class monitor to come over for a minute. After adjusting his glasses, he suddenly remembered that they had not yet decided who would be the second monitor, and suggested that they all decide together. Then she agreed, thinking that if she became the head girl, she could be with him. Suddenly, the princess of the Holy Empire announced that she thought she was the best fit for the role of the second head girl, after which the princess's sister announced that they were against it, and that she was not even friends with the first head girl, and then she also announced that she would be the head girl, and wanted to get to know the first head girl better. Everyone looked at her in amazement. She then boldly demanded that they acknowledge that the headman was undoubtedly interesting to everyone, and therefore she offered her candidacy, because she surpassed the others in suitability for the role of headman, and nothing more. Then, abruptly seizing the headman's sister, they imposed the duties of judge on her. They unanimously declared that they would decide right here and now who was more worthy of being the headman's partner. The little sister anxiously asked her brother what would happen now. Their eyes met in silent challenge, each determined to find out which of them would be a worthy partner. The guards asked her anxiously if she was also going to participate in this ridiculous competition, and that she needed to take care of her health. To this, she enthusiastically replied that this was a real battle of love, and she wanted to see it with her own eyes. The guards understood that it would be useless to stop her, and suddenly one of the princesses called everyone. She declared that she and the master had already crossed blades in a duel and understood each other well, and there was no doubt that they would cope well with joint work. To this, the others said that she had simply pounced on him then for some unknown reason. The princess's partners immediately supported her, noting that their joint work would give them a chance for revenge, and one tugged the other, prompting him to speak out. He asked if she was sure, and she asked if there was any problem. The bodyguard replied that if she became a headman, she would no longer have time to bathe and put on makeup for several hours a day. Then she began to be torn between the thoughts that she wanted to be with the master, but she did not want to appear in front of him in an inappropriate manner either. Then, one of the sisters joyfully exclaimed that if she suddenly doubted, then they would be happy to become the class monitor, because they passionately wanted to create an atmosphere of boundless freedom and unbridled fun in the class, and besides, they were simply incomparably more resilient than the others. They would cope with any, even the most difficult work, playfully. Then the princess of the Holy Empire asked in confusion which of them was going to run, and the confused sisters answered in unison, both. The princess patiently explained that according to the rules, only one student can become a class monitor, which is where the whole argument arose. Pressing close to each other, the sisters touchingly declared that they were inseparable and should not be separated under any circumstances. Then the other princess asked sarcastically if that meant that they were completely useless on their own, and they immediately hid behind the guard and begged him to answer. The princess of the Holy Empire continued calmly. If they were unable to follow even the most basic rules, such a responsible job was definitely beyond their capabilities, to which their guard dejectedly declared that he had nothing to say in response. Then, like an impartial jury, the demon princess had already begun her comments, expressing doubt that she would be the first to fly out. While the headman's little sister was sadly feeling sorry for her brother, she was suddenly asked if she was going to participate herself, asking in a caustic tone because she didn't want her beloved brother to be stolen. Puffing out her cheeks, she quietly replied that she was against it, because he would have her outside of school anyway. The demon princess enthusiastically asked him to tell her more. The princess from the Holy Empire noted with surprise that she had not expected such a turn of events at all, because she thought that she had no business communicating with ordinary people. She nodded in agreement and replied that she was only interested in the headman, and the work of the headman was primarily interaction with people. Such an unyielding person as she was definitely not suitable for this role, and she did not feel that any of them had enough strength to control others. She asked insistently whether she was ready to hypocritically pretend to be a human being, observing the rules, and whether she was posing as a virtuous girl because she was categorically disgusted by it. Then the guards of the Princess of the Holy Empire demanded that she hold her tongue, threatening that if she did not stop, they would consider it an insult to the Holy Empire. But she only asked if other people would continue to be angry for her. One of the princesses tried to convey that their bickering would only push the master away, but the sister sarcastically agreed, saying that it still sounded unconvincing coming from her lips. The situation became tense, and the little sister called her brother. The princess entered, covered with bags, and asked in bewilderment what was going on. Her friend immediately asked if she had finished training. She nodded in agreement and readily reported that she had accidentally met the headman and the teacher on the way and had been actively helping them. Then the other princess coldly explained that they were currently deciding the question of the headman and asked not to interfere. To this, she immediately replied that they only wanted to be headmen, but when the headman really needed help, they simply stood aside, doing nothing. Then one of the sisters accused the other of forgetfulness, and the Princess of the Holy Empire, agreeing, admitted her rashness. The other princess suggested that she was then the best suited, whereupon the sisters immediately agreed. This job was just right for her, since she immediately rushed to his aid. Then her friend grabbed her and began to congratulate her warmly. The sisters, grabbing her from both sides, declared that everything was decided and that she would be the head girl, although the princess herself did not understand what was happening at all. Then the brother, holding the bags, asked his sister if something had happened, because he thought he had heard her voice before, and she dejectedly answered that nothing, while the princess's guard suggested that they had missed a lot. The holy princess remarked that it was rare for all the princesses to agree. The others chimed in, adding that the work of a prefect was too difficult, and that they could have fun with the prefect at another time. Then the headman came up and asked her if she would now become the second headman. She hesitantly agreed, answering that it looked like it. Smiling, he encouraged them to work hard together and make the class even better. However, their inspired conversation was suddenly interrupted by the princess, who enthusiastically suggested trying a new, exciting activity. As she watched more and more princesses surround him, she began to doubt whether she could be like him. In the spacious, majestic courtyard of the human empire, the princess stood proudly, honing her utmost concentration in handling the sword. Suddenly she was overcome by the caustic words of her demon-possessed friend, telling her that she was ridiculous and just a pitiful shadow of her older brother. Then, letting out an angry cry, she swung her sword wildly. Disappointed by the unsuccessful strike, she looked down, thinking that she was no good for anything and that she needed to become much stronger, as strong as the headman. The teacher told the class that he had an important announcement. Next week there would be a magic festival, and to participate in the fighting tournament, they would have to split into 2 teams. The leaders of each team would be the prefects. They will hand out special magical clothes to everyone, which will be colored when hit by magic, and the participant with colored clothes will be eliminated immediately. The goal of each team is to knock out the leader of the opposing team, and the girls looked at the magical clothes with interest. He continued that the clothes worked on the same principle as the magic vessel they had seen during the entrance exam. The material was dyed the color of the magic that came into contact with it, but he asked them to be careful. Only the hologram part was dyed, and they had to try to aim for that part. He emphasized that the power of magic was completely irrelevant, and it should be remembered that this was primarily an entertaining event designed to help them become friends. Then the sisters began noisily examining their costumes, and the princess sternly asked them to stop fooling around. The class leader's sister was looking forward to the fun, and the class leader thought that this was a good chance to teach the princesses how to work as a team and unite the class, and suggested dividing into teams by drawing lots. After they were divided into teams, the teacher enthusiastically stated that he was looking forward to the upcoming battle, which would take place in just a week. She smiled confidently and said that even if it was just fun, she wasn't going to lose. Then she realized that everyone was listening attentively to the demon princess, who was saying that she was glad to have the opportunity to participate with everyone, and the headman suggested that they enjoy the moment together. The Human Empire Princess stated that they should strive for victory as well, and suggested that part of the team go to scout out the enemy's positions. Once they figured out what they were planning, they would begin preparing for an attack, and 2 more would be left in ambush while the other 5 took up their positions. The guards answered doubtfully that the two of them might not be enough. Then the bodyguard asked if they doubted that their mistress's plan was not good enough, to which the other replied that it was some kind of too trivial strategy. And the princess of the Holy Empire said that she understood. The formation was intended to fall, but it was too dangerous for the leader to go to the front. She replied that a leader should lead his subordinates into battle and not sit on the sidelines. Then one of them indignantly asked since when they became her subordinates, reminding them that they were only on the same team. The Holy Empire princess then clarified that the victory condition was to knock out the enemy leader, and she didn't think sending them into the thick of the battle was a good idea. If the leader was knocked out, they would automatically lose. The Human Empire princess then indignantly asked if that meant she was asking her to run around instead of fighting. Turning around, she asked the other princess her opinion on the plan. She apologized guiltily and replied that she had been too bored and had simply fallen asleep, catching the questioner off guard. The Holy Empire princess said that she knew that the Human Empire's mages specialized in enchantment, which was not at all suitable for this kind of battle. She asked if she wanted to stand out or win by challenging her decision. She ended her words by saying that it was just a training exercise, adding that they would do as they were told anyway. Then another one added sarcastically that it would happen if they still had fighting spirit by then. And the headman's attention was drawn to the princess, who was standing sadly to the side. But the princess's guard touched him carefully, asking them not to interfere, so that they would not consider him a spy. She admitted that she was glad that they were concerned about the princess, but for her this was nothing new. He continued that since she had inherited the throne, the princess had become very demanding of herself, all in order to become a good replacement for her older brother. And even if it may look stupid from the outside, it is very important for the princess to be a strong example. He concluded his words by saying that this was why it was better for her to act independently. To this, the village chief briefly replied that he understood, and added that when he was recommended to the Heavenly Empire Guard, he too was nervous about the sudden responsibility. Remembering that he had first met her, the guard reported that his team was the one with the problems, and asked if he wanted to talk to them. He headed towards the team and asked the girls to calm down. Stepping back, she watched intently as her teammates discussed their next steps without saying a word. While hiding in the forest, the participants heard the Spring Festival's dyeing competition being declared open, and everyone was ordered to take their positions. The team, having received the order to start, stepped forward and she asked them to act strictly according to the plan. To prevent the enemy from reaching the center, they sent scouts in all 4 directions. If the enemy was spotted, the strike force would act without breaking formation, which was a cautious defensive strategy but balanced. She found it strange that there had been no reports from the scouts yet. She suspected that no one had been found and the area was empty. When the princess asked about their formation, the guard reported that they had split into groups of 2 and were moving in all directions, and he had not been able to find them. Hearing this, the princess could not understand the course of their actions, analyzing that the pair of an attacker and a support fighter was already a full-fledged combat unit, capable of repelling the enemy and, if necessary, uniting with others to surround him. Suddenly, the sisters pounced on the princess, joyfully announcing their appearance. Then the girls stood before her, telling the princess that they would detain them. The sisters objected that they would not succeed, and called upon their huge beasts, calling them doggies. She was shouting in confusion about how many doggies there were, while her partner, warning that this was their favorite technique, asked her to quickly erase the dogs with her magic. But she was already enchanted by the dogs and shouted that she could not do it, while the sisters were sweetly enjoying the successful attack, and then her partner resolutely rushed to disperse the animal spirits herself. Using her Ring of Commandment ability, she collared each dog. However, she immediately realized that the situation had worsened. The sisters, having separated, began a rapid pursuit of the princess, and it was necessary to act quickly. Then, carefully sneaking up, she asked for forgiveness and said that she was touching her. The princess of the Holy Empire, turning around sharply, was perplexed as to where she came from, while the one running away was already exclaiming that light blue suited her very well, and after her they were perplexedly asking why they had not come to protect the princess, since they could not cope with it together. Another princess reported that she was surrounded by enemies, her partner was out, and she was alone, holding back the enemy, saying that she was powerless to help, and asked the second headman to be careful. As they ran, the second headman offered to bring all the pursuers, and she would stop them. But she was perplexed as to how the enemy had scattered their formation so quickly. Suddenly, from the treetops, the sisters shouted that they had found a target. Then the third, quickly descending, warned the second headman to prepare for battle. She explained that to increase their chances of success in the search, they had split into pairs. The pair that first discovered the enemy leader would launch a surprise attack, while the others grouped up to trap her, and then, with a malicious grin, she triumphantly noted that the master's plan had worked flawlessly. Then the princess asked why she was telling this. Her sister, turning to her, also picked up that it was wrong to underestimate the enemy like that, and that it was a bad habit. But she replied that it would be a pity for the princess of the human empire if she didn't even understand why she lost a kind of funeral ceremony. They surrounded her and took up fighting stances. She, holding her stick tightly, also took a defensive position, and after one of the attackers mockingly asked her about her intentions, the princess coldly replied that she would understand everything now, and activated the enchantment. She used the shooting star style to attack in a flash, tearing her costume apart and escaping in an instant. The sisters gave chase, and the princess hurried steadily, trying to find the chief at any cost. She stopped and looked around, guessing that the target was hiding nearby. Deciding that one precise attack that could cut through all cover would definitely reveal them, she used star style of the blazing star to cut down the bushes. But her search was in vain, and she wondered how they could have disappeared without a trace if there was nowhere to hide. Then, appearing from behind her, the village elder declared that her brilliant idea had been, unfortunately, predictable. She, turning sharply, asked if he had really decided to go straight ahead instead of masterfully using the landscape's features. He laughed awkwardly, admitting his mistake, and noted that in a real fight such a risk would be fatal because he only decided to test his hypothesis and try his luck. Meanwhile, the sisters, who had caught up with the princess, enthusiastically chanted in support of the headman, and the princess, frozen in amazement, suddenly realized that all this was just a game. Loudly declaring that the fight was not over, she was the first to rush into the attack. At the same moment when the sisters decided to help their leader, another princess appeared, announcing that she would not allow them to interfere. Remembering her older brother, she put every attack into action, constantly telling herself, she must be stronger, she must win, because this is her absolute duty as a ruler. Even in this game, she felt the weight of leadership responsibility, fighting with all her might. He, seeing her tenacity, decided to respond in kind, fighting with the same dedication. She unleashed the Star Style's North Star, and he repelled the attack with his first defensive style, Flower Shield. She wondered why her flawlessly executed moves were not having any effect. Her fighting spirit was fading, because she was afraid that at this rate she would let her team down. Behind her, the cheers of the entire team echoed. Even the demon princess from the enemy camp unexpectedly joined in, supporting her. Even the princess of the Holy Empire joined in the chorus of support. Then, deeply moved, she suddenly realized that the true responsibility of a leader comes from the trust and support of those around her. She remembered her carefree, happy childhood and her brother, who always loved people and was loved by them, and whom she admired immensely. She unleashed the Moon Style's Half Moon. He, stunned by the sudden change in her movements, jerked back, realizing that her style was now pure improvisation, and it was incomparably more difficult to read her actions than the memorized techniques from a textbook. There was a certain grandeur in every swing of her blade. Then the princess said that she was not as good as her older brother or him, and perhaps she could never be like them. She was sure that now, for the sake of all the people who needed her, she would shine again. Captured by the princess, the sisters watched in amazement as the second headman skillfully wielded an ordinary branch as if it were a real sword. The princess noted that the master creates protection out of nothing, but the princess of the human empire cannot do this, and in order to fully reveal her potential, she needs something, because her unbending will and sense of responsibility turn a simple branch into a formidable blade. They looked at her in amazement, exclaiming in delight what a wonderful princess they had. He saw that her strength was the strength of one who fights not for herself, but for others. As the leader of his team, he was not going to give in, and, determined to turn the tide of the battle, he increased his onslaught. She ran her finger over the surface and said that it was time. The elder knew that he could use enchantment magic to shape the branch into a sword, But he couldn't make it that strong, and he tried to look for a moment to counterattack. A sharp, unexpected movement suddenly caught his attention. He turned around sharply, trying to comprehend what he had seen. The thought that he had seen this somewhere before flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed it, wondering why it was here. He grabbed it instantly, wondering why this object was so irresistibly attractive to him. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a familiar silhouette appeared. Fried stood in front of him. The girls were puzzled as to where he got the spear from, loudly calling for an immediate counterattack. He rushed into battle, but one of the princesses sensed something was wrong. He struck with his spear, but she jumped back and dodged. But the headman looked completely different from himself, gloomy and creepy. He looked at her with an indifferent gaze, and she instantly felt he was completely different. She noticed the complete relaxation of his body, but she wondered why his stance seemed so unapproachable. His movements had become lightning fast, and she could no longer read his intentions. Dodging another spear attack, she instantly realized this is no longer a game. He became incredibly strong, and it felt like he was fighting to the death. Then the sister who ran up, in bewilderment, called out to her brother. Then the little sister felt that someone had reflected her magical response, and she realized with alarm that she could no longer contact her brother. And then, turning from above, she asked for forgiveness, asking not to interfere, because for the gentleman now is a very important moment. At that moment, something colossal fell upon them, and the guards formed a ring around the princesses, trying to protect them. One of the guards suggested the Lord's magical barrier, but the demon princess rejected it, claiming it was mana. Then the princess, having reflected, ordered not to interfere, otherwise she would not be able to see the battle. Shocked by the futility of the dragon princess's attack, the guard despaired and thought that their situation was dire. The other one immediately added that the connection had been lost. Standing aside, they could only guess what was going on inside. Meanwhile, the princess, immersed in total uncertainty, could not understand whether she had fallen into a barrier of darkness or was imprisoned. She noticed that it didn't look like the master's mana, and his fighting style no longer had the elegance and nobility it once had. She confidently declared that he had completely lost his mind. The dark mana was staining his clothes black. The princess, assuming that the spear was the cause, immediately demanded that he drop it. He asked him where he was from, adding that it was strange, since he was here now. He asked himself why he was here, when suddenly the spear he was holding on to began to dissolve into a dark mass. The spear turned into a dark mass and enveloped him, and he screamed piercingly, writhing in pain. The thicket was swallowing him up more and more, and he was reaching out to it, trying to understand. Had he ever wished evil, unable to accept its icy, unfeeling gaze? And with horror, he realized that he was about to be swallowed up completely. He was attacking more and more powerfully, and she knew that the devil who had possessed him would not let go of the spear. She had no choice but to force him to release his grip. She tried to respond with the attack, Young Moon, but with horror she realized the futility. The light was mercilessly absorbed by the darkness, which only thickened, becoming impenetrable. She knew that she couldn't defeat him with enchantment magic alone, and that he could rid the master of his darkness with dispelling magic, which in the Empire was only used in extreme cases to disable the enemy army by depriving them of mana. It was a specific spell of the royal family, passed down through generations. The sight of the gentleman frightened her. Tears were rolling from one of his eyes, and she felt fear gripping her. The boys, watching them only from the side, worried about their condition and prepared to call the teachers. The little sister anxiously addressed her brother in her mind, asking about the reason for his silence, while the princess, calling her to calm down, asked who would believe in the two of them if they did not do it themselves. Sharing her words, she silently urged her brother to persevere. The princess of the human empire, despite not yet having grasped all the secrets of the spell, was going to test it in order to save her master from being completely consumed by the darkness. And then, turning around, she met the tip of a sharp dagger that appeared from behind. He pounced on her like an enraged beast, but for a moment, the face of his opponent reminded him of her, and it seemed to dawn on him. He asked himself, lost, where he was. He knew her very well and could not bear her sadness, for she was the most precious thing he had. She passionately wanted to see the world and asked him to share this dream with her, reminding him of the transience of the time allotted to her, and if he did not see the future, then she, as his patroness, was ready to create it. She was his light that would never go out. Without realizing who he was or why he was there, he steadfastly held on to the conviction that he had no right to forget the past. Freed from the embrace of darkness, he was unwavering in his determination. No matter what happened, he would never forget his goal. The darkness tried to take hold of him again, and he asked it what was happening to him. As soon as he froze in mid-attack, she realized this was her chance. With a powerful leap upward, she loudly declared her intention to dispel this darkness. She activated the human empire's devastating technique, Full Sky. Frozen, he noticed a flickering light, blindingly flaring up in front of him. Turning around, he realized that the source of the light was the princess of the human empire, and the surrounding darkness began to disintegrate. Everything around seemed to crumble into tiny particles. Before the boy's eyes, the barrier began to melt, opening up a view. Looking at him with slight displeasure, she said that she wanted to watch more, but the most important thing was a successfully completed task. She ran to him, and when she saw that he had come to his senses, tears came to her eyes. Relieved, she hugged him tightly, shocking the girls. Afterwards, she sheepishly stated that she had very good reasons for doing so, and the other princess reminded her that she had said everything would be fine. And the princess concluded that their team had won, because the first headman's magic suit was painted, although the lady herself had already forgotten that it was a game. Then the whole team rushed at her, joyfully exclaiming about the victory. The demon princess asked if he was okay, and he awkwardly scratched his head and told her he had lost, to which the sisters replied that the main thing was that it had been fun. Then the little sister, burying her forehead in his, sadly admitted her fear for him, and the brother apologized for disturbing him, adding that he himself did not know what had happened. He explained that at the moment he touched the spear, he completely lost control of himself, after which it disappeared. In the aristocrats' quarter, in the dormitory of the Heavenly Empire, the girls were peacefully dozing on their beds. He kindly thanked the big fluffy one for the company, and the latter replied that he had been watching his training for 8 years, and it would be strange if he suddenly stopped for no reason. Licking his paws, he asked how his game in the forest area had gone, and whether the numerous training sessions had borne fruit. He sadly replied that he had lost, to which the cat, slightly surprised and trying to cheer him up, said that such things happen. Then he told him that he had accidentally touched a spear that had appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the battle, and at that very moment, the darkness had completely swallowed him up, causing him to lose control of himself. Kitty asked curiously if this could be connected to the incident that his mother was currently investigating. To this, he only quietly replied that he had no idea. He continued that he saw his old friend, who was like a brother to him, with whom he had trained together since childhood. But then his eyes were like ice, and he looked like he hated me. The cat asked him in surprise if he had ever had friends. He realized that he had let it slip and, turning it into an insult, stated that he considered them friends. In response, the cat noted that he only spent time with him out of boredom and asked him not to evade. In 8 years, he had never heard of friends, watching him secretly train without leaving the mansion. The furry animal reminded him that he had promised to tell who he was and where his powers came from. But the cat didn't know that every time some strange magic interfered with him, when he tried to tell someone about his past life, now that his best friend had abandoned him, he wanted to talk more than ever. And he admitted that, in truth, he had memories that he couldn't tell anyone about. He shared that these memories were everything to him. They guided and moved him forward. And he believed that it would always be like this, but time had not spared even them, as if someone had abused the most precious thing. In response, the cat noted that this was their world. Nothing lasted forever, and over the course of a century, only the length of his tail had changed. And if he wanted to resist time, striving for infinity, no matter what, he would have to show boundless courage and cast aside all doubts. Wrapping him in a soft, warm tail, he urged him to stop worrying about trifles. He thanked him warmly, realizing that compared to this magical beast, he was just a foolish child, despite the millennia he had lived. However, turning around, he suddenly asked if he himself had any friends, after he had said so much. He suddenly realized that the Bastites had not been in the Empire 1,000 years ago, and the princesses were also surprised when they saw the furry one here, and he wondered, did this mean that he came from the Beast Empire? The cat arrogantly stated that cats are naturally solitary and don't need anyone. In response, the cat mentioned that he had read about cats forming groups, which irritated him greatly. The cat offendedly advised him to communicate with his book. He, realizing that he had angered him, immediately began to desperately apologize. Entering the house, he was greeted by his sister and the maids. His mother warmly informed him that they wanted to surprise him a little after training, so they cooked dinner together, and he thanked her in surprise. The lady called the maids to join in, and already sitting with everyone at the table, the maid asked him if they had already made a schedule for their classes. She awkwardly added that she didn't understand the special subjects, but among the general ones, she recommended fixation of the mind. He confirmed that it was a good option, and just repeated the whole subject at home. The maids were surprised by his abilities and the fact that they didn't seem to need their help. His sister, joining in, asked him to tell her more about school life. The maid enthusiastically advised her to visit the dining room, which was full of traditional dishes from all countries. The little sister was looking forward to learning how to cook something exquisite. This lively, joyful morning brought back memories of his childhood, giving him a feeling of returning home. Then, reproaching himself for excessive sentimentality, he decided to take his emotions under strict control. The little sister told her brother that she would like to see what else there is on the island, and their mother replied that she would be happy to show them. He met the guard of the demon princess. She apologized for the early visit and said that she came on an assignment to discuss yesterday's incident, to which the little sister replied that everything was fine and that she was also involved in the investigation, after which the guard began to voice the report. She reported that the mana of the princess kidnapper at the entrance ceremony was the same as the mana of the barrier that appeared at the festival, which led the chief to believe that the princesses were being hunted by the same person. She added that the enemy was very strong and used such high-level magic effortlessly, and reminded him that no matter what, she had to protect her princess. Falling to her knees, she began to cry in sorrow, confessing that she could do nothing then, and she was afraid, because when the princess was kidnapped, she was powerless, and there was no guarantee that she would be able to protect her next time, although she had been given a great responsibility. The Lord understood her, because her feelings of powerlessness were painfully familiar to him. Thanking her for sharing her concerns, he assured her that as a protector of the princess and as a class leader, he would do everything in his power to help, adding that she was important to him too, which embarrassed her. And then, embarrassed himself, he explained that she was important as a classmate, and she, smiling, thanked him. After asking him to report any findings, she quickly disappeared using quote, free movement. Having received the most valuable information, he was determined to catch the culprit as soon as possible to eliminate the threat to the princesses. However, his mother gently but firmly stated that, understanding his zeal, this matter should be left to adults, because school children need to study. The first lesson was the compulsory subject, Practice of Witchcraft. The purpose of these lessons was to strengthen the magical power of the students and learn how to apply it in practice. The second lesson was Introduction to the History of Magic, where the teacher explained in detail how the ancient magical art originated and evolved. The third lesson, the classical language of the Celestial Empire, was also taught by a new humble teacher. In it, they learned to translate ancient languages and studied the grammar of the classical language. The lesson in the classical language of the Heavenly Empire was to his liking, and he ambitiously plunged into the study, eagerly absorbing the knowledge of the changes in the world over 1,000 years. In the fourth lesson, Research on Magic Items, the students learned their uses and principles of operation, and also attempted to make a simple artifact under the guidance of a visiting teacher from the research group. A radiant guest teacher entered the classroom, greeting everyone and introducing herself as Yuyuka. She introduced herself, saying that she was the head of a laboratory that studied magical artifacts and was willing to help the students. She looked at him with a smile and greeted them all sincerely. A strange feeling came over him. He had definitely seen her somewhere. The teacher explained that today they would be trying to make a rod magic item, or simply put, a wand, explaining that they would first need to choose a large, transparent magic stone that would act as a conductor of magic, and use metal, wood, or glass for the handle. She also warned that they might need an additional colored magic stone to attach to the handle, given the mana consumption, so the first years were advised to use only 1 or 2 stones, and they could choose the materials themselves. She looked at the objects in surprise, not understanding the point of the wands if she could cast spells anyway. Then the teacher explained that with the help of auxiliary stones of different colors, she could use magic that was usually inaccessible to her. The Holy Empire Princess asked if this meant that the staff changed their mana and allowed them to use spells of other elements. After receiving a positive answer, she concluded that this would greatly expand their arsenal on the battlefield. Everyone began excitedly to disassemble and study the various stones and parts for the future wands. The head of the laboratory added that an auxiliary stone of the same color as their abilities would increase the power of spells. And if with normal use the magic dissipates like rain, then with the rod it will focus on one point, turning the spell into a waterfall. The teacher had warned that the handle materials interacted differently with the stones, so the choice had to be made thoughtfully, and then the class leader realized that the magic vessel in the exam was the clothes from the festival. He had thought that the staves had become obsolete over the millennium, but he realized that they had simply evolved, becoming more practical. The head of the laboratory, approaching him, noted that his mana was unusually strong and versatile, and such a powerful young man might not need the staff at all. In a rush of embrace, she exclaimed that this was why he was there, and that she had been so lonely and had been waiting for him every day since the exam. At that moment, it dawned on the prefect that he had completely forgotten about the retest of magic power that the teacher had mentioned. He apologized for not being able to come. She said she forgave him, but he would have to make up for the time they had not seen each other. Alone, she silently admitted that she knew every detail of him. She couldn't believe it when she learned about colorless magic in the exam, but after seeing his defensive spells in person during the duel with the evil princess, she wanted to test her guess by skillfully using the demon princess. The analysis confirmed that his magic was identical to the core of the world's Great Barrier, and she was completely convinced that she was right. She could easily understand why the 1,000-year-old artifact was so attractive to him. Moreover, thanks to the human princess, she was even lucky enough to see it in battle. The princesses indignantly did not understand the teacher's behavior, but the headman's sister whispered her discontent, especially viciously. Then they all unanimously decided to separate them, and then the evil princess waved her staff, exclaiming that something had gone wrong, but her attack only brought her closer to him, making the situation worse. She fell right on top of him, and as she fell, she let out a heavy, embarrassed breath. Everyone immediately rushed to her, worried if she was okay. Confused, she momentarily lost consciousness, leaning back but quickly came to her senses, hurried away, declaring the need for rest. Following this, the girls breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had managed to drive her away. Quickly running into the storage room, she jumped from the joy and embarrassment that filled her, when suddenly someone's voice said that the spear had worked after all. These words belonged to the director, who was silently watching from the shadows. He coldly stated that she was free to indulge her whims, but she must control herself, for the mention of his name would make her lose her mind. He then asked about the guardian god, to which she answered without hesitation. He was, without a doubt, the same Silver Knight Guardian from the legends of 1,000 years ago. As he folded the book, he realized that the Empress was apparently also in this place. The mother sighed tiredly, and her daughter asked her what was wrong. She replied that the investigation was in full swing, and she had managed to obtain information about the mana from Lloyd's robe. Now all that was left was to narrow down the circle of suspects. It was good that nothing like that had happened in those 2 weeks. Lloyd thought that since then the enemy had not done anything, which was very suspicious, so it was worth being on the alert. Mom said that the school principal would be back soon. She would like to get everything done and finish it by the time he arrived. Lloyd asked what kind of person he was, because he did not appear at the exam and ceremony, and his mother herself did not meet him. But she heard that he was the youngest headmaster in the history of the school and a highly respected person. In the circle of researchers of the World Barrier, at the age of 12, the young man had already published a scientific paper on magic in the 7 kingdoms, and made it possible to use all the colors of mana with the help of magic items, for which he was nicknamed the Divine Child of Kaleidoscope. Usually the director is very busy with research and rarely shows up at events, so Lloyd realized why he was absent. She also needs to check the school staff database. This will help them find the criminal faster. She almost forgot and said that she would be back later than usual today, so she decided to hug them tighter so that they wouldn't get bored. She hugged them and left, telling them to study well. The first lesson was practicing magical martial arts. The teacher said that basic physical training was important, and they should be able to fight back even in a situation where the use of magic was limited. This class was a great way to unwind, which Lloyd really enjoyed. Then they started to be divided into pairs. As usual, they will have 3 rounds. Rogan was away today, and he started thinking about who he could team up with. At that moment, Neo and Judo approached him, wanting to unite with him. But then they looked at each other disapprovingly. While they were arguing over who should be with Lloyd, two beastmen jumped on Lloyd. They landed right on top of Lloyd, hugging him from both sides. They were the princesses of the Beast Empire, Yuzuriha and Kuzunoha. He asked if something was wrong, when suddenly they grabbed him by both arms, and they dragged him somewhere, telling him to follow them. The building was a good place to hide, so they planned to use Lloyd's magic there. But when he asked what was going on, they replied that their father had come to school. Father was already welcomed within the walls of the academy. This is the Emperor of the Beast Empire, Kusunoki Tilfa. He thanked them for looking after his daughters. He asked Roken where they were now, but the two had already asked him not to give them up. Father understands that Roken is a very loyal servant and knows how to keep secrets, so he decides to find them himself. Lloyd, Yuzuriha, and Kuzunoha were hiding in a very tight space. It was some random cabinet. Lloyd decided to use the second defensive style, soundproofing. This spell hides presence and completely muffles sound, so they will not be found for some time, and he also asked what happened. As Yuzuriha said, in the morning the teacher called them and said that their father was arriving today. But they didn't understand why he had suddenly appeared, and things were definitely getting hot. So they decided to rely on Roken, and that's when Lloyd realized why he wasn't there. Suddenly, something began to tickle Kuzunoha, and she began to wriggle in this cramped space. Yuzuriha asked her to stop, but she still couldn't calm down. At that moment, some creature appeared from under the clothes with a small squeak. It was a mouse, but Kuzunoha recognized this mouse. They managed to jump out, and this mouse blew up the closet. It was the searching spirit of the beast. Hearing the explosion, the Emperor's servants came running. The Emperor himself came with them, having found his daughters. It was the Beast Emperor that Lloyd first saw, and he suddenly said that they were returning home. Kuzunoha asked why they were returning even though they had just enrolled. Yuzuriha added that they still had a lot to learn and there was no reason to leave. But then Kusunoki said that Yuzuriha could stay, but Kuzunoha would have to go with him, which she immediately refused. The reason was that her father found her a groom. Even though no one asked him, he decided to tell about it in more detail only when they returned. Kuzunoha again refused to go with him. And all because she already has a lover, she said, hugging Lloyd, so she is not going anywhere. Yuzuriha and Roken were in shock. The father was in a stupor no less than Lloyd. Her father asked her if she understood what she was saying, since the guy was tailless, but Kuzunoha replied that Lloyd was very cool. She didn't know what kind of groom her father had found for her. But Lloyd was their headman, and took first place in the exam, and he also tamed Bastet. Roken wanted to tell her to try to keep Lloyd out of this, but he was interrupted by Kusunoki, who decided to start over and told him that he was waiting for him after school at the Beast Empire dorm, and to bring Bastida with him. That's when they'll talk, he said, and turned around. At that moment, Yuyuka was watching them and was shocked by such news. She didn't know that Lord Lloyd, or Vance, and the Beast Princess Kuzunoha were lovers. She couldn't believe it. Because Lord Vance couldn't lay his eyes on a young girl, he was a knight after all, she thought that he was just dragged into it. In this era, she is the only one who truly understands Lord Vance. So she decided to stop them and save him. Kuzunoha wiped her forehead, sighing as her father left. She was asked why she did it, but she replied, what else could she do? She doesn't want to marry someone unknown and only because her dad said so. But Elsmeria also refused to get married until the very end, saying that she was tired of it all. The suitors don't even know her, and is there any point in a marriage without love? So she asked Knight Vance if he would like to perform a little scene in front of them, but if they did that, he would never be allowed to see her again, so they didn't do it, even though they were close to it. In general, Kuzunoha didn't care, so she grabbed onto Lloyd again. He realized that he was in a very big problem. The second lesson was the treatment of magical animals. They were explained that the aquatic animal does not have a skeleton, so it is easier to palpate it. The magic core has a very low temperature, and to avoid getting burned, they need gloves for this. There was still time before the end of classes, but for now Lloyd had no idea what he would say to the King of Beasts. Kuzunoha suddenly pounced on him, asking him to do it together. When he asked what she was doing, she said that there were a lot of guys from the Beast Empire here, so she wanted to make sure everyone knew about it. At that moment, someone began to seep between them. It was Yuyuka who said that talking during class was not good. Kuzunoha said that the teacher was in the wrong class, but she replied that it was her duty to reprimand unruly students. She then asked Lloyd if there was anything bothering him, and if he needed advice, he could come to her lab. But Kuzunoha interrupted her and replied that they had already agreed with Lloyd, and after school he was going to meet her father. Suddenly, a water creature rose up behind them, and all this water poured over them from head to toe, although they just needed to look around. Kanan asked what was going on here. Yuzuriha remembered that she hadn't told her about it yet, but she didn't know what was going on with Yuyuka. Yuyuka and Kuzunoha looked at each other with disdain, even after being doused with water. The third lesson was the classical language of the Celestial Empire. Kuzunoha asked Lloyd. He promised to become her lover. But Yuyuka also asked he won't go to the Beast Empire and will stay with her at school and be her guinea pig, that is, her assistant, she corrected herself. All this happened in a classroom during a lesson, where the teacher was at the blackboard. There were too many strangers here for a teacher. Roken apologized for this and said that he would drive them away immediately. Lloyd urgently needed to come up with a new plan and propose it to Princess Kuzunoha. But in such conditions, it was almost impossible to concentrate. Kuzunoha didn't understand why she was so clingy and still asked what relation she had to Lloydu. She wasn't serious. But then Yuyuka replied that everything was very serious from the very first day at this school. She gave up everything for her goal. Even if it will never be appreciated, she is sure that there is still something unknown in the world. This confidence forever predetermined her life, and all this time she was waiting for that one person. Someone who could truly understand her. A person who would change her dark world. And if the Princess of the Beasts is not ready to risk her life, then Yuyuka will never give Lloyd to her. Suddenly, Kuzunoha let go of Lloyd's hand, and he fell on Yuyuka from surprise, but managed to use the flower shield in time before falling. Yuyuka became very embarrassed when she felt Vance start using magic near her. They quickly moved away from each other and apologized. Yuyuka was about to move away, so she told him not to do anything weird while she was gone. And at that moment, Kuzunoka thought deeply after her words. Lloyd's mother, Mulia, was standing in the school library building, looking for something in the staff archives. She was able to understand something because there was no other explanation. Among the graduates currently researching the barrier, only one person was absent from the entrance ceremony. The list of names of former members of the secret organization Demon Empire Dodomakiryu that Rakusia had obtained for her, as well as a trace of dark mana with a bluish tint that remained on Lloyd's robe. One way or another, it all pointed to one person. It was Yuyuka, which was unforgivable, but she wondered why she was hunting princesses. Plus, every incident involved Lloyd in one way or another. At that moment, someone greeted her from behind her. It was quite strange, because Mulia thought that only teachers could use this section. The boy asked her if there was anything he could do to help, then remembered that he hadn't introduced himself yet. His name is Camille Lansford, the 60th headmaster of the World School of Magic. She apologized for not recognizing him, because he looked so young, as if he were no older than her children. Camille excitedly asked if she was the guardian of the protector god. And he added that her son is a very promising student, or better yet, a genius, because his academic performance breaks all records. They had never had such students before, and then he apologized for getting overexcited, because he felt very relaxed next to her. Mulia realized that even though he was a director, he was still a child. However, her charm magic had no effect on him. There was even a feeling that all his friendliness was feigned, just like Lloyd's before. But she just wanted to report something to Camille. The fact is that during his absence from school, there were 2 attempts on the lives of princesses. Camille was horrified by such news. Mulia added that her investigation showed that the most likely culprit was the head of the Barrier Research Laboratory, Yuyuk's teacher, which made Camille surprised. He couldn't believe it. Since teacher Yuyuka was an outstanding researcher and had always been the pride of their school, how could she even think about it? Camille apologized for failing to keep the students safe, but told her not to worry. After all, he will quickly solve this problem. The executive committee will deal with anyone who dares to threaten the school. Everything will be fine now, he said. Then he snapped his fingers and called out to Kuon. Apparently it was the deputy director's secretary. Camille thanked Mulia for her assistance because this is a disgrace for him as a director, and he does not even know how to look into the eyes of his predecessors who defended this school for many years. So he told her to go back to her children, because now she must be very worried about them. He promised that they would definitely chat again when they had time, and next time she should bring the protector god with her. When she left, his face immediately changed. He wondered how this fox could sniff out so much. However, he noticed that Yuyuka had been acting too thoughtlessly lately, and it was not surprising that she had been identified. He didn't know what kind of love or passion she had, but he wasn't going to tolerate these antics every time. He had already collected all the most necessary information, and he doesn't need Yuyuka anymore. The secretary told Yuyuka that she had been exposed and would soon be arrested, but the director kindly agreed to help her hush up the matter. On one condition, she must leave school. Her room had already been vacated, and Yuyuka realized then that they were getting rid of her. She was having so much fun that she overdid it. But she realized that they were also trying to steal Lord Vance from her. This is a serious matter, and it would be bad if there was unnecessary noise. Although it was wonderful on the contrary, so Yuyuka decided to arrange all this. The Beast Emperor suddenly came to school and wanted to force Kuzunoha to return home for marriage, so she decided to pretend to be Lloyd's lover. That's what Kanon realized. And Yuzuriha tells all this to keep her waiting longer. At first, she too thought it was crazy, but if Lloyd agreed to help, maybe Kuzunoha could stay at the school for a while. Kanon asked her what would happen next, because things couldn't go on like this forever. Yuzuriha replied that she understood that perfectly well. Kuzunoha doesn't show it, but she's the only one with the right to the throne. Before, Yuzuriha could only watch her from afar, from below. But now, at this school, she and Kuzunoha were finally able to see the world with the same eyes. Only together can they smile sincerely and be truly happy, and she would like to stay like this for a little while longer. Now the lessons are over. Lloyd exhaled that at least teacher Yuyuka had left him alone, and now they could talk calmly. He approached Princess Kuzunoha and said that he thought that pretending to be lovers was not a good idea, and why didn't she just call off the engagement? But she couldn't do that because this marriage needed a ceremony in her country. Since ancient times, there have been constant feuds between clans in the Beast Empire. The confrontation continued, but after 100 years, the Lion clan managed to regain power and conclude a peace treaty. Therefore, now the descendants of the royal family are used to strengthen the bonds between clans. She couldn't act so selfishly. If she refuses, then Yuzuriha will have to marry, and she will not have the right to refuse. The whole country will know about the choice she makes. If she had decided earlier, everything would have ended long ago. It seemed to her that if she ignored the problem, put it off for later, and laughed it off, then everything would somehow resolve itself. Kuzunoha doesn't want to change anything or change herself. She asked why it's impossible to leave everything as is. Previously, due to her friendly nature, Lloyd did not notice this. But Kuzunoha is well aware of her position and knows about the duties of the heiress and princess, but she does not want to bear this responsibility. At school, Kuzunoha and Yuzuriha were always cheerful and happy, so it's no wonder they don't want to leave. Only here, in a place far from the Beast Empire, can the two of them not adjust to circumstances and maintain close relationships with each other. Kuzunoha didn't want to tell anyone about the Beast Empire, even though she understood that sooner or later this time would come. Here she was truly happy and could be herself. She would like to stay here a little longer, she said, and Roken also listened to all this from afar. She understands perfectly well with her mind what she must do, but her heart cannot be deceived, because Kuzunoha is not only the heir to the throne, but also a person, an individual who wants freedom. Lloyd knows her feelings. Time spares no one and nothing. But nevertheless, his desire to help people and be a protector has not changed. Even after 1,000 years. All he could do for Kuzunoha now was only one thing. Suddenly they heard a cry from afar. The two of them ran towards the sounds of screams. When they found the two beastmen, they saw something strange. At that moment, Mulia was passing by, and she saw Titus. She asked him if Lloyd had returned. Titus didn't see him, and his mother had something to say, and she wondered what had happened. What worried her was that Lloyd and Kanon still hadn't returned. Then Titus offered to sit on him. He will help her find them, because Titus is in her debt, and this will be a small gratitude. Having sat on it, they flew off to look for their children. At that moment, Kuon returned to the library. Camille asked if Yuyuka agreed to his terms, but Kuon ignored him and walked past him, then began to access the magic system. She very quickly changed the administrator, and in the security system, having gained access, activated the combat dolls. Camille, when he saw her eyes, realized that she was under hypnosis and quickly dispelled it with a click. Yuka had already implanted her magic into the system, and now she had launched something through Kuon. Camille tensed up so much that his veins bulged. He couldn't understand if the negotiations had really failed. He said that he would keep his reputation and career, which didn't suit her. She was a scientist. How could she have such extensive knowledge and be so brainless at the same time? It was sheer absurdity. It is still possible to restore the system from another chain. Now he has a good reason to finally get rid of this crazy woman. Besides, it will be interesting to see what the God Protector will do. Stones were flying at Kuzunoha, and Lloyd, she asked what was going on here. But Lloyd himself didn't understand what was going on here, but they were definitely attacked by the warrior dolls guarding the school, and someone was controlling them. Lloyd didn't understand why these guards were attacking the students. He used defensive style number 2, isolation. After this, all the guards fell to the ground. With this spell, he interrupted the flow of magic to them. In his mind, he heard Kanon's voice asking if he was okay. She said that the war dolls suddenly started attacking everyone, and the students started to be evacuated. Then Lloyd realized how serious everything was, since they began to evacuate. All the war dolls in the school are out of control. So everyone fought with them. The princesses tried to calm their people and evacuate them without panic. Every single princess fought. The scale was too big, and Lloyd wouldn't be able to help everyone. He used defensive style number 1, the track. The magical channels of all the warrior dolls are connected to each other, which means they need to find their source and stop them. But the range of his ability is not very large, and he cannot leave Kanon alone. Then Kuzunoha called out to Roken, who was nearby. He then stepped out of the column and said that he was the bodyguard of the heir to the throne. It is his duty to protect her, and he cannot leave her in this situation. So he asked her to give him an order, because it was his duty to obey. Then Kuzunoha, as the future empress, ordered him to protect Yuzuriha and Kanon, while she herself would go help Lloyd. Roken understood everything and entrusted Kuzunoha into Lloyd's hands. He thanked him, and they hurried off. Kuzunoha created a shark with which they can instantly find the enemy by smell. Having sat on the shark, she began to look for the source of magic. This time he will not let him go, whoever he is, and will put an end to everything. They flew right over Mulia, who saw Lloyd and Princess Kuzunoha. So I told Titus to fly after them, but they were flying much faster, and Titus was already at the highest speed he could afford. Mulia didn't understand where she wanted to lure these two, and whether it was true that her target was the princesses. The Beast Emperor hears a rumble and chaos, so his subordinates decide to start looking for the princesses. Suddenly, the Emperor saw a bastite flying over his head, so he told them to follow him. They owe it to him, for he is the true master of their country. Lloyd and Kuzunoha flew to a familiar place. This is the place where Princess Hiyori was attacked, and they are clearly being provoked to do this. As they jumped off the shark, Lloyd noticed that something was wrong because the flow of magic had stopped. Kuzunoha smelled a sweet and poisonous odor, and said that the enemy was somewhere nearby. Lloyd told her to stay behind him. The man responsible for the attack on the princesses and the chaos that had caused them would now be right in front of them. Lloyd wanted to put an end to this and return the school to a peaceful life. Then he heard someone laughing, and when he looked at who was laughing, he was surprised, because he saw Yuyuka, who was glad that he had arrived. He asked Yuyuki's teacher why her. She replied that she had been waiting for him for a very long time, and she called him Master Vance, which made Lloyd's face turn pale. She had to attack the entire school at once to make sure they noticed, and she believed that they would come. Everything is just as Yuyuka thought it out. It turns out that teacher Yuyuka is to blame for everything. That's what Lloyd realized. Only he wondered how she knew his real name, because he himself could never say it. Yuyuka said that she understood how confused they were. Her confession was very sudden. In fact, she wanted to talk in a more calm environment. Lloyd asked her why she attacked the princesses. She began to think. She replied that it was all in order to find him, to meet him, to make sure that it was really him, and to help Lloyd get his true self back. Everything she had done up until this point, she had done for him. The princesses only helped her a little. If the circumstances had been a little different, it could have been anyone. However, she should thank the princesses, because thanks to them, she was able to see his barrier magic with her own eyes. Lloyd realized that she had dragged all these people in just so that he could use the barrier, and it was understandable. Yuyuka was a researcher of the world's barrier, so when she saw his spell, which was very similar to the Alzmeria barrier, and she guessed who he was in his past life, Yuyuka was glad that he noticed how hard she tried for him. Vance, Kuzunoha, who was standing nearby, couldn't understand what they were talking about and why Yuyuka was calling Lloyd Vance. It was the first time she heard such a name, when suddenly a tear flowed from her eye. All this time he was all alone in an unfamiliar world, and Vansu must have been very lonely, Yuyuka said. But now everything will be fine, she said, flying up to him. After all, she is the only one who can understand him. So, taking his hand, she asked him to go with her and start all over again, and for him to show her his magnificent power for her sake. Suddenly, Lloyd shook her hand away, refusing her offer. And he added that she doesn't understand anything. In this school, it is Lloyd's duty to protect Kanun and the other princesses. And he won't let her hurt other people anymore, so he asked her to stop this madness. But in response, Yuyuka only began to laugh loudly. She said that she did not ask Lloyd's opinion, and she only needed Mr. Vance. That's why she was able to grab him, because he got carried away talking about the past. His magic began to leak out. To fully restore Lord Vance's memories, she will have to erase Lloyd from her mind. So she asked him to relax and leave everything to her. Suddenly, something got in her way from behind, and then she remembered that Kuzunoha was still standing there. She told her to let Lloyd go, because if Yuyuka really loved him, she wouldn't hurt him and do other terrible things. Yuyuka told her to shut up, because what does she even know about them? Maybe she was right, Kuzunoha really doesn't know anything. But she will never leave a person who suffers in her eyes. Yuyuka asked her not to make her laugh with such pathetic words. She hates such feeble-minded children, and Kuzunoha has no idea what real difficulties are, and can't even think about her own future. All her life she hasn't decided anything, and now she has the audacity to lecture an adult. Yuyuka said that she was different, that was all she had left, and she had nowhere to run. Kuzunoha's worthless morals would never shake her determination. Kuzunoha realized that she had already chosen her destiny. Until now, she was always afraid when she and Yuzuriha were compared. I was afraid to change along with her. She was afraid that someday she would no longer be one of the twins, and will become one person. But now Kuzunoha must fight her alone as Kuzunoha and win. She said that she would definitely bring Lloyd back. Firstly, she doesn't want Lloyd to suffer. And secondly, school will be boring without him. So she decided that she would fight for herself and her egoism. Princess Kuzunoha began to attack Yuyuka. She created several beasts at once and directed them at Yuyuka. Yuyuka was unhappy that the princess thought that summoning these fragile beasts would help her. After all, she can erase them with one stroke. But when the dust cleared, she realized that Princess Kuzunoha's target had not been her from the beginning. At that moment, she was already flying towards Lloyd to free him. But Yuyuka suddenly flew up with him and said that she would never give him up. Kuzunoka didn't hesitate and also jumped up. And she created a shark under her feet so she wouldn't fall. Lyda was impressed by this. She summons such a number of spirits over and over again and controls them. Titus and Mulia were already flying in the distance. Kanon, Yuzuriha, and Roken also came and saw Kuzunoha fighting. They also saw nearby the teacher Yuyuka, against whom she was fighting. The Emperor said that the hunt was almost over. All that remained was to finish off the prey, which was driven into a corner. Yuyuka summoned warrior dolls, and a lot of them appeared around Yuyuka. All the warriors surrounded Kuzunoha. The dolls launched their attacks at her, but she was able to jump over them, causing the shark to disappear, and she began to fall down. Only then her hands grabbed the dolls. If they dropped her here, she might have time to summon someone else, so they decided to finish off Kuzunoha. Lloyd realized that things were going really badly. There were too many warrior dolls, and from such a distance their attacks would not be able to reach them. But suddenly the Emperor said that his voice could be reached. There were many more people here besides them. He was asked to keep his cool, but he knew about it. He looked at Kuzunoha, who was trapped. First of all, he is her father, so he started shouting up at the enemy. Yuyuka immediately covered her ears from the loud sound. Kuzunoha immediately realized that it was her father, and the warrior dolls also began to malfunction. The dolls were out of order. Yuyuka thought it was due to an excess of magic. Kuzunoha didn't understand why, but this voice resonated in her soul and filled her with strength. Lloyd felt the same. Yuyuki's magic was out of control due to the excess, but he also felt a surge of power and realized that this was his chance. Mulia, who was nearby, also weakened and could not move, and asked Titus how he felt. But he, on the contrary, felt lightness, a roar that encouraged all the animals and suppressed the enemies. Only the king of the beasts is capable of this. This was the Beast Empire's secret technique, the battle cry. The magical power of anyone who hears the voice increases many times over, but only beasts and beastmen can control the power of wild nature. Kuzunoha reached out to Lloyd and finally hugged him. When they came together, they looked at Yuyuka, who was still shell-shocked. Then she said she was so close. But it seems that now all her efforts are in vain and there is no longer any meaning in her life. At that moment, she immediately weakened and began to fall like a brick. She muttered under her breath that there was no longer any meaning to her life. If Yuyuka fell from such a height, she would die. That's what Lloyd and Kuzunoha realized. She doesn't want to fight anymore. and has fallen into complete despair. Her crimes cannot be forgiven. But now Lloyd really wants to save her, so he used the flower shield underneath her. But his magic didn't work, and she broke. Kuzunoha then tried to use a shark to catch her. The shark almost caught him, but before it could touch Yuyuki, it disappeared. The spirit animals were too unstable. Teacher Yuyuka doesn't want her to be saved, so her consciousness rejects his magic. The protective spells only work on those who want to be saved. As a defender, he never thought that such things as rejection of salvation would be possible. The world barrier can control people's movements, so there's a chance that his barrier magic can do the same. But his technique was far from ideal, and he wondered if it would work. Suddenly, Princess Kuzunoha grabbed Lloyd's hand and told him to use his magic, because if he had any idea, it would help. Lloyd then nodded and began to use his magic, combining it with his own. Princess Kuzunoha's golden mana mixed with his to create a warm-hued double barrier. A protective ball instantly formed around Yuyuki. She didn't understand why she hadn't fallen yet, but when she saw this light, she remembered that she had seen it before. Unrestrained, a free force that spread throughout the world, she was enchanted by it, an unattainable and therefore beautiful evening dawn. After these thoughts, she landed softly on the ground. When Lloyd and Kuzunoha also landed, they exhaled that they had succeeded. And she exclaimed joyfully while Yuyuka looked at them. She looked straight at Lloyd and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, something began to wrap around her and grabbed her. It was the vice principal who finally caught Yuyuka. The school administration apologized for the risk they had to take, and for their help in preventing major damage. As for Yuyuki, before they interrogate her and pass sentence, the deputy asked that the information not be disseminated. They will discuss the details of today's incident with them later. After that, they took Yuyuka and left. Teacher Yuka is the only person in this world who knows about his past life, and he wanted to ask her a lot of questions. Maybe he could come to an agreement with the vice principal. That was the end of the incidents, when suddenly Kuzunoha screamed. She completely forgot that her father was waiting for them after school. He would think that they had screwed him over, so they decided to hurry. Then she remembered something, the most recent roar. At that moment, her father came up and said that she still had the growing power of the wild nature, enough to become the king of the beasts. They looked at each other, father and Kuzunoha. He praised her for how well they fought. Since the true power of the wild nature was flowing within her, he already wanted to say who would become the next beast emperor. But at that moment, Yuzuriha, who was with Kanon and Roken, came running. After standing there for a while and looking at each other, Kuzunoha replied that she was fine. Kuzunoha also wants to try to risk everything she has. Even though Teacher Yuyuki's methods were flawed, her willpower and determination made her truly strong. And it's time for Kuzunoha to act for what's dear to her. She grabbed Yuzuriha's hand and said that she would stay with her at school, which surprised everyone. To become a true king, she must first get to know the outside world better, become stronger, and learn to fight without his help. And also, if the king is not happy, the country will not be happy, that's what she thinks. So when the time comes, celebrate the beginning of a new beast empire. As those who will take on the future of the country, they will have to smile together. Roken was inspired by her speech. At that moment, Mulia arrived on Tita. The Beast Emperor immediately knelt before the Cat King, but he told him to raise his head, because he had been out of business for a long time, and Kusunoki was now the king. The Emperor said that the Empire of Beasts could have only one true king, and that was Titus, free and unbound, the symbol of their country. The civil strife was over, they would not disappoint them anymore, so he asked Titus to return, because their country was united again. But Titus said that unity does not mean harmony. Land and underwater, herbivores and predators, for animals, harmony is non-interference and acceptance of each other's differences. As long as this country continues to exist on the principle of strength, the enmity will never stop. Kusunoki agreed with him. For his generation, this is the limit. But in the heart of the one who will become the next king, there is already a desire for freedom. He believes that the future generation will be able to change their old traditions. When his daughter becomes king, a new era will come in which individual freedom will be respected, and asked him if he would like to see with his own eyes what it will be like. After all, she already has the power to surpass him. If so, then Titus too will allow himself to hope for change, to hope that he will soon see a free land where a new wind blows. Kusunoki respects Kuzunoha's determination, so he decided to leave things as they are. Until the day of the coronation, they can stay in school and learn everything, and he will somehow figure out the engagement himself. Kuzunoha immediately hugged Yuzuriha out of joy, because now they could be together. Lloyd also breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately knelt before the Emperor and apologized for his rudeness. But he said that his daughters were quite capricious, but asked Lloyd to take care of them. And he noticed what a real lover she had. But Lloyd never cleared up this misunderstanding. Suddenly, Kuzunoha thought that this was the first time she had worked so well with someone other than Yuzuriha, and perhaps they were even suited for each other. Yuzi and Roken were shocked by such a thought coming out of her mouth. She apologized to them and wanted to explain everything. Lloyd was asked to help with the aftermath of the attack, and apologized for the teachers disturbing him during his break. But he didn't mind. He was the class president after all. With the help of wind magic in one corner, they were already finished. Due to yesterday's incident with the warrior dolls, the school grounds have to be restored. Kanan came up behind him and started treating Lloyd because he had a scratch on his arm. He thanked her and said it was good that she came here. Yesterday he was always with Kuzunoha. You can't take your eyes off him, that's what she said. At that moment, the twin sisters came with food, and she also apologized for yesterday. Suseri asked what they had and remembered that he was indeed not there during the evacuation. Lloyd remembered the words about keeping it all a secret. Kuzunoha said that they wanted to tell his father about them, and that's why they were working together. Suseri wasn't quite sure what she meant by that. Lloyd whispered to her that they shouldn't tell about it, but she decided then to say that they held hands and merged their thoughts into one, which made it sound ambiguous. Princess Aurelis and Hiyori watched this and were shocked by her words. They heard rumors among the guys from the Beast Empire that Lloyd was dating Kuzunoha, and apparently it's true, and if it's true, then Hiyori realized that this is a real love triangle between Aurelis, Kuzunoha, and Kanon. Susuri said it was suspicious and asked what they were hiding, but Kuzunoha wasn't going to tell her anything because she was told to keep everything a secret. The human princess replied that they should tell because she was the class leader and should know what was going on in the class. Kuzunoha said that there was nothing special, and Susuri replied that even if everything was fine with her, Lloyd might be in trouble. Then Yuzuriha came up and asked Susuri to stop pestering her, and asked since when she liked Lloyd so much. After these words, a blush immediately appeared on her face, and she exclaimed loudly and sharply at this. She couldn't find the words to say anything against it, although she certainly respects Lloyd. They often help each other out and stuff, but she never thought of him that way, but when she thought about it, she realized that maybe she had. Hiyori was surprised that Susuri was going there too, and she apparently fell in love with him. Unconsciously, the situation is becoming more and more complicated. Suddenly, Aurelis jumped out of the bushes, although why were they hiding then? When Kuzunoha saw her, Aurelis said that she couldn't listen to it anymore. She asked what had come over them, that they were imagining some kind of nonsense, but they didn't even ask Lloyd. And she asked if they really thought that Kuzunoha was capable of explaining anything normally. She then gave the floor to Lloyd to continue. Lloyd said that they were thinking about how to stay together at school. At these words, Susuri and Aurelis turned pale. His explanation is no better. Kuzunoha thought about how to explain all this and remembered something. Yuzuriha and Kanon were there too, and I asked them to say something too. But the two of them replied that they deserved it, and Kanon agreed. Kuzunoha asked Lloyd, leaning against him, what should they do now? Their sisters are so cruel. Susuri asked what all this meant. Aurelius wouldn't rest until he knew the truth, and Hiyori was enjoying this battle. The principal watched all this from the window of the school building. He looked into the ball and saw Kuzunoha inside, causing him to laugh evilly. The barrier immediately disappeared, but there was no doubt that this was the magic of the world barrier. She contains a part of the soul of the Empress of Ausmeria. The director rejoiced that he had finally found the first. But he wondered what about the second sister, Yuzuriha. There was a knock on the door of the rector of the Magic Academy. He opened the door with a joyful smile, but he saw only Kwan and asked what she needed. She came with a report. Yuyuka, the now former head of the scientific department, is detained and is still being interrogated by Deputy Director Matilda, but she has not revealed her motive or goal, and the investigation has reached a dead end. As a member of the executive committee, she would prefer not to spread information about their existence to unnecessary people. Even if someone were to tell about them, modern society would most likely not even understand the point of the executive committee's existence. Their ignorance is their blessing. Camille said it was obvious. Kwan noticed that he was in a good mood today. After all, he will finally be able to meet the protector god in person. Lloyd wondered what the academy's director was like. Mom said that she had recently spoken to the principal in person, and he had said that he wanted to meet Lloyd in person, and she was sure that everything would go on a happy note. The director is also known as the divine child of Kaleidoscope, but he wondered if he could live up to his expectations. When he arrived, the director immediately grabbed Lloyd's hand and was glad to meet him. He introduced himself to him as Camille Lansford. He also did not forget to thank teacher Malia for her help. After all, it was thanks to her that they were able to meet so soon. Then he told Lloyd to stop being so nervous they were the same age after all. This incident really surprised him. Yu Yuka's teacher is a great scientist, but she seems to lack moral standards. He felt genuinely sorry that he had suffered because of his short-sightedness. Behind the director, he saw Fried's spear. When Lloyd mentioned it, Camille said that it gave off a bit of pressure. His spear skills were just terrible, so he left it here as a decoration. He thinks that it is partly his fault that teacher Yu Yuka managed to take him out of here without permission. And this spear belongs to his ancient ancestor, the founder of the academy and its first director, but Camille asked not to dwell too much on this. Lloyd recognized the old man as Fried, although he hadn't even noticed it at first. In the portrait, he looked tired. Camille said that he really had to thank Malia somehow, even though Yu Yuka was so calm and balanced. Lloyd was in the library, looking for information about why Fried ended up at the academy after the war ended. If he wanted to understand everything, he needed to investigate. So far, he had only been looking for Olsmeria and nothing else, because something inside him was avoiding it. Namely, the truth about the events of 1,000 years ago after their death. With Olsmeria dead and the barrier created, his fight would be over, or so he thought. The past became for him just a beautiful memory frozen in time. He looked only to the future, where he could be next to her. They walked away, leaving him behind. Lloyd wondered what Fried was thinking then. Those decades that he had to live without them, the suffering and pain not recorded in the history of this world, and what a support he became for the Heavenly Empire. He did not want to see any of it. That time he saw the darkness in Fried's eyes, blaming Lloyd. Left without a loyal comrade and ruler. For him who had never known loneliness, it was a punishment, and it was natural that he hated Lloyd. Suddenly he was pulled out of his thoughts by a collision with Yuzuriha. Lloyd apologized for this, but she asked him why he hadn't gone home yet. In response, Lloyd also decided to ask why she was here alone. She asked if it was really that weird to be alone, but she understood Lloyd. After all, she and her sister are inseparable. They eat together, wash together, and even sleep together. Yuzuriha then admitted that she realized that she was slowly falling behind her sister. Lloyd then said that for Princess Kuzunoha, there was no one more important than them, even with this wedding thing. She was desperately looking for a way to stay in school and be by her side. That day, she had already been evacuated from the school grounds, and that was the only reason she didn't take Yuzuriha with her. Even the fact that she stopped running away from reality was her merit, because that was the only way they could stay together. They both appreciate each other very much, and he was fortunate enough to see how inseparable they were. Yuzuriha smiled and left, thanking him for such words. Lloyd wanted to do something, but what could he, who had abandoned everything, do? He wondered. Somewhere on the plain, Lloyd and Titus were fighting. Titus noticed that Lloyd was fighting at half strength, although this was the last battle, in all because he felt a little sad. Titus said that he could attend a couple of Beast Empire events and solve these girls' minor problem. Lloyd asked why he was going so far. The cat replied that it was because these lion princesses were friends of his savior, and as a souvenir before leaving, he will snatch the victory for himself. But Lloyd used Defense Style No. 2 Impenetrable Fortress. He used protective magic as a cage, indestructible, both outside and inside. He disarmed Titus without even scratching him. His magic seems to say that it will protect everyone, even those who do not want it. And it looks like he can cope here without it. But Lloyd didn't think so. Lately he felt helpless and had to become stronger. If Titus left, he would lose his training partner. But he replied that Lloyd wasn't worried about training. He doesn't like that Titus is leaving, and he's sad that he won't have anyone to cry on. Why does it have to be Titus? Because he is his friend, and not just his training partner. Whatever Lloyd does, he always draws a clear line in front of himself that he shouldn't cross. Even he can barely see his true self. Now he needs a friend, and he can't carry everything alone. Lloyd left everything behind and has no right to do so. He doesn't understand it. He will never get that friendship back. Titus asked if he had to understand him completely to be Lloyd's friend. He doesn't know a lot about him, but it's also the other way around. But as long as they spend time together and think about each other, it creates a bond between them. And he saw this connection in that lion princess. It's a shame to watch her when Lloyd denies it. Until now, Lloyd had only thought about how to protect everyone. That was his role before, and that remains the same now. but it was they who saved him when he was consumed by darkness and when he was trapped. And then, by uniting, they were able to create an improved version of his spell and were even able to touch the perfect defense. Friends are not a bad thing, that's what everyone else used to think, but after meeting Lloyd in that forest, Titus began to agree with him. Lloyd was glad that Titus was his friend and promised him that he would become stronger. Tito was already wondering what he would be like the next time they met. He understood that he too had to change and believe in friendship and unity. This time, he would not give up and would continue to move forward, he told, freed in his thoughts. Having come to all the princesses, he wanted to ask them all for advice. They couldn't believe that Lloyd had finally trusted them himself. If it is within their power, they will try to help in any way they can. They asked him what advice he wanted to ask for. He said that he was worried about the relationship between Yuzuriha and Kuzunoha, perhaps because of the turmoil of them leaving for their homeland. But Kanon felt like there was some kind of wall between them, and although they both ended up staying at the school, Princess Yuzuriha still seemed depressed. Hiyori said that Kuzunoha and Lloyd were fighting just the two of them as if they were a couple in love, and Yuzuriha was forcibly evacuated outside the school. Maybe that made her feel like a third wheel. But Kuzunoha acted out of rationality. Yuzuriha's safety was considered the highest priority at the time. As the heir to the throne, Suseri does not see anything wrong with her actions. Then someone else wanted to speak up. It was Eliza who asked how about creating an environment for them to have an open conversation. This academy was originally intended to be a neutral, peaceful territory. If there was a misunderstanding between them, then the most logical solution would be a conversation in which they would express their points of view. Aurelis then smirked at the suggestion. She said that Kuzunoha was a complete layman in explanations, and maybe Eliza didn't know, but such a solution was only ideal on paper. Eliza said that it was better than just standing there and ridiculing other people's ideas, and since Aurelis was so smart, she should suggest her own version. Aurelis said that she and her kind always look for rationality and logic in everything. Eliza replied that it was because Papa encouraged their people to strive for wisdom, and it was even stranger to her that Aurelis was always looking for a speck in other people's eyes. Aurelis clenched her hand because of this and wanted to say something to Eliza. Suddenly, Runia stood between them, causing Aurelis to step back. She asked why they stopped. It looked interesting to her. Aurelis turned away and said that this was not a circus. Eliza apologized for getting off topic, but Lloyd said they were both right in many ways. They really need to talk to clear up any misunderstandings, but Kuzunoha has a hard time expressing her emotions and thoughts. Based on this, he wanted to come up with a way to combine their ideas and began to think about how best to do this. Suseri suggested that they play some kind of game so that they could relax and have fun, and when the topic of competition comes up, they are always enthusiastic. Hiyori asked if there was a game they could all play together. At this point, Uraha said that such a game really does exist and is suitable for any party, and the name of this game is the Game of the Heavenly Emperor. At the beginning of the turn, they draw their color, and the one who drew the winning one becomes the Heavenly Emperor and can command the rest of the players, but it is not that simple. Because according to the rule of the Heavenly Oath, the person who received the order also has the right to give the order to the Emperor, and they will only know their color, so the intrigue will last until the last. This game brings people's hearts together at the speed of light. Suseri asked what kind of game this was. It sounded crazy. As the shield of the Heavenly Empress, Lloyd has many questions. Hiyori was very intrigued, but Uraha was asked not to provoke the princess. Their goal is to restore the sisters' relationship, not to create more destruction. But Aurelis asked if they were sure it would work because the twins had a keen sense of smell and would immediately sense something was wrong if they made even one mistake. Suseri agreed with this. It would be too suspicious to just offer them to play out of the blue. Lloyd said they could reference the school's class reunion event and invite them to participate in preparing for it. And they will move on to the game during the party, and hope that they will all be able to have fun in this game. Then Lloyd said that he would like to get to know each of them better. Aurelis promised to give it her all. Hiyori hoped they would have fun, and Suseri was glad that they would be able to get to know each other better and agreed to it. Then Eliza said that they should move on to preparation. When Lloyd suddenly noticed that Runia was staring at him, she then remarked that she, to some extent, also wanted to get to know him better. When Yuzuriha and Kuzunoha were told about the parties, they were very happy about the offer and immediately agreed. They wanted to create real chaos at this party, so they began to prepare for the upcoming party. Already on the date of the party, they raised their glasses with drinks. From that moment on, The special class party was declared officially open, but Yuzuriha still noticed that they somehow unexpectedly decided to have a party, but Kuzunoha was not at all against it, especially since they were all free now due to the cancellation of classes. Kanan suggested that everyone try some sweets first. Although Susuri had heard that she could cook, she didn't think that it would turn out so delicious. Hiyori smelled some kind of aroma from the bags. It was what the twin sisters brought. It was a surprise cookie. Anything could happen if you ate it, and the effect could only be found out after you ate the cookie. Even they themselves don't know what's inside. Then Hiyori and Susuri decided to try these cookies first and took a bite. At that moment, their hairstyles changed. They came across magic that changes hairstyles. Fortunately, by the end of the party, the magic will fade away and disappear. Orlis and Eliza also decided to try when they saw that there could be nothing serious there. After trying the cookies, they immediately shrank in size and began to look younger. They came across cookies with rejuvenating magic. Yuzuriha started calling out to Aurelis, but she immediately grabbed Lloyd and stood behind him. She asked him for help, calling him brother, just like Kenan did in childhood. Restraining his parental instinct, he raised his hands so as not to disturb her too much. Suddenly, Kanan came up and whispered that it was Aurelis and Eliza who were supposed to suggest their game. If they remain children, their plan could go down the drain. As children, they definitely won't be able to play this game even if you offer it. Suddenly, someone started to go somewhere. It was Eliza, who was literally floating through the air as if nothing had happened. Yuzuriha caught her. She didn't expect that Eliza could be so unpredictable as a child. Lloyd then said that they would have a game next and asked to keep an eye on the children for now so that they wouldn't run away. Yurika was doing a great job of handling a bunch of children like a nanny, but when it came time for the Heavenly Emperor's game, she suggested that Lloyd be its host, since he himself was from the Heavenly Empire. She specially prepared magic tools. Each round they will shine with one random color, so you need to be careful and not show it to others. If they got a rainbow, it means that the person with this color is the Emperor, and they can give any order. Then she gave each one tool. As a result, Hiyori became Emperor. Everything was going according to plan. It should be easier from now on. You just need to give an order that will help the princesses become more open with each other. So all hope was on the Emperor, that is, on Hiyori. She told Blue and Purple to switch clothes. Blue was Lloyd. But the purple one was Runea, and Lloyd had to swap clothes with her. Lloyd thought it would be difficult, but in reality, it is a magical armor that can adapt to the wearer, and it can be removed quickly too. He asked her not to undress right there. Fortunately, they have separate rooms for such orders. Putting on Runea Lloyd's armor, he was a little embarrassed, but the armor looked very good on him, as if he were a knight from a fairy tale, and he himself was pleased with how this armor fits him. Hiyori asked Ryune how she felt in her new clothes. She found it a little strange that the fabric did not change to fit her body, so the clothes were a bit big and quite revealing. Then Lloyd gave her a jacket to put on top, and Yurika suggested continuing the game. The turn was over, and the next emperor needed to be found. Susuri became the emperor. She told the red one to tell the blue one how he feels about him. Aurelis was red, but Eliza was blue, which means they will talk together. Kuzunoha quietly asked Aurelis if she had anything to say to Eliza. A little embarrassed and awkward, but with a sparkle in her eyes, she asked her if she would be her friend. Eliza looked at her and smiled, answering in agreement. She suggested that Aurelis fly together, and she didn't mind. Kuzunoha asked Yuzuriha what was going on, but she had no idea and wondered what had happened to make them grow so callous. But maybe it's just easier to say what's on your mind when you're a child. That's what Yuzuriha thought. It was a small sign for everyone else, and Yurika tried to think of something. She then suggested that the princess's nannies also carry out the order, so the floor is given to Princess Kuzunoha and Princess Yuzuriha, which made them a little surprised, so Kuzunoha had to say something to Yuzuriha. Yurika created a great opportunity for the two of them. Kuzunoha came down, mentioning that they still hadn't been able to talk about what happened that day, and she apologized for leaving her. Yuzuriha asked if she was talking about evacuation, and immediately said that it wasn't her fault since they were separated from the beginning. But that wasn't what Kuzunoha wanted to say. She spoke about the decision of who would take the throne of the emperor, and she made her decision. In the past, Yuzuriha found Kuzunoha crying in a tree. They brought her to a meeting with another tribe, and she noted that the food was delicious. But that wasn't what Kuzunoha was worried about. She just wanted to play with Yuzuriha. Yuzuriha shared these feelings and called the training a drag. Kuzunoha asked why they couldn't be together. Then Yuzuriha replied that they can be whoever they want. and it doesn't matter what adults tell them. Kuzunoha noticed the smart words from her sister. Avoid making decisions and not allowing others to make decisions for them. It was a kind of childish rebellion for the two of them, which was not similar. She literally destroyed the resemblance. Princess Kuzunoha already understood that the equality they had achieved by maintaining stagnation would be destroyed by her own determination to take a step forward. She may have known that she was ignoring how Princess Yuzuriha felt. Kuzunoha told her that she didn't want to run away anymore. She wanted to be with her, even if they were very different. Yuzuriha asked if they could stop pretending now, but that wasn't it. Because they are different, they can stand with their backs to each other and teach each other different things that they see, and they can get closer by turning their faces to each other. Then Yuzuriha came closer and asked if that meant they could hold their hands together, to which Kuzunoha happily agreed. Their plan worked after all. Lloyd was very glad that everything was resolved. Yuraha then said that she had done a very good job here. Kuzunoha sensed something was suspicious, so they decided to remember some rules. For example, the rule that they can use the Heavenly Oath and give the Imperial Order to the Emperor himself. So Yuraha also needed to confess something. Then she glanced at Susuri. She decided to get out of it by saying that the Heavenly Oath would work on Susuri, because she was the Emperor who gave the order, which meant that it was not Yuraha who had to confess to anything, but Susuri. Suddenly, Eliza and Aurelius fell from above and asked why they had just been flying. Renee was watching all this. She noticed that Lloyd had achieved something again, and she wanted to know what exactly he had achieved. After the party, in the Beast Empire area near the Beast Dormitory, Yuzuriha sat on the edge of the platform. She was very happy to hear Kuzunoha's words, but that didn't change the fact that she was left behind. At that moment, Camille approached her and noticed how tired she was, and he suggested that she have an after-party right there. He asked her if she had thought about what they had discussed earlier. This is a special organization where you can be yourself and don't have to give anything to anyone. Because of these words, Yuzuriha clenched her hands into fists. It was then that she decided that she too had to take a step forward. Camille welcomed her to the executive committee. At the moment when Lloyd was planning to have a party, Camille was watching them, who was surprised that he decided to take on the organization of the party. Such a sharp change in mood to a positive direction. He thought that Lloyd wanted to seriously take on the search for the Heavenly Emperor. Apparently, Fried's portrait had such a strong influence on him, but Kuan said that he was very much mistaken. Then he thought it was his influence, so he decided to check the date he had planned the party for. The following week was Camille's birthday, right on the day of the party. He thought that Lloyd had decided to throw a surprise party for him, which was quite unexpected, and he shouldn't have been eavesdropping. Camille was already looking forward to his birthday, so he could have fun with them. But on the appointed day he waited from morning until evening, Kuan had already managed to go home. He was dejected at not being invited to the party, but then he laughed quietly. Then that laughter turned into a suppressed cry, but he quickly wiped away the tears, and he gave up on it, because the seeds had already been sown, and it was time for him to reap the harvest. Lloyd and Cannon were in a forested area in neutral territory. Kanan was falling asleep as he walked, so he told her she could go back and not force herself to drag herself after him. But she replied that she did not want to sleep, and she followed him because she wanted to. And she will also train. Even though Titus is not here, he can rely on her strength. Lloyd thanked her for this, but now he was going to take a bath, and he didn't think she would want to look at that. When Titus returns, Lloyd would like to tell him how hard he tries to make friends. Suddenly, a girl emerged from under the water. It was Her Highness Runia. Lloyd apologized and asked her to consider that he was not there. He wondered what she was doing here, and all alone. It turns out that there was another one next to him. It was the princess's bodyguard, Hydra. She said that Runia could take care of herself, but she loved her so much that she couldn't help but keep an eye on her. Lloyd first asked them to cover themselves with something. He did not understand the logic of the dragon race at all. Then they dressed in their armor. Runia then said that she came here to meet him. He asked what business they had with him. Runia said abruptly that she wanted him to visit her room that night. Kanan immediately began to defend him, but Lloyd asked her to calm down. Runia asked if she had said something strange. When the twins started talking frankly to each other, cleared up all the misunderstandings, she's just trying to follow their example because she has questions that Runia would like to ask Lloyd. Princess Runia has never tried to make contact with him before. Lloyd doesn't know what she wants, but he wants to be friends with her, so he agrees. Kanan said that she would go with him too. When Lloyd wanted to say something, she repeated it again. So Lloyd asked Runia if she would mind if his sister went with him. She didn't care. So they said goodbye until nightfall, with the onset of night in the dormitory of the Dragon Empire in Krill for aristocrats. Lloyd and Kanan came to the palace of the Sea Dragon. It is built here in the same way as in the fortress of the Dragon Empire. At that moment, Runia came out and said that the Sea Dragon Palace was completely submerged in water. She would continue on her way, so she told them to follow her. Kanan asked Lloyd to stop staring at her, and he replied that it was just that the atmosphere around Runia was completely different. Already inside, they were sitting at a huge table. They say that the stronger the dragon, the less emotion it shows. From Runia's face, it is completely impossible to understand what she is thinking. Runia decided to get to the point quickly. She said she wanted to know more about his power. She knows very well that he is simply holding back, however, the power of his innate mana is too great to be suppressed. No matter who possesses such power, he is not destined to live like an ordinary person, because it is impossible to forever contain the power seething through the veins. Hiyori's body used to break under the weight of its own strength as she tried to hold it back. And Eliza seems to be trying to suppress her power through discipline and faith, and it's hard for her to watch. Lloyd agreed with this, having become a child. Eliza finally relaxed and did not watch her behavior. They are a race of dragons, known as the strongest race on the continent, but they were so until they erected the peace barrier. The dragons submitted to the Heavenly Emperor because they knew his power, and in their opinion, the power of the great spell, the peace barrier, should isolate countries from each other. But she asked why his power attracts people to him, and he himself, possessing such power, tries to get closer to the rest, and added, "Is this really what he came here for?" A strong dragon who lived on the battlefield shouldn't have feelings. She thought she understood what the Force was, but she didn't understand the feeling of her heart fluttering every time she looked at Lloyd. Runia personally wants to know the reason for this. In other words, she wants to fight him. Kanan wanted to stop this, and asked why they had to fight. Shouldn't the dragon race have another way to judge strength? But Runia had no intention of assessing Lloyd's strength, victory, or defeat. Would have no weight in this battle. She doesn't intend to take revenge like Aurelis did, and she doesn't intend to challenge herself and her barriers like Susari did. So she asked Lloyd Fears once again to fight her, which he later agreed to. Runia suggested using the same method as during the test. They would create clones that would fight each other. Through this battle, she yearns to discover the nature of his power. Lloyd would also like to understand Princess Runia a little better. They created a lava zone, one of the fortresses of the ancient Dragon Empire, 1,000 years ago. In this very place, the elite forces of the Heavenly Empire fought. She wasn't going to beat around the bush like Aurelis, and if it ended with the first blow, she wouldn't get the answer she wanted, so she asked Lloyd to try to go all out from the start and let their blows convey the feelings that were gnawing at them. Runia immediately attacked with blazing starfall, and meteorites rained down from the sky. The purple flame is considered the strongest even by dragon standards. Its mana volumes are enough to maintain the form of a clone and simultaneously use such a powerful spell. Lloyd used defensive style number 2 defensive fortress, decided to surround it with defensive magic, and thereby prevent the meteorites from scattering across the entire area. He could definitely attack himself, but he still chose to defend. She wondered why his defense magic and fighting style was so focused on taking attacks. Maybe it was to protect his little sister, but why would he use tactics even in single battles like this? Runia said that he lived up to her expectations. She would attack him head on. That would be the easiest way to understand the essence of his power. She then asked him not to try to be affectionate with her, as he had done with Aurelis and Susari, although he would not have the opportunity to do so anyway. 1,000 years ago, the dragon race was superior to all others in military affairs, and the strongest among them was the king and his entourage. And now before Lloyd stands the strongest among them, the one whose strength even the other princesses recognize. He couldn't share his past with anyone, but if this battle was some kind of dialogue, maybe he could share his feelings with her, and will even be able to understand the heart of Princess Runia. Runia attacked him with lava dragons, which jumped out of the ground and onto Lloyd. But he used the number 1 defensive style, Residual Trace, and he could easily read their movements from the fluctuations of the flames, so he decided to try a different approach. Using defensive style number 3, Crooked Mirror, he not only nullified the spell, but also redirected it towards Runia from behind. Moreover, when he poured his protection magic into them, she can't control them and can't destroy them. The dragons have firmly grabbed her body. She asked him why he never attacked. She asked him to fight. Lloyd replied that he fights to protect what is dear to him. He needed more strength to never feel helpless, so protection is his unique way of fighting. He wants to fight in a way that does the least amount of harm to his opponent, and in his opinion, strength for the sake of strength is of no use to anyone in this world, because the world without wars that he dreamed of 1,000 years ago has become a reality. Runia suddenly asked, what about dragons? What was the point of their power in this world without wars? While she is overwhelmed with power, she cannot live as a simple person, but she cannot live as a dragon either, because she is chained and not allowed to freely soar into the sky. Lloyd felt her mana levels suddenly begin to rise. She asked why she carried it on her back. Use the Dragon Empire's secret technique, World Destroyer. She turned into a large dragon. This is Princess Runea's second form. Her mana capacity has increased too much, and the copy can't keep up with the original. Her attack range is too wide in this form. At this rate, she could literally destroy this world. Suddenly, already in the present, he was pushed back from the imaginary world. When he woke up, he immediately looked at Princess Runia. He saw some strange look on her face and wondered what had just happened. After a few seconds, Runia came to her senses and then thanked Lloyd Fieras for the duel, because now she was beginning to understand. She realized that she and he were very different from each other and turned her back to him. Already at home, he remembered Runia's words about the uselessness of her power and something that she wears on her back. He never thought that in a world that had abandoned wars, the strongest dragon race would suffer from so many restrictions. Even though the conflicts ended, people had to adapt to a completely new world and were forced to learn to live again. Lloyd realized that he was 1,000 years behind this world. Kanan brought him some warm milk and offered him to drink it. Lloyd apologized for making her worry and took the glass in his hands. Kanan is also worried about Princess Ryune because when she turned into that giant dragon, she became scared, even though deep down she knew it was just an illusion. But what's more important is that it seemed to her that the princess was suffering a lot. With such power in this world without wars, they have to restrain themselves and live like ordinary people. It's like denying themselves. Lloyd tried to protect the world that Alsmeria loved so much. She was the meaning of his life, and even now, 1,000 years later, she continues to be. But what is Princess Ryonea like now? She tried to find her meaning through the battle with him. She needed to understand why she received so much power in such a peaceful time. Suddenly, Mother Mulia came behind them, wanting to join them. She asked how they had fun at the Dragon Empire dormitory. Lloyd replied that this was not the outcome he expected. Princess Runea was tormented by her current dragon lifestyle, and he didn't even notice. Alsmeria's wish was for the peace barrier, and if that barrier was causing trouble, then as a protector, he should get closer to her, since he was a class representative, he added. Then Malia suggested consulting with Deputy Matilda. She was also part of the dragon race, and she had contributed greatly to the improvement of the dragon's way of life, so his mother was confident that she would tell him everything he wanted to know. Besides, she had always been a very kind girl, as her former classmate Mulia guaranteed. They were surprised by this, but because both Mulia and Matilda were swamped with work, they had no time to discuss the old days. Lloyd was mentally grateful to both of them. The next day he was already sitting in the deputy's office. Matilda said that they owed him a great deal. Therefore, she will be happy to help him with any of his questions. Lloyd wanted to ask about the impact the world barrier had on the dragon race. The other day, he had a chance to fight Princess Runea, and then he saw her in the form of a dragon. Matilda began to understand what he was talking about, and what form it was in. Lloyd asked if the dragon race had really suffered all this time from living with such power in a world without wars and conflicts. Teacher Mulia advised him to ask her these questions, because she had helped the dragon race a lot, Lloyd added. It's just like he said, with the appearance of the world barrier, the dragons are like losing themselves. With the end of the wars, the power that gave meaning to the dragon's existence was also devalued, and now this superhuman strength became their shackles. Their power in this world is nothing more than a dummy, and those around are afraid of how the dragons will stand out. Those who are unable to adapt to the current era remain isolated. This is the current dragon race. They are not fans of conflicts, they are just trying to find a way to adapt to life among people. It was research into containing large amounts of force that helped them create a device for creating illusory spaces. It was for the sake of returning the dragon race to their identity, and gaining a chance to live among the other races that Matilda began working at this school. She wanted to ask him beforehand not to get too upset about all this. The fact that Lloyd was trying to understand them was already a big progress. Perhaps it was because of his desire to know that the princess showed him her true form. So Matilda told him to keep going, as she wanted them to get along as classmates. Lloyd happily agreed. He needed to see Princess Runea again, as a person living in the same world as her and as her friend. But when he came to her, he saw something big. He saw a Hydra standing nearby and asked where Runea was. She replied that Runea was inside those clouds, but the storm was too strong for her to get to her. She probably decided to go on a rampage until she used up her last drop of energy. Lloyd asked Hydra for permission to speak through a magical response. She told him that no matter how resilient he was, it was too dangerous, but Lloyd replied that he would endure no matter how much pain it brought, because it should hurt her even more. He should be next to her, because he is her friend. Then Lloyd used the #1 defensive style, Silent Veil, and he began to call her so that she would answer him when suddenly he heard her thought, how she asked herself why she lived. It would have been better if she had never been born. She never understood the meaning of her existence. If only someone as strong as her had taught her how to live. Runea hoped that Lloyd would become her light of hope and show her the way, but all her expectations turned to dust. Absolutely nothing changed. Her heart was too tired to move on. Lloyd realized that it wasn't that the stronger the dragon, the weaker the feelings, but rather that they suppressed their feelings so as not to feel pain, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to bear all that pain. They were born without the right to control their own destiny in a world where there would never be a place for them. This is the truth hidden inside her heart. The signal began to weaken. In this state, she hardly understands any speech. He began to think how to express his feelings without using words. The world barrier was a technique that was supposed to convey thoughts without words, but it was the one that caused the split. He had to reach it without just sealing the powers. People don't know much about her, and he just can't understand other people. Sometimes they hurt each other in an attempt to understand the other side. She can't hide within herself, otherwise she will never be able to understand people. Isolation barrier techniques are useless here. Lloyd needs to get closer to her. Lloyd began to break through the storm. Runea asked what he was doing. She asked why he removed the barrier. It would only make him suffer even more. And he doesn't take care of himself at all. He used defensive style #4, Palette, and his mana began to mix with hers. And the entire storm around him began to disappear as well. Lloyd said that he would share this pain with her. Before she had no meaning to live. But now he would finally be able to find his meaning. And they would find it together. She didn't have to suffer alone anymore, because Lloyd wanted to protect her, and these words brought a tear to her eye. Then they slowly descended to the ground. If he hadn't stopped her, her heart would have finally cracked. Relying on someone else's business is cozy and warm, she noted. She wants to stay here, so she asked him not to let her go, and to stay with her a little longer. Kuon watched all this from afar. Now Runea can no longer be lured to their side. A barrier technique that mixes and disperses excess mana, no doubt. It also contains a piece of the Empress. The dragons told her the truth. The world barrier is the root of all evil, and it is their duty as the executive committee to destroy it. Lloyd woke up in some strange place. He remembered that the place where he could always meet Elsmeria. Elsmeria asked if he felt it, as they were getting closer and closer to each other. This means that, albeit a little, his new barrier technique was able to come closer to her ideal. She called him slow-witted, because she had called him that many times, and she asked if he still hadn't noticed. Lloyd began to wonder when she had called him so many times, and when they had met so many times. He wanted to stop her, when suddenly he woke up in bed next to Runea. Instantly jumping up, he wondered what she was doing here. He had put a simple barrier around the room, and what she needed anyway. Runea woke up and greeted him, saying good morning. Suseri was outside, she noticed as she looked out the window. Today, Princess Hiyori has a regular checkup, and Lloyd promised Princess Suseri that he would come see them himself, but he still overslept. Suseri wished him good morning. Lloyd apologized for the wait, with Runea and Kanan standing nearby. She asked what to make of this. Lloyd replied that a lot had happened yesterday, and quickly told her to go to the demon dormitory. When they got there, Hiyori was glad that Ryunea had come too. Lloyd began his examination and touched her with his hands. He asked if there were any noticeable changes. Hiyori didn't feel anything like that, it seems like. He used too much power on the day of the entrance ceremony. There is a strong evil spirit inside her body. Because of this, she could not even go outside properly. But then Lloyd saved her, she said with a smile. Runea also said that she was also saved by Lloyd, just like Hiyori. And she smiled. Suseri and Hiyori were surprised. When they saw her smile, she said that she had a similar power hidden within her. which is why she and Hiyori are similar. Then Lloyd decided to ask if Hiyori knew what kind of spirit was contained within her. Unfortunately, she doesn't know anything about him, but he is the one who protects the Demon Empire from future disasters. It is said that in his full form, his body is capable of completely covering the Demon Empire. Lloyd noticed Princess Susuri tense up. During the Magic Festival, the mana that controlled his body was destroyed by a powerful flow of mana. He himself did not see it, but his entire suit was covered in traces of her mana. Susuri apologized for not telling her earlier. She used her country's secret technique on him, which was originally intended to neutralize the enemy army in emergency situations. This means that every country secretly stores weapons that can turn the tide of war in the blink of an eye. Looking at the relationship between the princesses, he vaguely understood what the current situation was between the countries, but not to that extent. 1,000 years ago, they dreamed of a world without wars, but fundamentally, this world has not changed at all. Runia suddenly said that everything was fine. Strength was not only pain and suffering. With its help, they could also save those who were dear to them. Plus, they have Lloyd with them now, so they're not alone. Susuri and Hiyori agreed with her statement, and Lloyd also remembered it. Elsmeria left the world with the hope that the wars would stop, and he was able to meet the princesses at the academy that Fried created. As long as there is a connection between them, nothing is lost. There are still misunderstandings between countries that can turn into conflict, even if this world is not ideal. But still, living here and now, they will be able to change this world. Lloyd is sure that it is not too late to see this world together with Elsmeria. Suddenly, Eliza felt something and staggered a little, after which she ran away. Hiyori then noticed that Yuzuriha hadn't been seen for a long time. Kuzunoha said that she had been busy with schoolwork lately. Outside, Kuan thanked Yuzuriha for taking the time to help her, since she was going to gather new puppet soldiers. Compared to everything else, Yuzuriha would rather take a walk with her, and these responsibilities of the executive committee are starting to drag on a little. Suddenly, she heard a crack from above. There was some girl standing at the top who was tired of this school. She jumped down. Yuzuriha immediately began jumping towards her. Using the spirit beast summoning, she summoned Yug the Fire Emperor. She grabbed the girl and asked if she was hurt. The girl looked at Yuzuriha and then burst into tears. Kuan decided to take it upon herself. She approached the girl and said that it must have been very difficult for her, but she shouldn't worry anymore. If she was looking for a place, then Kuan would accept her. The executive committee is ready to accept it at any time, she said, and gave him her business card. Yuzuriha watched this. It all smelled suspicious. In the principal's office, Camille decided to call Yuzuriha. He said that he made sure that the special class's summer trip took place in the Sky Empire Islands, so she should have fun there. The annual summer trip was always in the mountains, and she wondered why he had chosen an island this year. He asked her to send him daily reports on the class's activities. She then asked if he was not going with them. Camille said he would be busy with a couple of unsolved matters. Already in class, the teachers said that they were going on a summer training trip, a whole week on the islands of the Heavenly Empire. Since the Heavenly Empire is cooperating with their school, they will also be able to visit several historical sites related to the creation of the World Barrier, such as the Heavenly Palace and the Memorial Hall. The Heavenly Palace, where Lloyd said goodbye to Fried that day, the place where he and Elsmeria took their first steps towards the future. Previously, he avoided this place. On the one hand, he did not know that he would not find Elsmeria there. On the other hand, he was constantly afraid of this place. But if he wants to let go of the past and move forward, visiting the Heavenly Palace will be a good help for this. Kanan noted that they hadn't been to the Celestial Empire for a long time. She missed home so much. Maybe they would even be able to see Marietta and the others for a while. Lloyd agreed with this. After the end of training, the summer holidays would begin. They would have to ask their mother if they could stay home during this time. After all, a house with old memories is still waiting for him. They will also have days without excursions, so they should try to create as many summer memories as possible. The Sky Empire is especially famous for its silver beach and sea, and let's not forget about the local cuisine. Aurelius immediately began to imagine false memories of summer. Kuzunoha hugged Lloyd and said that they would definitely have fun in their free time. Susuri asked why she was deciding for him, and she replied, because Lloyd was free now anyway. Susuri then said that she wanted to visit historical sites with him. But before she could finish speaking, someone stood in front of her. It was Runea who asked Lloyd if he would mind sleeping with her, since it made her feel safe. All the girls immediately started making noise and objecting to this. Hiyori enjoyed it, but Eliza thought they were noisy. Hiyori approached him and said that the trip was probably going to be a lot of fun. Lloyd began to think about what he should do. Be that as it may, the time has come for the Heavenly Empire. Finally, they came to the castle of the Heavenly Empire, or, rather, to the Heavenly Palace. It was their first time stepping foot into another country, which excited the twins. To this day, the Eternal Emperor, also known as the Heavenly Emperor, lives here. According to history, the world barrier originates from this castle. Even if the mana of the heavenly race was extremely strong, no one would be able to live for 1,000 years. Aurelius is terrified to think that people seriously believe in this fairy tale. Eliza said that everyone has the right to believe. Without this faith, the inhabitants of the Heavenly Empire would never be able to recover from the consequences of wars. And Aurelius does not know how to look at the big picture. Then they decided to go inside. It's surprising that the Heavenly Palace has remained virtually unchanged for 1,000 years. Lloyd thought he would be overcome with nostalgia, but it felt more like he had entered another reality. It is believed that Alzmeria still sits on the throne of the Heavenly Empire, but in fact, she, like him, died during the rebirth ceremony 1,000 years ago. He knows that this is a castle without a master, and that's why it seems to him somehow empty. They came out into the central corridor. They can look around as much as they want, but they were still asked not to enter the rooms. Lloyd noticed that Princess Eliza was very tense. She then asked to be left alone, and that she would not leave the corridor. Even though she asked to be left alone, Lloyd was too worried, so he stepped away for a minute. Aurelius noticed the two of them leaving and wondered what they had decided to do. Eliza has been acting strange lately, but again she wondered why she and Lloyd had decided to be alone. She said she wanted to see what was going on, and she would be with Lloyd and the guard wouldn't have to follow her. Aurelius wanted to follow them. In the corridor, Eliza leaned against the wall and felt uneasy. A long time ago, a child was born who heard the voice of a goddess. Everyone around praised her and said that her talent could make her a priestess. But the voice that the girl heard did not belong to the goddess in whom everyone so sincerely believed. Lately, the voice has been getting louder and louder, and with it the headache. And besides, since Eliza came here, everything in this place seems strange to her. She didn't understand what this feeling was, when suddenly Lloyd finally grabbed her hand and asked if she was okay. When she turned around, Lloyd saw that she was almost in tears, which made him let go of her hand. Eliza said sharply that she had to leave here because something was wrong in this place, and she ran away from Lloyd. Lloyd saw her as inaccessible from all sides and carrying a heavy load on her small back, or suddenly caught them. As Lloyd was trying to calm Eliza down, she asked what they were doing here. Eliza told her that it was none of her business, but Aurelius was against leaving. Suddenly something appeared underneath them, and it was very large. The three of them began to fall. Lloyd tried to use defensive magic. Using defensive style number 2, Bubble, he kept the two of them close to him. Eliza and Aurelius grabbed him and then thanked him for his help. As a result, they found themselves in some kind of cave, which was apparently located under the castle. There were mana stones all around, and they seemed to glow due to the reaction to the mana in their bodies. If this is one of the known mana stone mines, then it looks like the miners haven't gotten to this place yet. Maybe this is one of the hidden tunnels. Suddenly, they saw something huge ahead. There is some unknown monster under the castle. Eliza wasn't sure, but she said it looked like the monster that lived here had turned into an undead. The monster's body itself has long been dead, but the corpse continues to wander the world. All alone, underground, this monster also longs to protect something with all his soul. Princess Eliza's condition does not improve when he sees that she has begun to stagger again. The passage through which they fell has already disappeared. There was only one way out of here, and this monster would have to let them through, so Aurelius used Hex Crimson Glitter. But it didn't work on the monster, because the undead have no flesh. He has nothing to look at her eyes with. Eliza asked Aurelius to warn them next time she used the hex, so that they wouldn't get hit by it themselves. Suddenly, the monster fired a beam straight at them. But Lloyd managed to use defensive style number 2, Defensive Fortress, to cover everyone. He still doesn't understand what's going on here, but they've already provoked him, and they'll have to fight back. He may not have eyes, but that won't help him against attack spells, Aurelius said, and began casting a spell. She attacked him with blood dust and cut him into pieces, but the broken bones began to reassemble. Normal attacks didn't work either. No matter how much you hit him, he'll collect himself piece by piece. He used defensive style number 2, Cloud Ridge, but he couldn't stop him, because his protective magic doesn't work on the undead. It was a painful truth. The dead can no longer be protected. Suddenly, Eliza felt even worse, and started saying something about strength and its purpose. Again, very abruptly and unexpectedly, she used the secret technique of the Holy Empire, Apocalypse, second coming of the goddess. All around, there were first the sounds of bells and then explosions. Also, the mana stones can't withstand the pressure and break one after another. And Eliza seemed to have lost her mind and could not answer anything. She attacked with her attack. It was a beam of unimaginable size. So with one blow, she killed this undead, which was very frightening. But Eliza did not leave this form. Lloyd felt a very familiar mana in her and recognized that it was she. He quickly called out to Aurelius to wake her up from her stupor. And he said that Princess Eliza is not in control of her actions. Now, because she is being absorbed by her own power, if she continues to use her power at the same rate, she may suffer, and the destruction of the cave is not far away. Lloyd wants to use the restriction technique to seal Eliza's power. He probably wouldn't be able to do it alone, so he asked to borrow some power from Aurelius. Pulling herself together, she nodded back at him. If his theory is correct, with the help of the limitation technique, he will be able to hear her voice. Using the combined mana, he began to use the restriction technique towards Eliza. Finally, she was free and calm, and Lloyd heard crackling sounds. He saw Alzmeria petting some creature and apologizing for not being able to take care of it. But now a knight came to him. Lloyd was glad it was her after all. Her soul is broken into pieces, and she can't reach the outside world, so she tried to establish a connection through this girl. Due to the extraordinary purity of her mana, Alzmeria admitted that she caused her a lot of trouble. She only had time to say a few words, but thanks to his restriction technique, the connection between her soul and Eliza became even stronger. Little by little, the pieces of her were coming together. Lloyd himself had to notice this. Then he remembered about all the princesses together. Here she will be under protection. It must have been fate itself that brought him to them. So Alzmeria entrusted them to him. Already in reality, Lloyd managed to grab Eliza so that she wouldn't fall. Strong innate abilities and pure mana. This is how Eliza was born. In an empire that deeply revered the goddess, she was given the role of the one who can hear her voice. She heard the voice addressing her as a fragment and saying that somewhere in this world there lived a knight of the voice, and she wanted Eliza to find him, the priestess promised by the prophecy. She would go to the monastery where she would study the commandments. This would help to hear the voice of the goddess correctly, the people said. She always played a role assigned to her by someone. No one needed the real Eliza. But when Aurelius challenged Eliza to a fight as a child, she realized that this girl was the only one who saw her. Aurelius always looked at Eliza and not at anything else. When Eliza woke up, Aurelius immediately switched over and asked why she was so furious when she was scolding others for their behavior. Eliza said that she had followed the church rules all her life. It helped to restrain her power, and it was all the fault of that voice. The Holy Empire believes in a goddess. Those who received her revelation become priestesses. She was one of them. But she knew it wasn't a goddess. The voice kept talking about some knight. Lloyd realized that the voice Eliza heard belonged to Alzmeria. When Eliza told her parents about this, her father was disappointed in the accuracy of her predictions and sent her to a monastery, where she observed all the commandments under strict control. It was still not fully functional. Then Aurelius realized what had just happened. That day she was free from everything and used beautiful magic, Aurelius said. It was in her distant childhood, and in just 1 year she changed dramatically and greatly. Aurelius was irritating, tactless, and always provocative. Every time she was around, Eliza began to feel like she was returning to her old self. Then she asked why she shouldn't give in to this feeling. She always acts like such a pedant, but if she were much friendlier, maybe she would be able to make a friend. Even if it was just one. Eliza agreed with this statement from Aurelius. Then Aurelius asked again about the voice that spoke of the night. Eliza replied that she didn't fully understand what she was trying to say by that. It is obvious that Princess Eliza has the soul of Alzmeria hidden in her. Perhaps Lloyd has seen similar traits in each of the princesses so far. Add to this the fact that their mana easily combines with defensive techniques. Each of them contains a fragment of Alzmeria's soul. That's what Lloyd realized. But if Princess Eliza does not understand the meaning of the words of the voice in her head, then she was unable to retain the memories of the events of 1,000 years ago. Whatever the case, they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible and find a way out. Lloyd decided to put it off for now, and actually get down to the business of getting out. Suddenly, magic stones began to emerge from the walls. They all came together and resembled something. The mana stone took root, and it looked very much like a heavenly tree, and there was something carved at the base of the roots. It was the ancient language of the Celestial Empire, and Lloyd began to read it and suddenly realized it. This was the core of the world barrier. Aurelius asked what was written there. Lloyd then noticed something in the core, as something suddenly wrapped around his finger. A ring then formed on his finger, and then a strong light hit them.